Fantastic.
Yeah, I want to clap.
And we'll obviously make the links available to obviously everybody. So we're as Zina says, we're up and running. We have some events coming down the line, which we welcome you to join in, webinars and conversations, and particularly one of the ones we're looking at in a couple of weeks' time is sort of new challenges and new responses, particularly about assessment design, authentic design, and how we monitor. And so we're always looking for ideas, contributors, collaborators, engagement. So please do come check out the site. And I think we probably now have a few minutes. Should there be any questions from the floor? Sounds wrong, but
Thank you, Christopher. And well, your session, obviously, it's the end part that everybody is sending in lots of messages, naturally, and truly from all of us. Congratulations, because this is phenomenal. You've been doing so much work in the United Arab Emirates, and this is just a great culmination of that work. So bravo, and all the best to you in that effort. If I could just share, okay, there haven't been many questions. There have been a number of comments with people that have been in agreement with a number of the things that you've been sharing, whether that was going back to how early it has to start, that it has to be before the students get into higher education. Absolutely, I don't think anybody will ever disagree with you on that. Irene just posted a question which is pertinent to this point. How can we persuade parents and teachers in school to promote integrity? And I know, Zenith, you've written about this, of course, in the past, and you've got young children. Of course, we've heard about some of the other children, whether that was sharing things that they were getting through the social media or younger children as well. But whoever would like to address that?
Sure, I can start. Well, the whole thing is when we've worked with schools and we've talked to teachers and a lot of the parents, for teachers, especially in school teachers, they just don't have enough teacher training that revolves around academic integrity. Even something as simple as, okay, so I know this assignment was not done by the student. How do I address this with the parent, right? So teaching them how to handle these critical situations, because as university faculty, we don't really necessarily deal with, parents and the support system. We deal directly with students, and that's what we are trained to do. But with school teachers, they have to deal with the primary caregivers, which are the parents, could be a guardian. And there just isn't enough teacher training around this topic to provide them with that right kind of support. At the same time, to give them that awareness, like where do you draw the line? Where should you not accept these kind of assessments anymore? And same thing goes for parents. When you really sit a parent down who's actually done the project for the child, and you talk to them at length about the impact it's going to have on the child, you'll see like a little light bulb go up, and they'll go like, oh, okay, all right. It's because they're so caught up in this whole rat race of trying to get things done for their child, making sure, and that little thrill at the end of the day, their project is being showcased and they get excited about it. And so all of those things, when you bring it to the forefront and hold the mirror to the parents' face, they do take a step back and realize that, oh, okay, this is something I shouldn't be doing. It's not helping my child at the end of the day.
Yeah, can I just add one point to that? So this comes back to, because my son is in grade 3 and I know exactly, what's happening around the school system and, the teachers. So just two things usually come to my mind is sometimes there is competition among parents to get their students to be number 1. So the parents actually compete, and some of these projects involve budget, and some of would like spend a lot, and they actually build that project and they want their student to be the winner. And basically the student would have contributed hardly anything. It's just the parents' work.
Yes.
So on the contrary, like Tim has been telling about assessment strategies, and this applies to school as well, the assessment strategies. So why are the school giving projects to students that they can't handle themselves, exactly, right? And some of these things that are being assigned, even for my son, is develop a brain model. I mean, we can help as a student, but definitely, even with our expertise, we cannot develop that. And that's, at Comedy and at medical school should be doing that. And not at grade 3 should be developing a brain model, right, out of clay or not. So it's definitely we're going to go somewhere, go shopping for that and get it. And, and they just put some tiny paint around it and they say, this is our work, and they really don't realize. And this kind of goes through to school and parents. So end of the day, all the stakeholders have to be, be around in this so that we're collectively addressing this, not in isolation.
Right. So, and of course, in some cultures, it may be more pronounced than it is in other cultures, right? Because ego is also always a part of it. So yeah, parents want to see their children excel. But then I guess it goes back to what it is that you've been saying all along, and what all these sessions, of course, have been about is the building the culture of academic integrity, so that whatever we're talking about, and contract cheating, of course, is our focus in the International Day of Action. But it does go back to us understanding how those values reflect back, not just in school, but in society. And we all, of course, talk about that. Any final comments, just because the session is going to be wrapping up soon, Chris?
Could I, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind if I just, because what my colleagues have been saying, I think is absolutely critical. And I think we're presented with a very interesting time in education, because the online teaching of the last several months has given us an appreciation, if you didn't already have it, for what teachers do, an appreciation for how integrated parents can be in the learning experience. But also, I think it's given us something to reflect on what is actually the value of education. If assessments weren't authentic or they weren't relevant, or if we're looking at skill development, if we're looking at reconceptualizing what it is we're teaching, we have an opportunity to effectively have a culture shift in why are we doing what we're doing. If it doesn't work and it leads to cheating, to competitively driven, well, then let's look at adapting it and maybe look at changing the way in which we approach this completely, which I appreciate is a mammoth task.
Right.
Have an opportunity.
And then of course, how you approach it. So grassroots somehow perhaps need there for globally, right?
Indeed. Yeah.
Any last comment? We have about a minute left. Zenith, I think. Yeah.
I would just like to thank International Center for Academic Integrity for giving us this platform. Their conference kind of started us on this journey. I met Tracy and Teddy because we wanted to do this conference together. Tracy taught me that, to get to people, you bring in a neutral person and who's not from the country, not from your university, and to talk about this topic. And we did that. And Teddy Fishman has been instrumental in all the roadshows that we've had, where she's gone with me to all the universities to talk to people. And of course, European Network for Academic Integrity and the host of supporters and the advisors who have come on board. So thank you everybody for all the support that you guys have given. We're really excited to be starting this new journey. Like I said, bittersweet moment for us.
Yes.
But absolutely looking forward to helping everyone the best that we can.
And if I could just say, because your conference went on just, I think, a month or two before ours did in Greece in 2016. And I remember Teddy had visited a year before, and she had said something about that 50-mile radius. You have to bring somebody from outside of 50 miles to be heard differently, even if you're trying to pass the same message. Well, I really wanted to thank you all, because this has been an exceptional session. We are absolutely thrilled for you, again, in terms of your Center for Academic Integrity. I just wanted to say to the people that are listening in on YouTube, there's much more to the day. There's great things to be heard. We've got the European Network for Academic Integrity standing by, so please hold on to hear them and everything that they have to share. Please don't forget to tweet with the hashtags Excel with Integrity and hashtag my own work, and generally stay tuned for the next session, which, let me just have the glasses on. It's a long title. Is it? Hang on. Do I have it here? I'm going to have to say the right one. So, well, Salim Razi and Inga and Sonia Bialoba for the European Network for Academic Integrity. And I'm afraid I don't have the title right there in front of me, but you are on next. So everybody, please stay tuned. Thank you again to all.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. And do visit the website.
So hello. I guess that I would need
Can you
some
just
writing.
if you could
Okay.
just because they can hear us live, so we just through chat until we get you up on.
Okay.
Thank
Good.
you.
Okay, everyone, I hope you can hear me. We are about to switch over. I'm Glendoline. Great to be here today. We have, as Litsa said in her parting comments, we now have a team from the European Network for Academic Integrity, and I'm going to hand over to them right now. And I'm just going to introduce them very briefly, and then they can introduce themselves and start the talk. And I think Sonia is going to start. So we have Sonia, Thomas, Inga, and Dieter, and I think Salam is going to join them. I've just sent him a link and hopefully he will come in soon into the chat. So over to you.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for inviting us. We are your sister organization from Europe and beyond, perhaps you might say. I'm just going to have a short introduction and I'm going to share my screen. Let me give a second. So here's the presentation we have prepared for you today. And we are going to show you both this presentation and some parts of our website. So we are going to switch between this presentation and the website. We are going to talk about contract cheating prevention resources that we have at the European Network for Academic Integrity website. As well, we are going to present our network so you know what we are all about. We are many of us presenting today, so we had to make a special slide for that. We have here Tomasz Foltynek. He is the president of the network from Mendel University in Brno. I'm the vice president. I am working at Uppsala University in Sweden. We have Inga Gaizauskaite. Sorry, Inga. hard one, from Lithuania, from Lithuanian Social Research Center. Dita Henek-Labolova is from Mendel University, Brno as well. And we have Salim Razi from Çanakkale University in Turkey. So welcome all friends. And I'm just going to tell you what the outline of today's presentation is going to be. We are going to tell you something about the purpose of ENAI, who we are, who our partners are, what our objectives are, and why we think it is so important to collaborate. We are going to tell you about working groups, because we have several working groups that might be interesting in the context of contract cheating. We are going to tell you more about our activities, and we are going to invite you all to our next conference. It's going to be at the end. So I would like to join Salim to present. Salim, are you here? Salim?
I've only just sent Salim the link. He didn't seem to have it. So you can go ahead without Salim.
I can go ahead without him in that case. Well, in that case, I'm going to tell you what the purpose of our European Network for Academic Integrity is. It is to support higher education institutions to work together in the field of academic integrity. And we have really, we want to state that it's working together, collaboration. That's the main goal of ENAI. We think it's extremely important, and we are really a welcoming group. If you would like to join us, I'm going to tell you a bit more about the joining us and how to do it. It all started as an Erasmus Plus strategic partnership project. The project was held from September 2016 to August 2019, and there were 12 partner institutions from 11 countries that were involved. Mendel University in Brno, Çanakkale from Turkey, United Kingdom, Cambridge University, Mykolas Romeris University from Lithuania, from United Kingdom, Nottingham-Trent University, Riga Technical University from Latvia, Slovak Center of Scientific and Technical Information in Slovakia, Germany, University of Constance, University of Insubria in Italy, Nicosia in Cyprus, Maribor in Slovenia, and Porto in Portugal. So you see, it's really all over Europe, you might say. But now we are even bigger, and I really want to torture you with reading all these names. They're very small, but you can find them on our website. We have 32 institutions, 9 member institutions, and we are counting. And we are really want to have even more, because we think this question, academic integrity, is important everywhere. So I told you we collaborate between the institutions, but we are really collaborating worldwide with the International Center for Academic Integrity, with VERA, World Education Research Association. We have collaboration with Council of Europe project ETINET, Ethics, Transparency and Integrity in Education, as well as Embryo and Ethical projects. When it comes to our organization, this is a legal entity, and it's registered as an association in the Czech Republic. We have the board with 5 members with a 3 years tenure, and we are real people. We are elected by representatives of member institutions, and it is not limited. You can re-elect people again. So we have a new board now since May. President of the board is elected by the board and is legal representative of ENAI, and it's Tomáš Fultinek. And also we have administrative staff as well. We have several objectives in this network: to provide a platform for academics across all sectors to investigate, exchange, develop, collaborate and access resources, to offer opportunities for researchers to present best practices, because we're learning from each other is the most important thing we can do, and to make available a central point of reference. We also organize conferences, workshops and other events. We have provide a network for collaboration with individuals and organizations that are actively pursuing related research projects, to collaborate towards research, and to appreciate individual and institutional efforts by offering awards. And yeah, so why have we built this network? Because previous research has shown that there are differences among countries and institutions, both when it comes to student and staff perceptions, as well as in policies and procedures. In Europe, we have a Bologna process, as you know, which has led to an increase of student and staff mobility amongst different countries, which makes it even more important to have same standards and same views on academic integrity throughout Europe. Also, you have, as a part of Bologna process, ECTS for evaluation of study effort, unification of standards. And it must be something, when you get the ECTS in one country, it should be the same content or the same views on academic integrity in all countries. In many institutions, we have seen that there is a lack of training, both when it comes to teachers and when it comes to students. And management doesn't really have the idea about the extent of students cheating. So there are also some lack of guidance and fair approach. So we thought it must be necessary to learn from each other and cooperate in these questions. Salim, are you here now? Perhaps
Yes,
you can take over now.
Sorry for the technical problem. I managed to log in by using Özgür's account and rename myself here. Okay. So I'll continue with our activities. True?
Yeah.
Okay then. Thank you.
Salim, would you like to just introduce yourself first? And just
Okay. Thank you, Irene. I'm an associate professor working at Çanakkale 18 Mart University, Turkey. And I was also involved in ENAI project, Erasmus Plus project that we completed. And I'm a board member of ENAI. So I'll be talking about our activities here. I guess I'll be able to use this slide here. If you ever visited our webpage, you will realize that we will be providing some educational materials and providing some guidelines related to our activities. Indeed, based on our Erasmus Plus project, we had three main outputs, and one of the outputs were related to educational materials that we produced. We prepared materials not only in English, but also provided access to some other materials in the project languages. So you can check our educational materials there. You will find several materials related to increasing awareness for the avoidance of contract cheating. And you will see some sources related to guidelines. We prepared a glossary of academic integrity, and the guidelines also supporting the glossary, so you can match the terminology with the guidelines in order to have better understanding, a common understanding of the terminologies that we are working. We suggest you to become a subscriber of our newsletter. We are publishing our newsletter every 2 months, and we have accounts on Facebook and Twitter, so you can follow our updates by following us on social media. We are organizing annual conferences. Indeed, the idea behind European Network for Academic Integrity comes from Plagiarism Across Europe conference. It was organized every 2 years, but after we came together in the project, in the European project, we decided to organize a conference every year Previously, the first 3 conferences were organized in Brno, in Czech Republic, by Mendel University in Brno. But later, by the 4th conference, we started to organize the conference out of its birthplace, Brno. Çanakkale was the first one, and later the conference was moved to Vilnius, and then this year it was in Dubai. So it has moved to its birthplace. We organize it every year. There are also several other training events and workshops that we are organizing. We are collaborating with the other organizations in order to increase awareness regarding academic integrity. And also there is some research options that we are providing. We are providing guidelines to the researchers, and we are also thinking about supporting researchers in their further studies. For further activities, we will be talking about working groups, and I'll kindly invite Inga to talk about our working groups. We have several working groups and some newly established working groups. Yes, Inga, please.
Yes, hello. So I will try to share my screen. So
Okay, I'll stop sharing mine then. So
sharing, and I will show our website. And so shortly, my name is Inga Gajowskaite, as Sonia already introduced. I'm currently working at Lithuanian Social Research Center, but I'm also ENAI board member, and I joined ENAI at the project stage. So starting with the project, we have developed inside ENAI network working groups which focus on specific tasks and topics. As you can hopefully see now on the screen, we currently have 13 working groups. However, it is not a definite number, and Salim will soon introduce our most recent working group, and also some of the current working groups, for example, self-evaluation tools and survey groups are merging in order to better serve our purposes and to be more efficient in our activities. If you go to each of the working groups inside, you will see the purpose, the description, and you will see members of each working group. However, again, the compositions of working groups are not definite, and we are really waiting and inviting new members to join working groups. So if you are working in one of the areas that you see in the titles of these working groups, you are welcome to contact heads of working groups, and then you can join us. So also what I would like to pay your attention to is that some of the working groups are related to resources which are open on our website. For example, for self-evaluation working group, we have academic integrity self-evaluation tools which are available for everyone online. So if you go to our working group or on the front page of our website, you will be led to these online self-evaluation tools for students, teachers, university managers, and researchers. Also, we will later present some of the materials that are developed by Educational Materials Working Group, a Glossary and Guidelines Working Group. Also, we have research presented by some of the members of Survey Working Group, and our surveys conducted by ENAI teams. So probably I will just invite you to visit our webpage and see at these currently working groups, and either use our materials for your purposes or join and work together with us. And now I will give the floor for Salim, who will present the most recently developed working group.
Okay, thank you, Inga.
Let's share my screen again.
Will you do this, please?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
So here it is.
Fine then. Okay. So although Inga mentioned several working groups, we are open, we have room to welcome new working groups as long as they support increasing awareness regarding academic integrity. And we have a newly established working group entitled Academic Integrity Policies. By the help of this working group, we aim to help organizations to develop their academic integrity, institutional academic integrity policies, because there are many organizations without such policies. And for the others who already established their academic integrity policies, there is always room for improvement. Therefore, as this working group, we will try to help the other organizations to revise their policies by considering the recent developments in the fields. So we would like to welcome you to any of our working groups. And if you have any suggestions to establish a new working group, please contact the board of ENAI, and then we will discuss it at the next board meeting. We mentioned about our working groups, but I'd like to remind you that becoming a member of the working group does not necessarily require being a member of any university, any member organization, nor you should also be listed as a supporter of ENAI. Even if you don't have any connections either as a supporter or an institutional member of ENAI, we welcome you to contribute and to cooperate with us in these working groups. However, of course, we would like to welcome you and welcome your organizations under ENAI. If you'd like to do this, we'd like to remind you a few benefits, a few member benefits here. Of course, as a network, we will be providing collaboration opportunities to you. And once you check it from the organizational perspective as a marketing strategy, it is good to have such prestigious being listed under ENAI, because it will show the others that you are paying attention to academic integrity values, to the fundamentals of academic integrity. Of course, if you become the member, then you will have the opportunity of influencing our board, because you will be able to choose board members. We renew board members every 3 years, so you will be voting for this. And there will be some discounts to attend ENAI events. We mentioned annual conferences and the other training events, and we are providing discounts to our member organizations. Even you can go further and propose to organize a conference at your institution. Organizing a conference at your institution, an academic integrity conference at your institution, will bring several opportunities to your organization, to your institution, and even to your country, because you will be able to increase the awareness of both the members at your institution and the others around there. And also you will have access to consultants, experts, mentors, speakers that ENAI will be providing to you. Of course, you will be receiving regular newsletters and the other online tools that we are providing to our members. Lastly, I'd like to mention about supporters, how to become an ENAI supporter. To do this, please visit our webpage. You will see the link here, how to become a member. You will be filling an application form. For member institutions, we need to work with legal entities engaged in educational activities. So you will be filling in an application form on behalf of your university, and director will be agreeing to become a member of European Network for Academic Integrity. And then director will assign a representative, appoint a representative of your organization. Of course, in addition to members, if your institution, for example, does not become a member institution, you will still have the chances of cooperating with ENAI by becoming a supporter. Supporters do not have the right to vote in order to elect board members, but they will be benefiting from many of the other opportunities that we are providing to our members. Please visit the related link here and fill the form. After you fill the form, if this is an institutional membership, it needs to be approved by the board. Then after the payment of the membership fee, your university will be listed as a member institution. Okay, I'd like to thank you all and leave it to Dita for the further slides.
So good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, everyone. Let's now take a look at the educational materials which ENAI provides. It's it's one of our valuable benefit which we offer to everyone. We have a database of educational materials. Some of them were created in ENAI, and the other one we are just trying to find interesting materials all over the world and provide the links to these materials. So if you would like to promote your educational materials related to academic integrity, just let us know, and we will include the links to your materials into the ENAI database. The educational materials I provided to multiple target groups, to the teachers, to the students. You can filter the materials according to the target groups. And also there are various types of materials, starting from very tiny materials, which is just like one-page simple infographics or just a short paragraph or short exercise. There are more complex materials, just like entire courses or entire lectures, guidelines for entire workshop, including the handouts which you can use within the lectures. Or within the workshop. The main idea when we were creating this database was not to reinvent the wheel. So this is the reason why the materials in the database are not only the original materials, but why we also like to provide the links to the already existing materials. So I guess we can now check the website. So I'm going to share my screen. So yeah, I guess you can see my screen, right? Yeah. So here is the database of the materials when you open it. So you can see on the top some of the most popular materials. Here you can search the materials within using some keyword which might match the material. But as we promised, we are going to share the materials particularly on the topic of the contract cheating. So to search all the materials related to contract cheating, I think it would be best to go through the filters and filter it according to the keyword. And we don't have it among the first three, but you can find contract cheating here. So let's search the materials on the contract cheating. You can see we have right now 31 materials which are related to contract cheating. You can scroll through them. I would suggest you, if you would be doing this search, to filter the materials also according to the language, because we have the materials not only in English, but we have them also in many other languages. So you can see here that here among the materials, we have some material in Slovenian, we have here material in Slovak, in Lithuanian and Latvian. I'm sorry, I'm not, I don't recognize which of them is this one. So you can see there are materials in many languages. So you can just, I really suggest you to filter the English one. From the materials, I would like to point a few particular one. One of them is called How to Deal with Contract Cheating. And this is an outline of a workshop which was created by my colleague from Menlo University, by Veronika Kralikova. And the workshop is the basic outline of the problematic of contract cheating. It works really well when you need to, for example, speak with your management or with the teachers and convince them that the contract cheating is really an issue. She provides their results from her research, showing the data, so it's like ready to use. And there are also some best practices what to do in case of the contract cheating. So you can just take the workshop, it's available there in the PPTX, so you can just take it, adjust it however you need, and use it by yourself. Most of our materials in the database I provided under the Creative Commons license, either CC BY, so just you can do whatever you want and you just need to stay the author, or CC BY share alike, do whatever you want, stay the author, and please share it also under some public or open license. So this was one of the materials. The other one, which I wanted to show you, is one, and then there will be one more, from a collection of so-called real-life examples. We were preparing a collection of real-life examples showing that academic integrity is important not only during the studies within the university, but also that the academic integrity is all important anytime later during the life of the students. So here there I selected two real-life examples which are related to contract cheating, and all real-life examples, they are built as a story of a person. This time it's a story of a person who had a problem with a contract cheating, or who actually committed contract cheating, and also with their consequences, what happened with them. Both real-life examples are based on real stories. Of course, the stories are really anonymized, so we don't tell like any real names there and so on. And also the material as a real-life example is built in the way that there are also some didactical questions. So you have there some tasks for the audience. You can ask it's like ready to use, so you know what to ask them. Again, they are available in the editable form, so you can adjust them however you need. So there is a story, Sweet Revenge is a story of a girl who had their diploma thesis written by some company, and then later it was revealed as a sweet revenge that she had her diploma thesis written by someone else, and it ruined her career. Here there's a story of a person who was so not sure about her own skills that she would not manage to write well her master thesis. So she hired someone, she paid him a huge amount of money, and then the person never delivered the work that she ordered. So it's like then the rest of her story and the rest of her consequences. So I selected these two materials as an example because I think it's might be quite interesting, because it's not the usual point of view on the contract cheating when we just explain why it is bad, but we like really show that it has some consequences, and we should really not do anything like this. And of course, there are many more materials on contract cheating. There are some webinars, there are some workshops, and so on. So I really invite you to check the database and search for the material which would be suitable for you. So let's now check the glossary and guidelines. Inga?
Yes, so we also, after the project, we had two very important results. So we developed a glossary on the terms of academic integrity and the linked document of guidelines. So Dita, if you go to the link of the glossary, you will see that we not only have it in English language, but we have it translated into quite many other project languages. So you can see Czech, German, Italian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Portugal, Slovenian, Turkish, and I think Greek. Yes. And we have over 100 of terms included in the glossary, and also it has a group of terms related to contract cheating. And also the glossary, you can use it as a PDF document, but also as an online glossary, which you can see now on the screen. So basically you click on the term and you see the definition of it. And also you can find synonyms if we have them related in the glossary and so on. So I think it is a very important and useful resource, in particular that we have connected the terms in different languages. And also we have a related resource of the guidelines. So Dita, if you could go there. So guidelines we have as a PDF document, and basically it is linked to the terms in the glossary. However, in the guidelines, we have a much more explicit discussion about the phenomenon under the terms. We provide some explanations, suggestions, good practices, examples, and so on. So again, if you are interested to learn more about contract cheating, what it means, what forms it can acquire, what could be the solutions, you can also use glossary and guidelines as your reference points. So thank you. I think we can move further with our presentation.
I was hoping, Dita, you could stay a bit longer but I can share my screen instead. Continue with our presentation. We don't have much more to tell you because we wanted to take some time also to discuss, to give you the opportunity to ask us questions. So please prepare them. ENAI is also supporting several projects and several research projects, and we have already mentioned that this is an excellent way to find partners for different research projects. So two of these projects are there regarding contract cheating. Between 2017 and 2018, a global essay Mills survey was done. That is a project led by Rebecca Audrey from Australia, but several ENAI members were also involved. The survey was sent to 22 countries, and we got more than 10,000 answers from different places in the world. And it's a very interesting method to see similarities and differences between different countries. And you can read more about that project on our website. Another project is International Contract Cheating Project, ICOP. And this project is ongoing right now. So if I'm certain that if you would like to join that project, you can contact Veronika Kralikova, or you can contact Zina Rizakhan that are leading this project. This is a project that's not only doing service, but it's a mixed method project in order to gain more insights about contract cheating in different countries. And I know that they are open for more people coming in this project, and it would really be interesting to see how we can learn from each other, because when we know the situation, what it is in different countries, then we can develop more better approaches and learn from best practices, simply how to deal with this issue. When it comes to research, of course, we have our annual conference. It's European Conference on Academic Integrity and Plagiarism. And we have just invited you to save the date from 9th to 11th June 2021. And because of COVID-19, we have decided to have this conference completely online. It's going to be organized jointly between Mendel University in Brno and Uppsala University in Sweden. It's going to be for 3 days, a bit shorter days, because we don't want you to sit in Zoom from morning to late in the evening. And we have just started to plan this conference, and we really want to invite you all to join us, because it's a virtual conference. You don't have to travel, and we already had one virtual conference in Dubai this year, so we have some experience and lessons learned. So I think it's going to be really, really interesting, and I'm really looking forward to it. Now I'm going to stop to, I wanted also to just thank you for your attention and invite you to subscribe to our regular newsletters. We are also on Facebook and on Twitter. But what I want you to do now is just to discuss a bit for the next 15 minutes before we end this session. What are the best practices regarding contract cheating in your countries? What do you think? What ENAI as an organization can do to help us? Do you have any questions, or do you have any ideas?
I've been looking at the Sonia. I've been looking at the chat throughout, and there aren't any specific questions here. There's been lots of comments and lots of chat, and it looks as though we've got an Antipodean
cheating in your countries. What do you think?
Why my sound's coming on the YouTube?
Do you have any
shouldn't do
questions, or do you have any?
Hear the YouTube feed, and mine's off, so someone's got it on. Okay, sorry.
Sonia, I've been looking at the chat throughout, and there aren't any specific questions here. There's been lots of comments and lots of chat.
Yeah, I'm getting my own voice back. So someone's got the YouTube.
Okay, I think I solved that.
Okay, right. Sorry, I've got a question for you until we can get someone else. Yeah, I've got a question. So, on to all of you. Being a member of ENAI, what difference has that made to you personally and to your institution? So who wants to go first? Yeah, so Inga.
Yeah, maybe I can say so. I think one of the biggest things that I gained from being in ENAI is that the whole perspective has widened really, really a lot. So because when you when you encounter some issues in your institution and you try to solve them locally, you usually see it in a very narrow perspective. And in ENAI, both with the project partners and later with all the people whom I met during the conferences, ENAI events, and other kind of discussions, you realize how much more there is to think about, how many different practices there are among the countries, and really there are so many of the good practices that one can employ, and you wouldn't even think about that if you stay your narrow local context. So I think that was the biggest value and the biggest gain that I found.
Salim, I think you were next.
Thank you, Irene. For me, the most important thing is having the opportunity of collaborating with the others. There is unfortunately no academic integrity policy development at my university. I'm trying to do my best as a lecturer, and several other lecturers are supporting me, and year by year, this increasing the awareness of the others. And a few weeks ago, I managed to publish a proposal to the rectorate for the establishment of Academic Integrity Center at my institution. I consider this very important because once it is approved, we will be waiting for the approval from the Council of Higher Education. Once it is approved, it means that we will be able to produce our own institutional policy in addition to some other educational materials and organize training events. So it means that we will have legislation and some legal support in order to have stronger, more activities in a wider impact way. So this was the most important improvement from my institutional perspective. Thank you.
Okay, Sonia, do you want to come in?
Yeah, well, I'm in Sweden. We are a bit special, as for instance, GEMS project has shown, because generally contract cheating, for instance, is not happening as much as in other countries. But, however, if you look at the discussion boards and on the internet, you can find things. But the problem is that teachers are not aware of that problem at all. So they are very naive because they don't expect anyone to do it. So from my perspective, it's very good for being a part of ENAI is that I can show, okay, this is happening, and it is happening in Sweden as well. So it's a bit special situation, I guess, when it comes to contract cheating. When it comes to all other things regarding academic integrity, is that I have found fantastic community of people that are engaged and interested. And because when you work with academic integrity, you're very often maybe one or two people at the institutions. You can feel really, really alone with this interest sometimes, but in this community, it's very welcoming community, and you can really find a place and people that can be interested in this. I think it's a very extremely important issue, but you know, you can learn from each other, and yeah, ENAI has been an amazing experience, and I have gained so many personal friends as well. So I would really like to welcome everyone to join this marvelous community.
And I can personally echo the same sentiments as Sonia. Thank you very much for that. Dita and Thomas, I don't know whether Thomas is tuned in. He's here, but he's not. We haven't got his picture. But Dita, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I would just like go back to the materials, and I guess there was some notes about them in YouTube chat that. We really encourage you to share your materials with us, even when your materials are not perfectly ready and you don't think they are ready for whole world to see them. We have student interns who are helping us with the ENAI, and they can help you to create the materials to be ready to share. So really, yeah, we would be more than happy if you share your materials with us, and you can really see it as a way of promoting your materials. We do not take your materials and download them into our database unless you want it, but we can just really provide the links in the database. So as you search the materials with all these different filters and all the different keywords, you can just someone can find your material and they would be just linked to your material. So we don't have to we will not definitely steal your material, but we just want to help you to promote the materials, because I think it's great when someone creates educational material to share it or to get it to as many people as possible, to get as big audience as possible.
So what about if somebody wants to take some materials from ENAI and then translate them into their own language?
Okay, so as I said, our own materials, they are under the Creative Commons licenses, so it's perfectly okay to take it and share and translate it to your own language. And then after the translation, we would be again more than happy then if you can share back your translated material again with us, so we can include it into the database. And you can just contact us with your translated material, or just with any information that you are going to translate a material. You can contact us via Facebook, or you can write us an email to info@academicintegrity.eu, and then we will guide you and we will help you.
Thank you, Dita. Shiva, would you like to come in? You haven't said anything so far. Are you asleep there, or are you drinking coffee? What are you doing?
No, I'm alive. I'm still alive and
You're
kicking.
still alive. Can we see your picture? I know you've been sitting there all the way through and you've not said anything, so it would be great to see.
I mean, I couldn't find the video, but you know,
okay, don't worry. We can imagine you.
Yes. I mean, one other thing I find it difficult my institutional point of view is that it's always the certain member of staff who are interested in the academic integrity. They always collaborate. But having said that, but me being part of ENAI really helped me not only in linking with the people with the same interest within and outside the university, and also the international. I have established loads of international contacts and collaboration. The most importantly, that one of the stuff I was successful in is reaching out to the local school, because if you go as my university, then they will think about, okay, this is a part of a university activity for recruitment. But if I go as a member of European Network of Academic Integrity, then the acceptance of, oh, here is somebody who is going to guide us and then help us. So that actually helped me as well. And above all, you know, I really love the way that the interaction with the international partners, and I never thought that this is more or less an international family for me. So, you know, I think we can establish as well as achieve something involving all the schools and the universities. So for me, it has been a great opportunity.
Thank you, Shiva. That's brilliant. And those of you who don't know Shiva, Shiva is based at the University of Derby in the UK, but he's originally from Sri Lanka. Oh, there you are. You've got your mics off, Shiva.
Yeah, you can see me now. Yeah.
So we can see him too. That's great. Thank you for that. Thomas, do you want to come in? I know you've been busy. You've been busy in the chat, but we haven't seen you or heard of you on. Hi.
Hello, everyone. Well, I prefer not to jump in with my camera on because I'm not dressed properly as Salim is. So, so consider Salim as a representing ENAI. But yeah, I wanted to comment on something which appeared in chat. There was a suggestion about establishment of a designated working group, which would deal with contract cheating specifically. We haven't thought about that before, because we have the working group for educational materials. Dita presented the results of this working group. We have also working group of surveys. which was involved in the project, which collected incredible amount of useful data about the extent of contract cheating, about the reasons, and so on. So we didn't feel that we need like this specific working group, but I could see in the chat on YouTube that Thomas Lancaster and Felicity Prentice already volunteered to join that group. So we can consider this this suggestion at the next board meeting and perhaps establish such a working group.
Yeah, you can count me in too.
Of the other board members here.
So I think that will be a very popular working group. So we've got a few more minutes if anybody wants to make any points, and I can see Sue and Deirdre are here already. So we've got the next session lined up already to start, but you have about 3-4 minutes left. So if there's anybody who wants to make any kind of closing remarks before we.
Can I just ask one question from all the participants that,
Yes, please.
Involving the student union, how successful you are? Because for me, it depends on the time of the year and also whether the union president is really interested in working with us. I mean, for the past 2 years, I was really successful, but this year, I'm more or less struggling to engage with the student union, not the students, to the student union.
Certainly from my own perspective, if you need to get the links with the right people in the students union, and then you're just pushing on an open door. But you're right, it depends on that. So any thoughts from our audience or from the panelists about working with students? Anyone like to speak? Sonia?
Yes, on this Monday, ENAI is having webinars whole week because this is Academic Integrity Week. So this Monday, we had a webinar with student representatives from different countries about academic integrity and specifically contract cheating.
You record that, Sonia?
Yes, it's recorded. It's on the ENAI. If you go to ENAI the website and /webinar, you can see the recording. And it was a marvelous discussion. It was moderated by Zinath, and we had students from Greece, from Turkey, from Lithuania, and from Latvia. Sorry. Yes, and it was a marvelous discussion. What was very interesting that they all started with "I was inspired by," and there was a teacher. And that's what I think is very important, to see our roles, teachers as role models, and the importance that we can over and over again over years inspire students and put that legacy further. So I think, look at this, it was an amazing discussion, and you can get so many good insights from this really engaged student champions.
That's a great kind of closing thought to leave us all with, is that we do inspire students ourselves on integrity. That's brilliant. Do you just want to get a plug in for your webinars coming up on Thursday and Friday?
Yes, tomorrow we are talking about, we have a teacher panel webinar, and the reason for that is now suddenly everyone is teaching online. Everything has changed because of pandemic, and we want to discuss the insights gained, best practices involved, and it's going to be an amazing discussion. We have guests from the ICAI, we have guests from Vera, and we have several people that are here today that are going to continue this conversation tomorrow, and it's going to be really amazing, I think. So please join us. And if you can't join us, you can still watch the recording. If you, I think the registration might be closed, but send me an email, sonia.bielobaba@moderna, I'm very modern, so moderna.uu.se. So send me an email, I'm going to let you in and send you the link. And on Friday, Shiva, and the worst part this week is trying to get to pronounce Shiva's name right. Shiva no, I'm not there yet, but maybe on Friday I'll be able to do that. He's going to talk about ethics in medical, from a medical perspective, medical schools perspective. So it's really going to be really interesting. Not only, I don't think it's, I've been on his webinar before, and it's not only about the medical education as well, but everyone can be really, it's a very important issue for everyone actually, and insights can be applied to different forms. So
that's
please.
brilliant. So if you can put your details in the chat, and then people can in the chat for the YouTube, then people can see it later on. I'm going to just close now and say thank you very much for a really, really interesting talk, my friends and I, and hopefully people will tune into your webinars later on in the week. So thanks everyone. Bye bye. I'm going to put up the slide that links us to the next presentation now, and hopefully we'll be with you back on the hour with the next talk, which is a QQI from Ireland.
Hi, Irene.
Can you use the chat because
it comes out?
Yeah, thank you. Hello everyone. For some reason, I couldn't see the chat during while I was sharing the screen. So, but we're on the hour now, so I'm really happy to introduce Deirdre and Sue from QQI. And I met Deirdre in Cyprus about a year ago, wasn't it, that we met?
It was. That doesn't seem like a year ago, Irene.
It doesn't seem like a year ago. There's a lot happened since then. And I've been, Sue has been part of the organising group for this Day of Action. So I've never met Sue, but we have been communicating for a very long time. So I'm going to hand over the proceedings to you. You are co-hosts now, and the floor is yours for the next year.
Fantastic. Thank
Next
you
year,
very
the
much.
next hour. Sorry.
The next hour.
Next hour.
We'll hopefully fill the hour well. So I've shared my screen. Hopefully you can all see that. My sound quality isn't absolutely fantastic here. Give me 1 second, see if I can do anything to improve that. Bear with me for 1 second. Okay, hopefully this will work for everybody. So thank you to Irene and to all of her colleagues at the ICAI, first of all, for hosting this marathon event, which focuses all of our attention on what is a very important and timely topic as we enter into a new, very unusual academic year for both staff and students. And thanks also for inviting QQI to participate. We're very grateful for this opportunity. I'm just going to, I realize my slides have gone too far. First of all, my name is Dr. Deirdre Stritch. I'm Manager for QA Approval and Monitoring at QQI and Programme Manager for Academic Integrity Projects. We have been asked, our brief today was to provide an overview of what's happening in Ireland in relation to academic integrity, and in particular, what actions are being taken to address academic misconduct, and obviously, given the theme of today's event, contract cheating in particular. So this is a two-parter. I will be talking about what we are doing from a regulatory and legal perspective, and my colleague, Sue Hackett, will be talking about what steps we are taken in this area in terms of enhancement initiatives, collaborative undertakings that we have in place with our higher education institutions and with our student body. So first of all, for those of you, and I imagine that's most of you, who aren't aware, Quality and Qualifications Ireland, QQI, is the national QA agency for both vocational and higher education in Ireland. We are a statutory body. We were established under legislation in 2012, so we're relatively new. And we're both a QA body for providers of education and training, but also an awarding body making qualifications across the 10 levels of our national framework of qualifications, of which QQI is also the custodian. So as you can see, we have an extremely broad remit. But at the heart of that remit is the protection of standards of national qualifications. So all of those other areas of activity ultimately come back to that core focus. In about 2016, give or take, it was determined that amendment legislation was required to strengthen QQI's regulatory powers across a number of areas. And as those changes were being considered, and because they were so extensive, it was considered a good time or an opportune moment to add items from the wish list, so to speak. So to bring in legislation in a broad range of areas. And one of the things that was agreed that we would include in the revised legislation was the criminalisation of cheating services for learners. So why was that? Why was that something that was considered sufficiently important to warrant creating legislation? And ultimately, it comes back to public confidence and trust in the qualifications system. It is enormously important. We can't overstate the importance of having public trust and confidence in our education system and in the qualifications that graduates emerge with. We need to know as a society that our graduates know and have acquired the skills and competences that their qualifications say that they will have. Now, obviously, when it comes to qualifications leading to professional practice, that's particularly important. So medicine and all of its sub-disciplines, engineering, law, accounting, etc., all of those areas, the risks associated with graduates not having acquired the skills or the competencies associated with their degrees are immense. I don't think any of us want to be treated by a doctor who has cheated their way or even part of the way through medical school. So there are obvious risks to public health and safety in those scenarios. But even beyond those disciplines leading to professional practice, there is a broad public concern and interest in ensuring that graduates of all subject areas have achieved the learning outcomes associated with their qualifications. Employers most obviously have an interest in this, but the graduates themselves, they're placed in a particularly invidious situation when entering into an environment where they're expected to know and do certain things that they don't and can't. So at a very global level, public confidence and trust in the education system diminishes when we find or when we suspect that graduates are emerging at a lower standard than anticipated. And there are all sorts of socio-economic consequences in that kind of scenario. So back in 2016, while there hadn't been any public discourse on the use of contract cheating services or essay mills, as they're typically referred to by Irish learners, QQI was aware of the emergence of these entities and of their ability to undermine confidence and trust in the national qualification systems and in the institutions, the universities and colleges within that system. So certainly in the Anglophone world at least, and as Irene knows, there's been some conversation about this outside of the Anglophone world and whether it's less of an issue there, but certainly within the Anglophone world over the last number of years, there has been a number of developments which focus the mind on this issue. There have been a number of disclosures about how essay mills work. As you can see from the headline on this newspaper article, I think this one was from 2019, there were the stories about how these entities are often based in developing countries, where you will have a cohort of English-speaking, educated, but underemployed young people who are vulnerable to exploitation by these essay mill companies targeting learners in wealthier jurisdictions. And here we have a headline covering a similar type of story. So as the previous headline that you've just seen, this is a New York Times story covering essay mills based in Kenya, and in this instance targeting learners in the United States, so producing essays and assignments to order for students in the US. So the extent to which entities such as this can impact on a national education and training system and can undermine public trust and confidence in that system was exemplified in what has come to be known as the Mine Master scandal in Australia that took place in 2014, 2015, and we may have Australian colleagues here with us who might be able to speak to this later. So in that case, over 1,000 learners, I think it was from about 16 Australian universities and TAFE, that's further education colleges, were discovered by investigative journalists at Fairfax Media to have been using essay mill services. And it caused an absolutely huge scandal. I think it was making newspaper headlines from what I recall for about 6 months. It was discussed extensively in government, and it undermined public confidence in the institutions as well as in the system. And we've been told by colleagues in the regulatory authorities and within institutions in Australia that it also had an impact on the international student market, which is very important in Australia. This is just another headline related to that story and the kinds of impacts and fallouts that there were for students who were caught up in the scandal as it was at the time. Meanwhile, and simultaneously closer to home, research was coming out of the UK by people like Michael Draper, Phil Newton, and what we have here is one of Phil's articles from 2018, which indicated the scale of the problem. And while this research, and I think it was this article possibly that referred to, I think it was 1 in 7 students self-reporting to have utilised contract cheating services or essay mills. And whilst this research didn't pertain to Ireland directly, we knew that it was only a matter of time before these issues emerged publicly in our own national context. We're not that different from everybody else. And whilst there might be a national or a domestic flavour to how these issues might play out in an Irish context, there was no doubt that this issue had reached our shores also. And we know that whilst cheating has always existed, and it is likely always to exist, contract cheating, essay mills, etc., as we've been discussing here, have increased the opportunities to cheat, whilst, as we understand it, also reducing the risk potentially of getting caught. And the consequence of that combination is that the problem is potentially magnified, and therefore its ability to impact negatively on the national qualification system is increased. So what I wanted to show you were just a couple of examples of sites that have come to our attention in the last couple of weeks, really. And I wanted to give those examples because they're slightly different models to maybe what we had seen previously or were expecting to see. And they give an example of the ways in which these types of companies target learners, the kinds of strategies that are used, and which in time may help us maybe to develop more targeted and effective methods of responding. This particular one that I have up on screen here, and I should say these are sites which appear to be offering essay and assignment cheating services. This one is IrelandAssignmentHelp.com, appears to be quite active in the Irish market currently, and it has an interesting feature or function which allows you to search what is purported to be or what looks like recent purchases by learners in Irish institutions. So you can do a search, I think I may have it here. Yeah, you can do a search and on it you get lists of bona fide Irish institutions. You come up with a lot of bona fide information on genuine assignment titles related to particular modules on real programs, and then they appear to have been recent purchases. There's a date associated with it. What's not 100% clear to us is whether or not these are actually genuine examples of recent purchases, or whether or not this represents a bit of a fishing expedition, for want of a better term, on the part of the provider. We have some evidence from liaison with the institutions involved when we sort of dug into some of these individual cases, that what has actually happened in some instances at least is that genuine information on assignments that is now publicly available online as institutions have moved online as part of, in response to the COVID-19 epidemic, that so assignment details that have been made publicly available have been lifted and used as a bit of a marketing device, as a marketing tool. So a learner who might enter their assignment title into a search engine, one of the first things they will come back with is this. And the message that they're getting is, look, one of your peers, in fact, one of your fellow students on the course that you're doing, on the module that you're doing right now, has already bought their essay from us. Perhaps you might consider doing something similar. And it helps create a legitimizing narrative around this type of activity. So in some instances, quite useful and legitimate information is provided. You know, it's suggesting how you might go about structuring your own assignment in response to that assignment title, how you might organize your research, etc., etc. The kinds of information that you would expect to be provided by an academic writing support unit in an institution. And then at the bottom of all that, or somewhere midway through, a link saying, but if you'd like us to take the work on board for you, why don't you get us to write a non-plagiarized essay for you. So the kinds of text that's used, the kinds of marketing devices that are used on these sites, all works towards sanitizing this behavior on the part of learners. This is something that is safe. This is something that is okay. This is something that your peers have already engaged with, likely successfully. Why don't you consider doing it too? So it takes perhaps some of the stigma out of engaging in this kind of activity on the part of learners. It's quite a clever marketing device. Another site that has come on our radar recently, and bear with me when I try and pronounce this, I always get it wrong, it's stu.u.com. Many of you may be familiar with it already. It's a website founded, I think it's in the Netherlands back in 2013, from what I'm aware of, for enterprising students. And it allows, it's like an online marketplace. Students can upload a variety of study materials, including past assignments and essays, which are then, so they sell them to the website and they're then sold on to other learners. They have an active presence across a number of countries, and we are reliably informed in the last couple of weeks that this site is very aggressively targeting learners in Irish institutions via social media, Facebook, etc. In recent weeks, encouraging learners to sell on their materials, including past assignments, for sale. We know of at least one institution that has successfully managed to have its materials removed from the site recently, following threat of legal action. But a very active site actively targeting Irish learners. Again, all of the messaging on the website, it's really quite sophisticated, is about sanitizing and legitimizing this activity on the part of learners. So if you go, there's a blog there, and it's quite hipster, you know. We work in this funky office in the Netherlands. Our whole task is to help students, to help each other in order to excel, and it's about, you know, it's peer learning almost, you know, and it goes a long way. It's quite clever. It goes a long way to making these kinds of activities seem safe and to seem usual and the norm. So that's the broad context in which Ireland looked towards enhancing its toolkit to deal with this kind of activity. And in 2019, an Amendment Act was passed which introduced changes to the underpinning legislation that gave rise to QQI in the first place. And Section 43A of that Amendment Act provides a statutory basis for the prosecution of those who facilitate cheating by learners, who advertise cheating services and who publish advertisements for cheating services. And QQI is the body responsible for bringing prosecutions under this section of the Act. This particular section of the Act then was commenced in November, so almost 11 months ago, in November 2019. So for anyone who's interested, I've included links there, and you can follow through to find the exact text of that piece of legislation. So what did the law do, or what's the law do? Section 43A, the Act, makes it an offence to provide or advertise cheating services, and it identifies 9 new offences which can be loosely grouped under 4 main headings. So it is now an offence to impersonate a learner in an exam situation, for example, or to undertake in whole or in part any work required as part of a programme in the place of the enrolled learner without the permission of the provider. It's an offence to provide cheating services of any kind, so answers for an exam, to do part or all of an assignment, or to provide answers before an exam. It's an offence to advertise cheating services in any way, and it is an offence to publish advertisements for cheating services in any way. And there are penalties associated for breaches of this law. Penalties range from fines of up to €100,000 and or prison sentences of up to 5 years, depending on the nature of the offence, the severity of the offence. There's a few things worth noting about the legislation. It does not penalise the student who has done the cheating. So the law is not penalising the learners themselves. Cheating is in and of itself not a criminal act. It is still academic misconduct, and therefore it continues to be subject to the normal disciplinary procedures and academic sanctions within the university or the college, but it is not a legal offence in and of itself. What is an offence is to facilitate a learner to cheat in any way. So that's the first part. The second thing is that the legislation is phrased in such a way as to be sufficiently broad to prosecute anyone who facilitates cheating. And we know that anecdotally, at least from our experience in Ireland, the vast majority of cheating is still local. It is peer. It's peer-based. It's former learners assisting current learners by selling on their previous assignments, for example. Or in some instances, it may be well-intentioned but ill-advised assistance being provided by family members, friends, etc., etc. Those are not the types of activities that the Department of Education and Skills, who is responsible for sponsoring this act, or KQI, the body responsible for implementing it, are intending to address. We do not have mandatory, this does not fall within the remit of the mandatory reporting legislation in Ireland. And so our advice to institutions is those are not the kinds of cases that we will be taking legal action against. What we intend to use the legislation for is to address organised for-profit entities operating at scale, which are targeting learners in the Irish system. So the SA mills that we've just been referring to. And so we are seeking ongoing legal advice as to how best we can use the legislation in that way. So it's worth noting a few things here is, first of all, the legislation doesn't just pertain to higher education, it pertains to all education and training nationally with the exclusion of school-based awards. However, it was considered that we would focus on higher education in the first instance, as this is the area considered of highest risk. The second thing to state is that we do not see the law or the legislation in any way as being the ultimate or only response to this issue. In fact, it's a bit of a blunt instrument in many ways. What we see it as one element in a much broader toolkit to effectively embed a culture of academic integrity in Irish institutions, which minimises the potential and the desire for learners to engage in academic misconduct. And what that means in practice is that quality assurance continues to be the primary instrument that we will be utilising in this challenge, or to address this challenge. As certainly in an Irish context, and this is the same across most European countries, the primary responsibility for quality assurance rests with institutions, with the universities and the colleges, and with the staff within that institution, who all share in that responsibility. PQI then works collaboratively with institutions to support and facilitate the development, the embedding, and the sharing of good practice in this area. So in that regard, and this is something that Sue will be talking to you about in much more detail in a moment, we've established a National Academic Integrity Network, and the network is currently finalising a national lexicon for academic integrity so that we have a common language to discuss these issues, and is developing QA guidelines for academic integrity, and Sue will talk to you in a lot more detail about all of that. But what all of this comes back to is that the threat posed by academic misconduct, particularly this kind of academic misconduct, is much bigger than any one institution. And so we need to ensure that we have a coordinated, collective national approach where we have the regulatory body, the institutions and learners working together to ensure that we can address these challenges together. So it's not intended that we will be pursuing legal cases on a regular or routine basis. Rather, the fact that the legislation exists will hopefully serve to raise awareness of the significance of this issue, allow us actions and steps to address it, encourage advertisers and publishers to work with us, national authorities, and within the law to moderate the content that they carry that may breach the law. And ultimately, it's to modify learner behaviour so that we can collectively contribute to a positive culture of academic integrity. So the national approach has 4 elements in it really, and the first and most important element is around enhancement, and again the focus being on quality assurance. I'm not going to go into this too much because it's something that Sue is going to be picking up with you, but the key strand in that from a higher education perspective is our National Academic Integrity Network. So I'm just going to put a pin in that and Sue will pick it up. The second part is communications. We want to have ongoing constructive dialogue with a variety of stakeholders, providers, learners, advertisers, publishers, etc., so that we are all aware and working together to ensure that we have the best chance of minimising the impact and reach of contract cheating companies and academic misconduct generally in the Irish system. The third element, again, is around the national coordination piece. So there are other national agencies that we will be working with, the Advertising Standards Authority of Ireland, for example, but that coordination and cooperation extends beyond our national borders. Contract cheating is a global problem. A lot of these companies are going to be based offshore. And so that kind of coordinated approach needs to extend out to our partners in the UK, within Europe, and further afield. And in that regard, for example, we do have MOUs in place with the EQAA in the UK, with the TEXA in Australia, and part of our ongoing dialogue and regular routine information sharing is around issues of academic integrity. In terms of our next steps then and what we intend to do around this, we are in ongoing dialogue with our legal advisors on ways that we can use the law to support our objectives in this area. We are looking for opportunities to include a focus on academic integrity into our routine regulatory interaction with our providers, with our universities and colleges. For example, in the annual quality reports that are submitted by universities and colleges, in our cyclical institutional reviews, in our program validation processes, program approval processes, in our routine monitoring processes, etc. So that this is something that is at the forefront of our minds on a regular basis, and not something that only comes to our attention when there's a problem. You know, when there is a case of academic misconduct, that we are proactively putting measures in place and reviewing and monitoring the effectiveness of those on a regular basis. We are looking for opportunities to add value through enhancement initiatives, and Sue will talk to you about that in more detail. We're working on a dedicated communication strategy targeting learners, and again, Sue is going to pick up on that one with you. We are working with advertisers and web platforms. So we have a model in place with an Irish-based advertising company, Distilled SCH, which operates a number of buy and sell type websites, so adverts.ie, donedeal.ie. Those are platforms where individuals can advertise items that they have for sale and other members of the public can buy. We have a model in place now whereby when we come across advertisements for cheating services on those websites, we notify Distilled SCH, which immediately takes them down and can share information with us on the individual advertisers. And that's a model that we would like to replicate and grow. And that model of collaborative action with other bodies is again something that is very, very useful and that we want to replicate. We will continue to work with our colleagues internationally because, as I mentioned, this is not a national problem exclusively, and we are not likely to be able to effectively address it on our own. This requires much broader collegial activity and information sharing across borders. We do have a web page dedicated to this item on the QQI website. I've put the URL in there for those of you who are interested in hearing about what we're doing on a regular basis or looking at some of the resources that we have put together. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Sue, to take up the discussion of where we're at from an enhancement side of things. Sue.
Thanks, Deirdre. Can everybody hear me? And Deirdre, you're going to do the slides, I think, aren't you? So
yes, I will do.
Could you just go on to the next one? That's great. Okay, so as Deirdre mentioned, we have established a national academic integrity network that started in November 2019, although it's really been active since January. My role in this project is on the enhancement side, and really my main focus in 2020 has been growing and fostering that network so that it becomes more of a sort of community of practice, as perhaps what it may have been at the beginning, which was more of a list of names and contact details. So at the moment we have, as Deirdre said, we're concentrating firstly on higher education. At the moment, within the National Academic Integrity Network, we have all our public higher education institutions and a number of private colleges as well, those that have quality assurance agreed with QQI. So we have at the moment a max of 32 higher education institutions represented. We also have the representative bodies, the Irish Universities Association, and 2 others, also with 8 members on the network. We have the network is controlled by, or at least directed by, a steering committee, which is drawn from the membership. And interestingly, and very much in line with what Deirdre was saying earlier, we are very aware of the need to involve learners in all of this, that it can't be something that HEI staff and other bodies like ourselves are somehow growing, expanding, becoming more aware of in terms of academic integrity and what that means in terms of behavior, when we haven't got learners right at the center of this, driving it forward with us. So we have 8 student union officers across the higher education landscape, also very active in the network. And we have what the education officer from the Union Union of Students in Ireland, also on the steering committee. And that really has been key to making sure that what we're doing and what we're planning and how we're reaching out and communicating is relevant, valid, accessible, etc., all those things. The HEI members are nominated by their registrars, so the idea is that they act as institutional leads. They're not just there in their individual capacity because they have an interest, they're there as the link between the institution and the network. And indeed, as the year has gone on, we've really grown and expanded that role. The steering committee it's chaired by a deputy registrar from one of our universities. It has some Deirdre, myself, and a couple of colleagues from QQI on it as well. But we're very aware that we're supporting, we're facilitating, rather than driving anything. And we are also, of course, organising events on behalf of the network. As Deirdre mentioned, we have a National Academic Integrity Week taking place as I speak, finishing on Friday. Okay, could you go on to the next slide, Deirdre, please? The objectives of the network for 2020 are, as you can see there. So to establish the nature of academic misconduct, one of the issues identified by the network was that although there was a lot of anecdotal discussion and, if you might want to call it, evidence around what was happening, we didn't have any sort of benchmark from which to sort of build and plan from. So one of the working groups in the network for this year has been working with the NAME membership to get data from the HEIs, collate it and establish a benchmark to give us some indication of the extent of misconduct nationally in higher education, and also kind of where it sits. Is it infringement of exams? Is it contract cheating? Is it workplace infringements of some sort? That we're in the process of finalizing that data for further discussion in December. We're also looking at what measures we have been looking at, the membership that is, what measures institutions can take to both protect staff and learners from succumbing to academic misconduct, and what kind of strategies and procedures can be developed and put in place, as well as how to address it in a consistent and systematic way when suspicion is raised. For that, we have drafted some interim academic integrity guidelines. These are advisory and to offer support to the HEIs. And we're in the process currently of getting feedback from the NAME membership, from their institutions on these, in order to finalize them and have them published and out there to support higher education institutions going forward as of 2021. We also have another working group headed by the education officer of the Union of Students in Ireland, which is looking at the development of a communication strategy, which is student-facing, and that strategy is now agreed and finalized and, if you like, out there. And they're working on a student campaign at the moment to really raise awareness for students as to what academic integrity is, how they can avoid it, if you like, and how they can work with their peers as well to establish practices and behaviours which enable them to avoid succumbing or even inadvertently breaching academic integrity. Deirdre, would you go on there? As I said, the purpose of the network is to advise and offer guidance in the following ways to our network, and we hope that that is cascaded and disseminated through the membership, and indeed that isn't a one-way communication. There's interaction and feedback coming back to the network as well. So we offer guidance, the network offers guidance on the current landscape, and the data that has just been collected will, I think, be extremely useful in informing that. One of the points that have come out of that so far is that a lot of more thinking around maybe infringement of examinations is being identified, but very little around contract cheating. Although the network and the HEIs we work with would suspect that that may be because we haven't nationally got a systematic approach to how we're identifying and dealing with that. We've got a new lexicon agreed now, which gives us a common discourse around terms to use. We're raising awareness with webinars. We have 14 events happening this week, 8 of which are being run by ENAI members. So there's a lot of sort of collaborative discussion and interaction taking place, all of which is really key to furthering this idea of a national community of practice. We've got the learners very actively involved. It's been really encouraging to see how engaged students have become over the last 12 months. And a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, a lot of teasing out of what is happening currently and how we can drive this forward as a network to really foster this culture of academic integrity and embed it as a core consideration within the various institutions. Deirdre, if you wouldn't mind going on, thank you. So here we are. This is the roles of the members, and although that was written in the terms of reference at the beginning, it has taken some time to really give members the confidence and the profile within their institutions to really engage and become fully active, and that's really emerged as the year has gone on. It's important, of course, that the feedback, when I first got involved, a good deal of the feedback was really the network members' own feedback. But now we are really managing to, or they are managing to infiltrate, communicate, build bridges with relevant committees and staff members in their institutions. And we're getting much richer and more diverse feedback as a result, which I think is really useful. Carrie, yes, please, Deirdre, if you wouldn't mind. There are 2 primary audiences, of course, which are the staff and the students. And as I've said, the learners are really at the center of this, and their engagement has been really quite inspiring to see. I must say, I think, yeah, as the momentum and the profile of this network has grown, learners and various key leaders in student communities in the HEIs have got more actively involved. The message that cheating is not a victimless activity has been a very strong one. It's in the video that is about to go out to students. That's landing with the network sometime this week and will be disseminated to the HEIs for sharing with their students through the student unions. Yeah, messages around for induction, messages for students and staff at induction, but most importantly, the awareness that it must be reiterated. It can't just be said at one time or presented at one time and then forgotten about. And that this is the responsibility of all staff, not just academic staff, but pastoral staff, librarians, facility staff, etc., as well as students. We're also engaged with the professional bodies here, some dialogue with employers, really to raise awareness around this initiative with other key stakeholders. Deirdre, yes, please. The next one.
Sorry, this is not seem to want to go forward for me. If you bear with me for a second. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, that's very good. Thanks, Deirdre. Here are our working groups. We'll be reconsidering them in January. They're pretty much fulfilled the tasks that they were given. Each working group has about 10 members who were volunteers from the network. The network has 76 members, I think. At the moment, it's grown from from roughly about 48 at the beginning of the year. And there's some great, not only the documents that have come out and been agreed and discussed and disseminated, but it has really been interesting to follow their discussions and to see how, as awareness has grown, how many more ideas and have also taken hold from this. So these, in working group 1, there are 2 documents are being finalized with network feedback at the moment. The data, as I was saying, is taking the collation and the analysis in working group 2 as we speak, to be shared at our next plenary meeting in December. And then working group 3, possibly really the most important one, because it's student facing, it's talking directly to learners, enrolled learners in higher education. We haven't considered learners who may be in senior cycle here or maybe accessing higher education yet, but they are on our radar, and that is something we will be thinking about for 2021. Deirdre, yes. And then finally, just going forward, what are we considering doing? And as I said, identifying and supporting categories of learners who may be more vulnerable, the 2nd to 3rd level transition learner, international learners. We have a high number of international learners enrolled in higher education institutions here, exploring approaches to protect students from the temptation to cheat. What has been really interesting is where students have said to us that they, or at least with it across the network, that they haven't realized that they were engaging in cheating. They didn't necessarily see what they were doing as cheating, and that in itself has been really quite revelationary, I think, to members. Identifying the problems staff have in identifying contract cheating, and that's detection is definitely going to be a focus for the network, I think, in the coming year. Identifying effective approaches to policy and procedures development and implementation. The overall, I suppose, overall aim of this network is to move towards and formulate a national approach to academic integrity. And obviously that's all part of it. And also empowering teaching staff when suspicions are raised. What we've found is that teaching staff, and I'm sure this isn't unique to Ireland, are reluctant sometimes to really raise their suspicions because they are not sure what the procedure is. They're not sure that they won't somehow be vilified by the students, and then if their suspicion is disproven or not correct or can't be, there isn't deemed to be sufficient proof, where does that leave them? Are they exposed to, for example, complaints from students? Okay, bit of a whistle-stop tour, but that's it.
Thank you, Deirdre and Sue. That was a really enlightening chat. I've put a couple of comments in the chat, some questions in there, but I'll take you through the questions that I've got so far. But one of the ones that's come up last, I'll do that first so I don't forget. People have been asking, is it possible to share the slides? I think people would like to see the slides. But if you're prepared to share them, we'll find some way to make those available.
Yes, absolutely. We can make the slides available. It's the easiest way maybe if I share them with you directly, and then we can look at ways which they could be distributed after the fact.
There were a couple of questions about implementing, and I think to some extent that was an earlier question. I think to some extent Sue's description of the network and what's been happening answered some of those questions, but the questions were about how are you implementing the legislations and have there been any prosecutions so far?
So that one, okay. So there have been actions taken have had some successes, but they were successes that happened before we got to go a court situation, which is obviously a positive because as anyone who's been involved in this kind of thing will know, taking a case to court is very resource intensive, it's very time consuming. So from our experience, it's worth noting that a lot of these cheating services, essay mills, are based offshore. They're not actually based in Ireland, and so therefore our remit does not extend to taking cases against entities not based within the Republic of Ireland. So that is one issue. However, we have had a case of a business operating in Ireland. Now, I won't go into details because this isn't fully closed yet, but we have had a company which was offering legitimate services to professionals in a given area, and in amongst the materials that were available on the website were former assignments and essays of past learners. We made contact, and that came to our attention because a college came to us and said they'd identified a few instances of academic misconduct amongst their student body, and when they investigated further, it led back to this site. So we made contact with the company. We had a series of very fruitful discussions and interactions, which led to the company taking on board what we had been saying. They changed their terms of reference to make it to publicly state that, so they operated a little bit as a kind of an online marketplace as well, to state that ads which contravene the new legislation would be immediately taken down, that the vendor would be banned from utilizing the website in the future, etc., etc. They did remove all offending material from the site, and so they went from being a potential problem to being a potential partner with us. And I think that's a useful model for us to use going forward if the business has otherwise legitimate functions and activities taking place. So avoiding court is usually a good thing if you can still have a positive outcome. So that is one example where the legislation had a direct positive impact already this year. As I said, we have that relationship in place with Distilled SCH, which is a domestic-based advertising agency. It has a number of different platforms, and again, we've had ads removed from websites operated by that entity based on, again, a collaborative arrangement. So it has worked in domestic, local context, but we haven't been able to pursue entities based offshore. However, we are looking at ways in which, we can send cease and desist letters, advise that operating in Ireland is problematic, etc. We're looking at ways that we might go about doing that. We're looking at ways, is it possible to block these websites from servers operating domestically? So at least in that way, you are minimizing the reach of the websites into a domestic context. We know that some of our institutions have blocked websites on their local servers, and we're looking at ways that we could do that at a bigger scale within Ireland. So Irene, I'm not sure if there are other, I'm just having a quick look at the chat to see if there are any other questions. I was going to say, is this a problem in Ireland and UK? I don't know if that question meant, is it an exclusive problem to Ireland and the UK? And I think the answer to that is no, it's not. From what I understand, this is a problem in lots of countries. And if you do a quick search, you can find advertisements for these kinds of tutoring services in a variety of languages and jurisdictions. So it's certainly not an Anglophone problem, although there seems to be quite a lot of research emanating from Anglophone countries on the topic. I'm just looking down through the chat. Sorry, I'm not sure if there are any other questions.
Sorry, I was mute. I was chatting away to you and I was on mute.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. There's a question in the chat from Brid Lane. What to do with lecturer reluctance to take action? And I think this was in response to Sue's statement about empowering teaching staff to take action. So his question is what to do with the lecturer reluctance, even when there's been reassurance from management?
I suspect in that instance, a lot of individual lecturer reluctance comes in a situation where there may not be a clearly articulated, consistent message coming from management about what can and should be done in that situation, and the fact that staff will be supported. So I think once you have a strong culture of academic integrity and support for that from management embedded in an institution, we would hopefully see far less reluctance to come forward. Some of the reluctance, and again, this is anecdotal, we don't know the scale of reluctance in Ireland. This is based in some part an assumption and our intention to mitigate that if it does exist. Is that there may be some misconceptions about the burden of proof required to take action. It is about the balance of probability, not a burden of proof in a criminal case. And I think that message needs to clearly go out. We do have some indication that we need to raise awareness levels and skills levels around the detection of this form of cheating.
Yeah.
From what we're hearing, are more comfortable perhaps detecting plagiarism or more traditional forms of cheating, because that's what we've kind of all become familiar with. There's a little bit of maybe a fear of the unknown when it comes to this kind of cheating, and how you would even go about uncovering it and what you would do then in terms of proving it. So we're looking at maybe some resources, perhaps webinars, some peer learning events, etc., that we can make available in this, covering this topic over the next few months. And it is something that's picked up on in the academic integrity guidelines that Sue was referring to. Sue, did you want to say anything more on that?
We're actually running out of time, but
sorry.
It's okay. No, we could talk for another hour, I'm sure. But if Sue would like to make a quick comment, and then
I think that pretty much covers it, really. But I mean, what I would encourage, and we encourage our network members to ask each other, what are they doing, so that practice can be shared.
Thanks very much to Deirdre and Sue. Just one quick question from Jane Rowley about, are there any plans to introduce into the legislation anything to do with degree mills?
No, there isn't currently any plans in this area, but you're right, these are not unrelated problems to some extent. We are conscious that some of the entities offering SA Mill services also offer fake degrees that you can purchase both, and that some learners who engage in this type of misconduct have already entered the system, perhaps on the basis of some false qualifications or certification to begin with. So they're not unrelated things, but no, there are no current plans to introduce legislation in that area. It's not ruled out, obviously, down the line, but there are no current active plans in that space.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been a really fantastic chat. We could go on forever, but unfortunately we're out of time. So I'm going to now hand over to Alicia. Alicia will introduce the next talk coming up in just a couple of minutes, and enjoy. And I'll be back in about an hour.
Thanks, Irene. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Irene.
Bye.
For the starting. Hello, welcome back to the ICAI's International Day of Action Against Contract Cheating. My name is Alicia and I will be your mediator for this session. Before we begin, I would like to mention that this live feed is dedicated to the memory of Tracy Bertaig, who recently passed away but was a respected champion of academic integrity. All sessions will be recorded and archived to the ICAI website. If you have any questions during the presentation, please add them to the YouTube chat. Now let's welcome our speakers for this hour's session titled Talking Intellectual Property, Authorship, and Contract Cheating with Students.
Okay, so should we begin? I think it's past the hour. So thank you so much, Alicia. It's great to be back. It's great to see that the ICAI's 20 Live 20 is going so well. We are so well attended. People around the globe are listening in, they're chatting, they're participating. So thank you, everybody. And of course, thank you, ICAI, once more for the platform so we can bring this very important, we can bring the student voices into this conversation. It's a global marathon of conversations from everywhere. And we're just so happy we're going to be able to bring in the students here as well. With me, I have Dr. Sarah Elaine Iton from Calgary University. Hi, Sarah. I know it's really early for you. Thank you for making it. We also have with us, we've got students who are from different school years. So we've got Krista. She is in 12th grade. Then we have Sarah, who is currently, she's finished school and she has just joined university, just as freshman year. We've got Amo, who is also 12th grade, and we've got Ria, who is 7th grader. So welcome everybody. I would like to begin with a quick introduction. So I will just give the mic to Dr. Sarah to just say a little bit about yourself.
Good morning, everyone. I'll say good morning because it's 5 a.m. here in Calgary. The sun has yet to rise, and I'm so excited to join my colleagues from around the world for this important session and to take part in this amazing day to promote academic integrity.
Okay, Krista, tell us about yourself, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Krista. I'm currently studying in year 12 in Al Yafa High School. And first and foremost, I'd like to describe myself as a debater. And I love to read, but there's a lot of studies going on right now, so not enough time to invest in reading. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, Sarah?
Hi, everyone. My name's Sarah. Well, before the pandemic began, I loved sports. I used to go out and play sports all the time. Now I'm stuck at home, and reading is my hobby too, but it's so tiring having to keep looking at something in front of you all the time, screen, a book. So I started learning languages. I'm currently trying out French. I hope I will in the future start studying languages like Turkish, Spanish, Italian.
Nice, global citizen. Ria, tell us about yourself a little bit, darling.
Hi, I'm Ria. I love to sing, write, debate, and I like sports. I also like to read. I have started reading since I was 4, and I started singing just like a few years ago. So I love everything that I do.
Okay, good. And the last on the list for us, Amok. Tell us about yourself, Amok.
Hi, I'm Amok. I'm in 12th. I'm currently studying commerce, and I like reading. I like sports. I like watching sports more than playing sports. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. And of course, myself, I'm Zenith. I'm from the University of Wollongong in Dubai, and I'm a lecturer there. And today we also had the pleasure to launch the UAE Center for Academic Integrity, and I'm currently the president for that as well. So quite excited that we are together with students talking about something so important that we think needs to get into the conversation about academic integrity in schools, where intellectual property authorship is concerned and how that kind of links to contract cheating. So before we go ahead, I'm going to just quickly share a couple of slides that Dr. Sarah and I'd like to just speak on. So naturally, of course, we understand that there is an overload of information, particularly where students are concerned, with the level at which the remote learning is happening. Everybody is online. So let me just ask the students quickly. So are you guys doing blended or are you doing remote? So are you basically attending classes from home or from school? Krista?
So I go to school twice a week because I have my practical lessons and I have practical boards. So I go to school now.
Okay, Sarah?
Well, I'm currently all online, stuck at home. But we were supposed to have lab classes. We don't have them right now. So until that happens, just here at home, completely online.
Okay. How about Ria?
I also go to school twice a week, and the rest of the days I'm at home.
And Amol?
I have distance learning. I've taken distance
So
learning.
you're at home,
Yeah.
like Sarah. Right. So naturally, that gives you a kind of an idea of how much time you're actually spending in front of the computer and the kind of information that's there all around us, right? Just to give you a little bit more perspective, technology like telephone took about 75 years to reach 100 million users. That's a long time. And we assume that's how long it should take a technology to reach 100 million users, right? But here's a fun fact. Facebook took just 5 years to reach 100 million users, right? And Pokemon Go took less than a month to reach the same number of people. Now, the reason I'm sharing this statistic is just to give you a perspective of how quickly information is actually being shared, circulated on the web, right? There's about 2.7 zettabytes of data that exists digitally today. That's a lot of data that we're talking about, a lot of information. Now, why are we talking about information if we want to talk about academic integrity? Because at the end of the day, it is actually intellectual property. It belongs to somebody somewhere. Somebody created it, and that's why it's online. And that's why it's so important to talk about information and the volume of it where students are concerned. So what do we really understand by intellectual property? So what we decided was we would first give a quick introduction to a couple of the concepts, because we are hoping that we also have some students in the audience who are joining us today, just to be more educative, informative as well. And then we will dive into the actual discussion with our student panels. So intellectual property, if I was a fantastic bathroom singer and I loved coming up with music all the time, but somebody took my song and made it into a like a full music video and put it on YouTube and became really famous, wouldn't really be considered as theft because it wasn't my intellectual property. Now, I know I've really shaken quite a few people who are hearing this thinking, but it's me who's come up with it. Because the whole thing with intellectual property at the end of the day is, it is definitely a unique product of a human intellect, but as long as it has a commercial value. So we want to ensure whatever we are doing is something that is going to be ultimately shared. If you come up with medicine, you want to be able to give it to people so that they can be cured. You come up with a discovery, some kind of a fantastic innovation. You want to be able to make something out of it and share it again so that people can benefit from it. And you can, of course, make money from it, make fame from it, etc., right? The whole shebang goes with it. But that concept that if I do something and I come up with something, it's not enough that I've come up with it. If I share it, and it brings back some kind of commercial value for me, then it is considered as intellectual property, right? And naturally, because it's property, you want to have some kind of means to protect it. There are, of course, a variety, but the focus that we have here today is the copyright. So then what is copyright? Copyright, basically, it's a law where you are going to be able to protect things like your literature work, your paintings, music, songs, drawings, dance moves, sculpture, film scripts, photography, and etc. Right? Different countries follow different laws, and I think Dr. Sarah could say a little bit about that.
Yeah, thanks so much. Joining you from the University of Calgary today, and you talk about the intellectual property. For us here that would also extend to, say, course materials, for example. So the slide decks that I produce for my courses are considered my intellectual property. And so this is one of the reasons in terms of contract cheating, why this becomes problematic when they're shared on file sharing sites and then resold by a commercial third-party provider, because that provider doesn't own the rights to distribute my material, right? And so the copyright law also protects intellectual materials that are used for teaching here. So this, I mean, this is fantastic, right? Because I think it's also important for things like student and faculty mobility. So what's existing, for example, in the Middle East right now may not be precisely the same as what's happening in other parts of the world. So to understand that there are these nuances, right? And what might be okay in one place might not be okay in another. So I love this drawing, and I would add one more in there as well, that copyright law would protect educational materials, even if they're not initially sold commercially. So like my slide decks, for example.
Right. And that's a fantastic point, because a lot of students, when I talk about copyright, will come back and say, so how is my assignment intellectual property? So then I will go by explaining that, you know, you as a student, you'd have paid your fees to come to the university to gain knowledge, right? You're learning as a part of the subjects. And to test your knowledge, we're giving you assignments. And to prove that you've understood, you're producing that piece of work, which adds to how much you've learned about the subject and ultimately works towards a degree that you're going to get, for which you've been paying fees every semester. So if you actually look at it, it does have a certain level of commercial value there. So what does this copyright thing mean for students? Think of all the things that you students do, right? Checking emails with attachments and forwards. So easy, just a click of a button and documents and photos and everything is being shared across the internet. Then looking up something online, including photos, scanning a page for a book in your library, or from, you know, when we're reading a book and we really like something, we take a photo and we just send it to our friends on social media. Quote something from it for an essay, for instance. Looking up a quote on Google, get the page number, publisher details, not really reading the actual paper, right? Sitting in class and browsing something the teacher has asked us to look up. Reposting a Trevor Noah behind the scenes on social media that someone else shares with you, right? You didn't really create it, but somebody else shared and you shared it back. Catching a pre-recorded episode on your digital video recorder, or taking a selfie with a movie ad at the theater. Remember, the movie ad itself might be copyrighted, right? For a movie that you just watched. Sending articles you find online to your group mates, editing videos. The list actually is quite endless, right? Now, all of these things that we do and students do generally would actually be paid services. Printing an info sheet for class, like the teachers do, and they give it to you, they make it available to you. Making a copy of a Google map for geography lesson, or reproducing news articles to stimulate class discussion, printing a free math sheet from a website. All of these would actually be paid services under copyright laws in a lot of countries. They aren't, because copyright actually has something called fair use for education. So because it is for educational purposes, a lot of this is allowed, but with, of course, the understanding that there should be something called an attribution. Attribution basically is where you are actually acknowledging who the author is and where the information has come from, right? And this is where the problem begins, because when you start copying and pasting, a lot of the times you forget to remember where we took that information from at the end of the day, right? And while it might look like copying and pasting just relates to plagiarism, it does have a bigger indication. As Dr. Sarah said, when you start taking somebody's information and putting it up, somebody else is going to start downloading that and using that as their assignment and submitting it. And that might actually end up being contract cheating. So, unfortunately, what happens is a lot of the times students don't realize how they have gone about sharing the information that they've gotten in this class, what kind of information they can share, how much they can share, in what way they can share, right? And this is what leads to what happens when students start looking for research, and then they find sites which are so amazing and they give you these assignments, and you go, that's it. Why do I need to do the assignment? I can just take the assignment from the site. Unfortunately, that is contract cheating, and that is what we are here today to discuss. This link between copyright and intellectual property and contract cheating. Dr. Sarah?
Yeah, I think these are really fantastic points, right? And I know when I work with my own students, we start by sometimes asking questions around who created this material, because sometimes it's not immediately obvious, but to stop and reflect and ponder that somebody created it, and then how do I either ask permission or give attribution? Those are sort of the two actions that we talk about. And do I have permission to do that? And what does that look like? So those are some of the key questions that we start with here with our own students. And even to just, to pause and acknowledge, as you mentioned, Dr. Zenith, that somebody created this material. It didn't just exist on the internet. And this, I think, is part of cultivating an appreciation for, like the same way we appreciate music, we appreciate films, we appreciate educational materials as well. But it's not always immediately obvious that that's part of the learning, and academic integrity is learning to appreciate who created the materials.
Absolutely. So this is where now I will start bringing in our student panelists to talk to the point. I'll start with Krista. So Krista, when was the first time you heard about copyright and intellectual property?
I think if my memory is right, the first time I heard about copyright was in 6th grade. And my English teacher would always talk about plagiarism and how it's not right to copy someone else's work. Because at the end of the day, you're not only cheating the teacher, you're cheating yourself. You're kidding yourself that you know a certain amount of things that you don't actually know. And we pass it off as our own work. And the teacher can't help us anymore because they believe that you know this much. And so my teacher taught me at a very young age. And because of that, I was very blessed to know that it has consequences.
That's amazing, 6th grade. So with that, I will actually go to Ria. Ria, you're in 7th grade now. So have you heard about copyright and intellectual property?
I actually heard about copyright and intellectual property a few days ago. I think on Monday or something I heard it from you, Miss Zenith. I only heard it from you, but I saw it in like movies. At the end of movies, you usually see it. I've seen it then, but then I never knew the meaning of it, and now I actually learned it. So, yeah, now I know the meaning of copyright and intellectual.
Sarah?
As far as I remember, the first time I heard of it was in middle school, so around 6th grade, 5th or 6th grade. And then it was in IT. We had the subject ICT, and our teacher was teaching us about laws and regulations and how copyright is under the protected, like intellectual property is protected under copyright. And yeah, that's the first time I heard it, but then I heard it everywhere, because once you hear something and get a feel for it, you start hearing it everywhere. So although it was present around, you don't actually notice it until you are told about it.
Yeah, somebody's brought it to the forefront for you. Yeah. Amok?
I guess the first time I'd heard the term like used officially was in 11th.
In 11th?
Oh yeah, it was in 11th when I had legal studies as a subject. So like we had a whole chapter on it called copyright law. So that was the first time I think I heard the term like used in an official context.
It's so interesting for the 3 students who did hear about it. You guys heard it from 3 very different subjects, right? Krista said English, Sarah said ICT, and Amok said legal studies. You know, it kind of shows us also in a way, Sarah, what we've been talking about the other day is consistency in teacher training and what we're really telling students in these classrooms in schools. So going back to, again, at what age you heard, what do you guys think about this concept of copywriting, assignments, projects, literary work, music? What are your thoughts on copyright laws as a law that protects intellectual property? Sarah?
Well, I think that the laws exist for a reason. People have a right to the things they create, and they should have a right to be authorizing other people to take them instead of just having them taken from them.
Oh, that is a fantastic point. authorizing. And I think in a lot of sense, that's why intellectual property's definition is the way that it is. That you can't really claim it to be an intellectual property till it has commercial value. That means you've agreed to actually share it and have it be beneficial to others in some form, so that you can claim it to be an intellectual property, and hence you've got a right that protects you. Fantastic. Krista?
Yes. When it comes to intellectual property and like copyright, I think like Sarah said, they have a right to give others permission to use it, because at the end of the day, it's their property. They came up with it, and they have absolutely all rights to own it and choose when people get to use it. Because if we just take it without asking permission, we're basically stealing, I feel. But as students, we don't often think in like terms of like music or movies. We just think of small scale things like in our assignments and copying, like research work, we just copy it as it is. We don't cite the sites often. So we think small scale stuff, but we don't actually think about the consequences maybe.
That's so interesting, Dr. Sarah. What do you think about that? That students usually just think within the scope of their, their periphery.
I think these are amazing perspectives from you as young people to share your thoughts on this. I'm actually really inspired to know how deeply that you're thinking about this, and how you're understanding at least the moral aspects of, when is it okay to share and when is it not okay to share, and also how it's not immediately evident about, what can I do and what can't I do. And I'm really pleased to hear that your teachers are talking to you about this.
Absolutely. Ria, what do you think about these rights? Do you think it's important to have these kind of rights?
Yes, I do, because if there aren't copyright laws, then it can become anyone's property and people can steal it unless there's a law for not stealing it. So that's what I think.
That, because you said law, Amok, I think that leads right into what, where you heard it from. So when you did that subject, did you ever think, why would this be a law?
No, actually, because like it kind of made sense, because I mean, if you take away someone's idea, like you can't make money off of someone else's idea. It's their creation, and like they have every right to enforce that. They have every right to like have a law that supports them when they create something.
Absolutely. So that takes me to the next point, where we now want to know, why do you think it's important to teach students these concepts in schools? Because most of you have said you were introduced to the concepts very young. Amok's was grade 11. You guys are still young for us, you're still in school, but we still think, even as long as it was introduced to you guys in school, we think it's good. But what do you guys think? Do you think it's something that should be introduced to you in school, and at what age? Krista?
I'm a person who believes that yes, it should be introduced during school, during the time they're learning, especially if it's possible as young as possible, because the earlier that they know about this and the more awareness that they have, they'll be able to understand the gravity of stealing someone else's somebody else's work. They've put hard work into that. And if we just take it without any effort on our part and presenting it as our own work, we won't be able to understand the value of us putting in effort and doing something on our own. And we'll just like take the easy route in everything, just copy everyone else's information, and we won't really learn anything. And I think it's so important just to have, on a moral and ethical basis, to know that it's not right to do certain things. So yeah.
So do you think when you were introduced to the concept of copyright, that your teachers made that link between copyright and your assignments and the projects and all the the educative material that was being provided to you guys?
Yeah, for me at least, like I said earlier, when it came to copyright, it wasn't about music or movies or most of the large-scale commercial things, but it was about how we submit things, certain assignments, project works, or anything else, even in our notebooks, whatever we write, we had to make sure it was our own work. So just for the teacher to help us and get an understanding of what we know, and not simply like copying somebody else's work and presenting that as our own. So we had an idea. There was a link for us, for me at least, where when it came to education and copying somebody else's information.
Right. So Amok, your introduction to the concept was in grade 11. Do you think it's important to, you think it's appropriate at 11 or maybe a little younger? What do you think? How do you feel?
No,
You
I
have
feel it's
evolved since you've heard about it.
yeah, I feel it's important to introduce it like at an age where students are encouraged to perform their assignments on their own, where they're not given as much support like from school. Like it's important at that age because then they learn like they have to do it on their own. They shouldn't have to resort to the internet or to other people to do their assignments and submit
Right.
them.
That's so interesting. Okay, so then I will jump to Ria, because Ria, you said you just heard about it this week. So since you've heard about it and you've seen it in movies, at the end of movies and stuff, do you think this is a concept that your school should teach you?
Yes, I think so. I think my age is the right age to learn about this, because you now from this grade onwards, you will start doing things independently and by yourself. So you know what to do. So I think that for like assignments and stuff, you should have, your teacher should tell you about intellectual property, so then you don't go and like look up stuff and copy paste it into your work without giving credit. So I think that we should be knowing about intellectual property in this age.
Fantastic. And Sarah, yours is interesting because you learned it from an ICT perspective, right? So were you able to, or was your school able to link it to education and educative materials and your assignments and things like that?
As far as I remember, no, it was just introduced to us as something that was wrong and that we shouldn't participate in. And it was mostly just referring to things that older people managed to do. So things that could actually be commercialized, not our work. I personally think that it should be introduced at a younger age because children don't really know what's right and wrong. They're not going to know that it's wrong until you tell them it is. So they should be informed about it, not because we are inherently going to do things that are wrong, but just because we should know that it is wrong.
Right, absolutely. Dr. Sarah, what do you think of that insight?
I'm so impressed that that you're thinking about this as young people, right? And I think your point, Sarah, about your work having value is also an important aspect of all of this, right? And when it comes to contract cheating, one of the things we find with students is they're not always aware that their own work can have this value. So, for example, when students might upload their work to file sharing sites so they can maybe download another file, then their work, they're surrendering their work to a company that will then commercialize it and resell it to others for years to come. So whatever that a student might upload, thinking, oh, I'm just uploading my notes or my essay here. What they don't realize is that then that company will take it and turn it into a product, and they will sell it and sell it and sell it again. And the student who created that work will never see a penny of it, or whatever the local currency is. But the company is the one who ends up exploiting students or anybody else to sell their work and commercialize it because they have millions of documents that they're offering for sale. And so I think it's important for you as young people to realize that your voices have value in this conversation, and your work has value in school and beyond. And everything that you create has value not only to you or your teachers or your parents, but to the world for sure. And learning to protect your own work is an important part of this conversation.
Absolutely. And there are a great many examples out there of student projects which have gone off to become really big startup companies because students thought about it when they were sitting in classrooms, right? So it isn't just an idea for a project or an assignment or a subject. It is, an idea is at the end of the day, the start of something big and major and amazing, right? So now let's come to the topic of contract cheating. So contract cheating, of course, is the conversation that we are having today on the day, International Day of Action Against Contract Cheating. It is when students are paying or they're getting somebody else to do their assignment projects, etc. for them, right? Let's talk a little bit about this practice. Have you seen this happening around you where you may have seen your friends getting other friends or older siblings or parents doing their projects for them? Let's start with maybe Sarah. Can't hear you yet. Yeah.
It is very common that I hear of people saying that they got help from their people older than them who knew the information before they did, or who just wanted to. I've heard of a lot of cases, but not of being paid, not of people paying to get the work done, just of them actually getting the work done with the help of someone else.
Right, that's interesting. Okay, Ria, have you seen or heard your friends or maybe neighbors that you hang out with who may have had their assignments done by their parents or their older siblings?
No, I haven't seen anyone do it, but I have seen it on TV shows. It's happened sometimes, so that's where I've seen it once. But I have never seen someone do that. But I knew what it meant, but I didn't exactly know the word for it.
It's interesting you say you have not seen that. So when you guys get projects, do you take the projects home, or are you guys doing the projects usually in school? Ria.
For me, some projects, most projects is like at home. Our teachers give it to us as homework, but sometimes like besides this COVID time, we would in school our teachers would make put us into groups, and then we would have to do work together, or else we can do the group work at home. Like we can Zoom with our friends, not only in this time, even before, and meet up with our friends.
Okay, Krista?
When it comes to contract cheating, I haven't really seen it I haven't come face to face with it, but because I think there's not really a market for it right over here, because there's a lot of awareness, I feel at least, about the consequences of it, and in case like teachers come to know, we'd get into trouble, and because of that. But other than that, I do feel there's a lot of times that we ask someone else to do our work, but we don't give them any credit for that. But I also feel that even though I don't really see contract cheating as such, like paying for someone else to do the work here, I do feel that students often get baited into that. Like when we go online and we Google something for any research work or projects, it's like there'll be like a pop-up at the bottom of the site saying, do you need help? Do you need assignments done for you? In any site, we won't even go there to get help as like get an assignment ready-made for us. But there'll be like pop-ups that come like baiting the student into doing something they don't really know about that's wrong necessarily.
Wow. Okay, that's quite insightful. What's interesting, I think, is let me just let Amok speak and then I'll talk about it. So Amok, have you seen or heard students?
Actually, like I've not heard of it, like Krista said, I've not heard of it like happen here, but a lot of my friends who gone back to India and they've continued their studies there, they tell me like it's almost like a business almost in India, like other students to earn money on the side, they tell like they offer like a service, like I'll complete your assignments, I'll complete your homework, I'll do this, I'll do that for you, and then they charge for it.
So what's interesting is because maybe the way I have defined it, that contracting is when you're paying someone to do the work for you, but it could also be when somebody is doing the work for you and you're taking the credit for it, right? That's the concept behind it. Of course, that's how the businesses have come about. They've realized, oh, people need assignments done, so let's make a business out of it. But the fact that there are people who are doing the assignments for the children, like could be the parents, could be older siblings, or like Sarah said, older students who've already done the courses before, right? That still would come under contract cheating. Dr. Sarah, what do you think about this distinction that's there in children's minds about contract cheating, being linked only to payment?
I think this is something we become aware of, right, as scholars of academic integrity, and we understand that there's this commercial industry that's global that makes $1 billion a year in American dollars, but then there's other forms of contract cheating where there's still a contract between an individual, the student, and a third party, and that might be you've mentioned some excellent examples, whether it's former student of the course or a classmate or parent or loved one. Sometimes it can also be a tutor. So sometimes the students are getting tutoring, and then the tutoring can kind of go from what is ethical tutoring into what is contract cheating. And it's not always, the lines are not always so clear. So I think this is an important conversation because it comes down to the ethical decision making. And in the end, the question of who has done the work. Is it the individual student or is it a third party? And whether that third party is paid or, it's paid money or paid in loyalty or friendship, that there's still some kind of transaction there. But at the end, it's when the student hasn't done the work themselves.
Correct. And that brings me to the next point, which is looking at how would that make you feel? Let's say you knew that your friend's mom or older sibling did the assignment, did the project for them, right? And you of course worked for it, and you worked for it for 2 weeks, you put in so much effort, and you both submitted it. And because it's your friend, maybe that they've done it. And at the end of the day, they end up getting more marks than you. How would that make you feel? I'll start with the youngest, Ria.
I would feel really bad because they're my friends and I know, and I would feel guilty because I didn't tell. And then they got more marks than me when I did it by myself with my hard work, and they just got their parents to do it for them. So I would immediately go to my teacher and tell her that my friend didn't do it herself, but I would be scared if I would lose a friend. So I would still be contemplating between doing it or not. So I think I would do the right thing and tell my teacher that they did it. So yeah, that's what I would do.
So interesting. And like Dr. Sarah has been saying, you guys are really so intuitive about your emotions and how you guys think. The fact that you want to be cautious about losing a friend, but at the same time doing the right thing. One of the values of academic integrity actually is courage, right? And it takes courage to stand up and speak up and out against an act like contract cheating. Well done. Amok, how would you feel?
If I saw it like happening and the other person gets more marks, I mean, I would obviously be a little like annoyed. Like I worked, like I actually put in my own effort. Like I deserve more than him or her. But then I wouldn't necessarily snitch to the teacher. I would approach my friend and I would tell him, it's not right. Others worked for this. You can't just take help like that. And then, I would just encourage him like not to continue it in the future. I would tell him to do it on his own.
Okay, wow. Krista?
I haven't really had any of my friends do this, but in case it happened, I would obviously be feeling really betrayed because I really put in my effort and they're taking my effort and presenting that as their own, and they end up getting more marks than me, even though I know that I deserve those marks because I'm the one who put in the effort, and the marks I deserve, she's getting, or he or she is getting. But when it comes to confronting them, I'm not sure I would do that because, like she said, like Ria said, I'd be afraid of losing a friend, and I'd want to give them the benefit of the doubt in case, because I may have put in the effort, but it is also possible that they thought of the same thing, because it's what they thought of. It could be the similar thing as what I wrote in my assignment or my project. So I'd want to give them the benefit of the doubt before straight away going to the teacher or something.
Sarah?
Well, I know that I would feel at a disadvantage because despite me having done my own work, it might not have been as good as what they presented, even if it wasn't their own work. So I do deserve the mark I got, but they technically don't deserve the mark they got. And considering that as well, it's usually the case that people say that people, when they get other people to do work for them, they don't actually work for it. It is possible that after the assignment, they come and look at the assignment and try to figure out what was done in it and how to get the same answer that they have been given. So I don't think that you can completely take that out of consideration, that they could possibly learn even from contract cheating. But I would be at a disadvantage and they would be at an advantage compared to me.
Interesting. Dr. Sarah, what do you think of this and I think this is not just with school students, I think it's anywhere where, you know, this the stigma that comes with wanting to blow the whistle, so to speak, right? You want to maintain collegiality, you want to maintain the friendship, but at the same time, there is that pull in the conscience that this is not right. So what do you do? And, you know, will you be looked on as a snitch? So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, you know, among the students who are here today, you have, I mean, you've thought very deeply about this, and you've highlighted that it's not just merely a commercial transaction, but that there are concepts that underpin it around justice, around what is ethically right and morally right, and also this notion of potentially losing friends or losing relationships with others, and that this is sort of maybe a hidden cost of contract cheating, and that the emotional cost to students in terms of how they're feeling about their own work, the potential anger or frustration or recognition that this is not right, and then in terms of reporting on others, that causes a moral dilemma, and that there's an emotional cost to thinking through these emotional dilemmas that will lead to a decision of, yeah, either I tell on the person or I don't tell on the person, but either way, there's a cost to that.
Absolutely. And I think, as you said several times, that, you know, you children, you guys are iGens, but wow, you guys are so in tune with yourselves, your consciousness, and, you know, you guys are really matured about the topic, which is quite interesting to see. You know, from where we sit, we might assume that, you know, school kids are school kids, you know, maybe 12th graders, but, you know, even Ria at 7th grade, she's telling me she would be worried about losing friendship, right? So you guys have that awareness, which is fantastic to see. Now, let's talk a little bit about the consequences of contract cheating, right? So we start off with the idea of copyright and intellectual property, and realizing that every piece of work that we create is of value and adds value. And the moment we start getting someone else to do it for us, or we do it for somebody else, or we are paying for that service, that we start losing that value for that intellectual property itself, right? But there are darker sides to this. We have had cases where contract cheating companies have actually tracked students who have used their services, and then at the right moment have started blackmailing them, telling them, if we've got all the evidence that you bought the assignments from us, and if you don't pay us a certain amount of money, we're going to expose you. And there have been cases of people even 10 years later after graduation, these kind of cases coming forward, and then their degrees being revoked, or them being fired from the posts that they were at. So this is a very another darker side to contract cheating, right? Now, because we just talked about how you may or may not let the teachers know. If that happened in your periphery, where somebody who has helped somebody else, how would you see that situation? Would you go, yes, that student deserved it because they did this? Or would you see the student as a victim? Sarah?
I mean, it's important to consider both sides. I think the student would deserve getting some sort of consequence for not doing their own work on their own assignments. But then again, when you're trusting a business to give you a service, you don't expect them to come back at you and, make you pay more for a mistake you might have made. It could be a mistake, it could be intentional, but anyway, you made one and it's in the past, and now they're coming back at you. I think both sides are at a disadvantage. Both ways. The person is at a disadvantage.
Amok?
I think, yeah, I mean, there should definitely be consequences for doing it, but it shouldn't be like extreme, like how you said, degree being revoked. Like, I feel that's a little extreme. Maybe there should, like, the consequences should be a little lighter, but there should be consequences for doing it.
Okay, Ria, do you have any thoughts on this, dear?
I think there should be consequences for contract cheating, but as Amok said, I don't think it should be so extreme that you don't get your degree or something like that. I think it should be like a bit smaller, but they should get a consequence for something that they did wrong.
Okay, Krista?
I think definitely there should be some consequences, because at the end of the day, what they've done is not right. And they're basically stealing somebody else's work and presenting that as their own. But it's not a choice of how extreme the consequence is. At one point, you don't get, because maybe the person who did this didn't realize how severe the consequence would be. And at the moment, in the present moment, they just had to get this assignment done, and or like they wouldn't get the grade that they wanted to get into a university of their dreams or something. And at that moment, getting that assignment done was more important to them than any possible consequence. And it's just a matter of how the company that provides the service of contact cheating exploits our history at any given point in the future. So we don't really have a say in how extreme the consequence can be, but there should be consequences. But preferably, the person should be aware of these things before they even engage in anything.
That is so interesting, because I do believe you're right, that students at that moment, when they're at that crucial crunch time, not necessarily they're thinking about everything else. Dr. Sarah, I know we've had a session already about the legalities of contract cheating and the laws that are coming out in different countries on tackling contract cheating. What do you think about the students' take that it shouldn't be that extreme, the consequences?
Yeah, this is it's a fascinating perspective, right, to hear you. And then when we think about consequences, there's consequences that can be applied at the school level, such as failing the assignment, etc. But now more and more countries are taking legal action, so it can be considered criminal. And so this is something I think that's important to watch, right? And so, when you bring up the point, Krista, that at that moment that a student may not understand the consequences, I think that this is in some ways not uncommon with young people, that they make decisions that are just for the moment, and then they don't realize the repercussions, right? As you get older, you start to be able to think more deeply about long-term repercussions for things. And so when we're looking at this industry and this practice on a global scale, we can say, yeah, now there are cases of people who are losing their degrees, for example. But that might not be evident at the moment when something just seems like, I'll just do this, for now, this one time. And there's more and more research to show that if a person pays a company to do their academic work for them once, they're likely to go back to the same company. And so, it's important to know that sort of doing it once is like a gateway into being able to do it again. And it's fascinating to hear, we talked a little bit about jurisdictional differences or country differences. And I think, again, this is useful for student mobility, because if in some countries there's not as much consequence, and then say a student ends up going to university in a different country where the consequences are harsher, it may seem really confusing for students. It's like, well, this is how it was in my other country, and now I'm studying here, and it's a completely different approach. That as we're having these kind of global conversations, that the consequences may become more unified or standardized over time, because right now I think it's all over the place. Like in Canada, for example, this is considered, it's a pretty severe form of academic misconduct, and because it's considered intentional. So unlike mistakes where, citing and referencing, that if students end up buying, particularly if they're buying work online, that is a deliberate act. Where it becomes tricky is if it's been like a friend or a classmate or someone who's taken the course before, because then there might be this personal relationship rather than a financial transaction. So that gets a little bit trickier. But here I would say for sure, it's considered a serious academic act, but it's not criminal. Unlike in Australia. So it's interesting to see, because I think over time the world will become more unified. And I know we're watching Australia very closely, and we're watching other countries very closely to see where they're taking this, because we may end up following in their footsteps.
Right. So students, hear that out. In certain countries, it's actually illegal. So it's not just about the school or the university that you're in or the project that you're doing. It's gone to the state level, where you do see it now from a legal perspective standpoint. I know we're almost at the end. I have one more thing I want to throw in there. The parents. So we've discussed about, how parents might help or siblings might help, and parents usually know, right, what their children are doing. This was something somebody talked about. I think maybe Dr. Sarah talked about it the last time, that at the end of the day, when a child is trying to buy something online or getting a friend or a cousin to do it, the parent will know, the parent is the one with the credit card who's going to be making that payment online. So what are your thoughts, guys, on parents' role, and what do you think, how do you think, they contribute or don't contribute to this problem? Krista?
I'm not really sure I will ever come across any parent who would be willing to give their credit card to for their child to buy someone else's article or some assignment for a project, to present that as their own, because it all boils down to ethics and their morals. And I feel at least parents will be, of course, more mature than the child when it comes to things like this. So I don't really think when it comes to things like this, I haven't seen any case as serious as this. But I do feel that at a younger age, when students do start out with their projects and assignments, parents often feel the need for their child's project to be the best in the class. Yes. So they put in all their effort to help that child and make sure it's the best. And when the teacher comes, and they feel the praise their child is getting is praise for them. So they put in all the effort to make sure the child get good marks in that project, because it feels like they are the ones getting the marks. I don't know, I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah?
Well, I think it's possible that the parents themselves are not sure what contract cheating could be. I think that is a possibility. And I also think, like Krista mentioned, that it's a one-time thing. They want to get the assignment done. The parent might feel the same. They just want their child to get a good grade. So they might allow it just so that their child gets a good grade, not necessarily considering the ethics involved. But I do think that everyone should be informed on what contract cheating is, what its consequences are for both the person participating and those around them who feel like they're being cheated out of something that they deserve.
Absolutely. Amok?
I feel like, as Krista said, I don't think any parent would willingly want their child to cheat on an assignment or a project, but maybe they do play like an indirect role in putting pressure on the students. Like like how Krista said, like they want their child to be the best, like they want the child to have the best project or submit the best assignment. So maybe it kind of fosters this sense of low confidence in the child, and they believe I'm not enough, I can't do this assignment on my own, I need outside help. So maybe there is an indirect role that the parents play.
Right. Ria, what would you think, darling?
I think that sometimes the parents could help, but I'm not very sure if they would do contract cheating themselves, because I think that they would know that contract cheating is wrong. So I think that probably they would help their children out just to make them get the best grade or something. But I don't think they would do contract cheating.
Okay, I think we're almost at the end. So Dr. Sarah, just to wrap up, your last thoughts.
Just to wrap up, I'm so inspired by all of the young people who are here today sharing your thoughts on this, and to show how deeply you're thinking about this, and how, morally that you approach your own learning and your expectations for yourselves and others. So I'm wrapping up today being very inspired by all of you.
Okay, and thank you from my side as well to everybody, Dr. Sarah, Amok, Ria, Krista. You guys have been, you guys are really champions of integrity, and it's so important to bring your voices into this conversation. We are so happy you guys joined us and shared your thoughts. We do have like a minute, so I think we could maybe look at some questions. Alicia?
Hello, you guys all did a great job. Thank you so much for joining us today. So one question, if you want to answer in the last minute, to the students is, do you have a responsibility to educate your parents about contract cheating?
Krista?
Absolutely, I feel, because sometimes, like Sarah said, parents might not know about contract cheating, and there's a market for this, and it's happening in the world, because the time they grew up with, all this wasn't prevalent as it is now. So I think it is important for parents to be aware of things like this and to also guide their children in the morally right path also, because as children, we're not really sure of what is right and wrong in certain situations. And we need our parents to help to be there and guide us and like to point us in the right direction. So it is important that parents are aware of things like this.
I don't know if we're out of time, Alicia.
We are out of time for today, but great answer to end on. So thank you once again for everyone who joined us for this session and to our speakers. And if you'd like to stick around, we'll have a next session that starts on the hour. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again. Thank you, students. Thank you, Sarah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome and welcome back to the ICAI's International Day of Action Against Contract Cheating. My name is Alicia, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Before we begin, I'd like to mention that this live feed is dedicated to the memory of Tracy Bretague, who recently passed away but was a respected champion of academic integrity. All sessions will be recorded and archived to the ICAI website. If you have any questions during the presentation, please feel free to add them to the YouTube chat. Now, I'll pass this over to our speakers, who will be talking about conversations on IDOA.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm Thomas Lancaster, along with Irene Glendinning. They're both from our respective institutions in the UK. We've really got quite a free-form session for you. I'm trying to monitor YouTube as well, but it has a little bit of a delay. It doesn't seem to like me broadcasting and also watching the stream at the same time, but we'll work around that. Please do feel as well to go ahead and tweet while this is going on. There's quite an active discussion on YouTube and on Twitter. So we've got these great hashtags today: Excel with Integrity, My Own Work, both from our student group, helped come up with those. I'm at Dr. Lancaster, Irene is at Irene Glenn. And you can see the kind of things that have been going on. I know many of you have been here for, what is it now, 10 hours, 11 hours, following everything live. Really exciting day, lots of interesting discussions. Irene, do you want to?
Yes, I will take over. Okay, so I'm going to start the conversation. So those of you who haven't come across me before, as you see from my backdrop, I work at Coventry University. I work in the Office of Teaching and Learning now, but before I moved here, I was in engineering and computing as a computer scientist. And I've been working for about a decade on academic integrity in general. And more recently, I've been looking more into contract cheating, but my research is much broader than that, rather than focusing in on contract cheating. And I'm going to start by just telling you a little bit about how I got into this area. Quite a short story, but I looked after a whole range of undergraduate degrees and master's degrees a while ago. And at one point, I had an undergraduate student who I was supervising, and I was fairly certain that she hadn't written her dissertation herself. And it was a computer science one, so she'd actually created a website for a company in Birmingham that specialised in kind of selling houses and things, estate agents. And I was pretty certain she hadn't actually created the website herself. And surprisingly, I came across a website that looked very much like it. And so I contacted the company, and it turned out that she had actually acquired it from, she acquired the whole of the dissertation and the whole of the software herself from someone else who'd done it and handed it in at another university. That's where it came from, and that was my most serious case ever, and that was way back in about 2002, and that led to the student's boyfriend paint stripping my car, which was about £1,000 worth of damage. So at that point, I actually started to take quite a serious interest in academic integrity, or as we called it then, cheating. And I think it's important that we use the right language at the right time, and that was really deliberate cheating. So I got involved in doing research in academic integrity, which I'll tell you about later on as we go through, if you haven't heard about that research. But before I do that, I'm going to hand the stage over to Thomas, because I first came across Thomas because when I started to get involved in research, of course, I was doing lots of literature searches, and also I was involved in academic integrity panels at Coventry University. And this name, Bob Clark, kept coming up because people kept saying, Bob Clark from BCE has contacted me, and he says he found my work sitting on an essay mill somewhere. So all of that was my first introduction to Bob and to Thomas. And then later on, Thomas came and worked at Coventry University for a short time, so we got to know one another then. But I'd quite like to ask Thomas a question. about when you first got interested in this and what led you to where you are today.
Yeah, thanks, Irene. Great questions. I just noticed that we haven't managed to have everyone transfer across to the new stream yet, because we've at the limits for, I guess, broadcasting live on YouTube with the first recording. So hopefully if everyone is moving across, feel free to ask us questions. And I spent most of my career in Birmingham. So interesting, Irene, I've heard a longer version of that story before, of course. But there were so many student projects in computing, we're both computer scientists, that involved estate agents and areas like that. It was just something, for some reason, students really liked, that I'm not surprised there were ready-made and bespoke solutions for estate agent systems readily available. So just the way things were going. And that's one of the challenges in this field, is how do you come up with something original and interesting to students, and which gets them engaged, and which doesn't provide this temptation here for them. So trying to think about when I first got involved, really I started off by doing my PhD from 2000 to 2003 for that. And it's a little bit of a, I guess I can show you a quick timeline here on the screen that might be helpful, but essentially PhD from 2000 to 2003 in London, moved to Birmingham City University in the UK, very close to Coventry, right in the center where I spent most of my career. And my PhD was on plagiarism detection. But during that time, I did see this trend emerging. I did see essay mills being advertised, or essay banks, a similar kind of term. Moved to Birmingham, started work as a lecturer, met Bob Clark, who had quite independently got interested in this area and done a lot of work to do with, I guess, academic integrity and student cheating as well, but not really published it, because he was the kind of person who would stay in the background. And essentially we spotted assignments on a site called Rent-A-Coder. Now I have lots of slides ready in case they're useful. There you go. This was my assignment: C programming, write a system for booking seats into airlines. And I knew back in 2003, the sort of end of the year, that this kind of behavior was happening. So I just decided to search for my assignment online in case it appeared anywhere. And there it was on the site rentacoder.com. Rent-A-Coder doesn't exist now in that format, but there's a site called Freelancer that essentially is the same thing, and many more. And a student had that up for tender, so people were bidding to do this work. And so it sort of went then from being a theoretical possibility for something that happens to some students to something that we knew was happening regularly. And so Bob and I collected quite a lot of data from that site over about a 2-year period, sort of collected things like pricing data, where the requests were coming from. Bob at the same time had this wish to try and help out academics whose assignments ended up on the internet accidentally for whatever reason. And so he was also, excuse me, there we go, there's Bob, in case you've not, Bob's no longer with us, but Bob spent a lot of time in his evenings and weekends hunting for assignments and telling staff their assignment was online. So I know people on this webinar will probably have heard from Bob because he was doing that. And I still get people coming up to me today saying they wouldn't know about this area at all if it wasn't for Bob. So to me, incredibly important work that he did. But really the data collection was almost a byproduct of Bob trying to solve this problem. Of course, it's not something one person can do. There is way too much cheating goes on there. But in that very first study, we found things that are still completely true today. Things like students don't just request work once and they're done with it. They were doing it habitually. They're doing it again and again and again. And even in this particular student, I remember his name very well, who put this assignment up. He had previous requests on his account, not just for him, but for other students on his course as well, because we tracked down the combination of modules these assignments were from, and they couldn't all have been him. So that really got me fascinated by this area. I got Bob working on it as well, and we went on, published quite a few papers. But I think we weren't so active in publishing things in the early years, but we did go through the data and try to raise awareness. And I know Bob would be incredibly proud about how many people now are involved and working in this field. He'd probably be disappointed there's still so much contract cheating going on, but hopefully the work there has made a difference. Yeah, Irene. Pass that back to the screen for you. So,
Okay.
I mean, why do you think it's so important to raise awareness, I guess, is a good question.
Yeah, so okay. Well, I'm actually astounded how much more interest there is in this topic now compared to when we started to look at it, what, 5 years ago, something like that. And it's, as the ICAI, and when the ICAI started to focus in on that, when we ran the first International Day of Action, there wasn't anything like the interest in this topic that there is now. So, I mean, that's the first thing to just observe is that the ICAI's International Day of Action has snowballed over the years. And I'm not sure of the exact number of people that signed up for the International Day of Action, but I think last night it was something like, I did write it down, there were 280 distinct institutions signed up this year, which might not sound a lot because it's a global event, but believe me, that is about 3 times what we had last year. And we do know that some institutions are reluctant to sign up because they think that if they sign up for something like this and put the university's name on it, it will make people think they've got a problem. But actually, quite the converse is true, because if you sign up for an event like this, it shows that you are particularly interested in the topic and that you are taking action, and that, you know, it's a sign that you are tackling the problem. So it's important to raise awareness for because it's a global phenomenon. And as the interesting thing about one of the earlier discussions, Sonia was saying in the ENAI talk that they don't get very many contract cheating cases in Sweden. But they do get contract cheating. It's just that nobody is recognizing it and nobody is actually taking action about it because they think their students are very honest. They trust their students to behave correctly. And sometimes that trust can be misplaced. So it's important to raise awareness that if they're not seeing any cases, it's likely that they're missing them because it is a global phenomenon. And particularly in countries where there is high trust, where there is kind of low corruption traditionally, that they will still have the problem, even though they might not be finding it. So that's the kind of that side of it. But the other side of why it's important to raise awareness is that if you don't tackle any form of cheating, but particularly something as insidious as contract cheating and deliberate, then your academic standards are at risk. Anything that you define as quality in terms of your academic qualifications are at risk. If you don't have integrity in your institution, you can't say that you have quality, and you can't say that your standards are safe. So it's really very important that people are fully aware of the risks to their integrity, quality, and standards, and that they take appropriate action to try and minimize the amount of cheating that students do. So I think that's really, really important. But from the students' point of view, if we don't talk to students about it, and that last group was fantastic, wasn't it, with the students? If we don't talk to students about it, we don't understand their viewpoint, and they have a very different viewpoint to ours. And I mean, one of my favorite graphics is that infographic from the contract cheating project in Australia that was put together by Tracy Bressard, Rowena Harper and colleagues. And with the crossover graph where it showed the students versus the teachers idea of how serious they thought contract cheating was. And it really illustrated writ large that students can have very different views to teachers. And if we don't communicate with students about it, then there are all sorts of misunderstandings about what's accepted and what's not. So I think I answered your question, Thomas. Anything I missed? Do you want to add to that?
Well, I mean, you've said it's incredibly important, and what more can I say? That's why we're all here today for the International Day of Action Against Contract Cheating, the 5th time that this event has run, but our first time running in light of coronavirus and all the changes to our educational system that I can see people are busy discussing on the YouTube chat as well. And really great point that's been made about fatigue. The students are exhausted by all of this, as Felicity mentions, but also staff are exhausted. And so even sometimes when academic integrity breaches are happening, they're not being reported or processed as they should be, or processes are taking too long to be dealt with properly because there are all these other strains and stresses on everyone's time. And that extends to all the staff in universities, not just the people who teach, but everyone else involved with the process. And I think we need to acknowledge that happens, to look at what kind of solutions we have in light of this, and really important part of today's discussion. So Irene, can you remember what prompted you to move? Obviously, you've been working in academic integrity research for a long time. You've got your PhD in that area. You've done this really interesting work on maturity models and global corruption, which feeds into this. Can you remember when you moved into contract cheating research as something that really interested you?
Well, the first time I really got involved was at that ICA conference in Vancouver. I've only ever attended 2 ICA conferences. One was the Vancouver one, and I know Litza had it as 2015, but I think it was 2016. Anyway, it was about February one winter, and we were in Vancouver. And as a side meeting of the conference, a group of us got together, and I think it was Tricia Bertram-Gallant who kind of led the session. And I think Phil Newton came in by video link, but we met in that group and we decided to take action about contract cheating as a group. And we discussed then what we might do, and somebody, and I think it might have been Jenny, that raised the prospect of could we have a day of action on it. And so I'd been interested in contract cheating because it kept coming up in the research. Although the research we did in Europe started off about policies for plagiarism. That was the focus of it. But we kept getting up, in most countries, we kept being told about other practices. And one of the practices that we heard about a lot was we didn't call it contract cheating, we called it buying essays typically, but essay mills. That kept coming up again and again. And so I was gradually getting more interested in that because it was a much more risky form of cheating for the institutions and very difficult to detect, as we all know. So that's where it all came from. So after that first meeting, several people went away and produced a toolkit, and certainly Phil Newton was one of those. I can't remember, and I think Tricia was involved in that as well. And then Tricia and another group of us worked on the International Day of Action, which we then had in the autumn of the same year, which is why I think it was 2016, the conference. So that was really my first kind of step into contract cheating, and as a topic itself. So I was involved in helping to organise the first. In fact, I've been involved in all but one of the days of action in organising them. But it's been a fantastic journey just to get to know lots of people through the days of action, and to try and encourage events on campus as well. And so, although we haven't done a lot in the past century like this event, this 20-hour event today, there has been a lot of activity going on in campuses across the world, whether or not people signed up for all the reasons I mentioned earlier. So that was my involvement. And I've never actually been involved directly in a project on contract cheating. We tried to set a project up with Wendy Sutherland Smith a few years back, where we were paralleling some research they were doing in Australia, which has now been published, but we couldn't get enough participants. So what we were trying to do is to talk to students who'd been through our contract cheating, who'd been through our procedures and for where they'd been detected contract cheating, and we were putting them through our kind of adjudication and penalty process to find out what their experience was and what we could learn from that. But we couldn't get enough people to interview. We just simply couldn't get students to come forward and be interviewed. So it would be good to actually have try and rekindle that project, because I think it was quite an interesting project from what the Australians found, but we weren't able to get in. So that's the closest I've been to actually running a project on contract cheating. And as I say, we actually didn't manage to get enough data to publish it. But I've been involved very much with you, and as you and I know, when we worked together in the Southeast Europe, when we did the project in the kind of former Yugoslavian countries and Albania, it was coming up all the time, wasn't it? Do you want to say something a little bit about what we were finding in the visits that we did in that area? And I can say something about my experience in Albania when you talked about your experiences.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That was just the point I was hoping you were going to come on to, actually, because that really, the first time we worked together in terms of research capacity was visiting the countries around Southeast Europe, as Irene has mentioned, and essentially conducting research primarily into policies and processes surrounding academic integrity. But actually, one of the findings that came up again and again and again related to contract cheating, perhaps not with that name, but a behavior that students were aware of. And we published a paper on this as well, focusing specifically on contract cheating last year. Now, I will ask some, I can't remember the name of the journal now, that's terrible of me, but we will, it's no doubt Sarah is in the chat, she will post the link for people who are interested in looking at that Journal of Educational Thought. Sorry, it just came to me. That's the one. Yeah, but that one looks specifically at contract cheating, looking at the student views. And so I remember our first trip really together doing this research. We went to Macedonia, didn't we, to Skopje? Yeah, this place still recovering from various effects of is it natural disaster in that area? Yeah.
It was an earthquake. Yeah.
Yes, so sometimes integrity in those situations gets pushed to the background. But we met very friendly people, and we met an educational system where not all the equipment was where it would be in the UK and other countries. And we saw this situation, it occurs in a lot of countries where students essentially have to get good grades at university to get a job. Otherwise, they are there spending their life in what they would consider to be a very minimalistic job, or very little money because the economy is completely different it would be in the UK. And so then there's sometimes this means to an end to get a result. So across this research, we surveyed students, we ran focus groups. Some of them were easier than others, because some of them, it was very hard to get a completely independent focus group of students. I remember a situation where I went in with a talk prepared to deliver to staff, which is what we'd arranged, and there was a room full of 200 students waiting to watch this, who had clearly just been summoned from their respective classes they were meant to be in, to go and listen to me as the eminent speaker from an international university. And I hope I said something useful to them, although it was a little bit of a shock at a time. But we would come across in our journey these sort of little corruptions that you may not expect. I remember I was in a taxi in Montenegro, and the taxi driver was pulled over by the police. Wasn't doing anything wrong as far as I can tell, but essentially I couldn't tell exactly what was being said based on the language, but someone, as best I could tell, who was looking for their little handout for the day, for the journey to continue. And because there was an international person in the car, we were allowed to continue on for me to go to a university and yeah, make my, collect my research, give some presentations and everything else. Because we tried to combine on these trips, not just collecting research data, but really giving back to the communities as best we could. But so I've sort of bypassed the question, Irene, what did we find out there? One thing that stood out, and I think this came across in the student panel we've just had as well, was students doing assignments for other students. They had their own businesses, the economy working in their local language, as opposed to the English language that I most often think about in terms of contract cheating. The whole idea of contract cheating was known about, but not in those words. Students talked about being able just to go up to shops and buy essays from them, buy reports, sometimes buy the whole qualification. They talked about knowing about the students who wouldn't care too much if they cheated in their class because they had so many students. Occasionally, people who would take money directly from students. I don't think that was really common, but it did happen. But also the slightly more minor levels of corruption, like lecturers would write a textbook which all the students had to buy at an inflated price, so they would get money from the textbook and supplement their own income that way. And I guess the other single trend to mention is contract cheating wasn't always just about assignments. It was also about buying help in exams through hidden earpieces and hiring somebody to be outside the exam room to provide support or provide answers, and really bypassing academic integrity throughout that. I know you've got lots of examples to add, Irene, as well. So.
Yeah, I was just going to elaborate a little bit on the point you made there, where the textbook that the students have to buy. The students were not allowed to go to a shop and buy the textbook. They had to buy it directly from the lecturer. So that was a way they supplemented their income. And I think a lot of corruption by the lecturers themselves emanates from the fact that they're poorly paid and they need to find ways of supplementing their income just to get by. And things like having multiple jobs. So where lecturers have multiple jobs and they're just hopping from institution to institution, they don't care about integrity. They haven't got time and they're not paid. They haven't got enough hours to put in the extra effort to try and stop students cheating. They're just interested in getting the pay, which is a very sad state of affairs. But unfortunately, we have come across that quite a lot in lots of different countries. I'm going to share, or try to share my screen with you now, because Thomas mentioned the academic integrity maturity model, and I'll just show that to you. I hope you can see that now. And it needs a little bit of explanation because things are not necessarily exactly as they look. So in all, now the project that Thomas and I did together, the one that we did before and the one that we've just finished, the first project was an Erasmus project, and that was between 2010, 2013. Then we did the project in Southeast Europe, and this was with Thomas Poltinek and colleagues from Brno. And then we've just recently done one in the Caucasus and Turkey and Kazakhstan. And so in all, we've surveyed 38 countries, and we applied this model to all the data that we collected. And some of it was qualitative data and quantitative. So some of it was kind of interpretation of it was a bit subjective. And some of the data in here for some countries was quite low numbers. So there are lots of riders on this chart, but it always sparks some interest. The other word of caution on this, that the data was not collected all at the same time. So the data for the first project was collected in about 2012. Then we collected some data in 2016, and then we recently collected some more data in 17-18. So it's over a period of time. And had we done it all contemporaneously, we might have got very different results. but it's quite an interesting study, because what we're trying to find out is where the strengths and weaknesses are of different countries that we've studied. And so it's a great talking point, and it's a great, it generates quite a lot of interest. So that the categories that we were rating the countries on was whether they were conducting any research, or whether there's evidence of any research into integrity itself, how much training is provided on academic integrity and on academic misconduct, trying to counter that, how much knowledge the students and the staff appear to have. So we actually surveyed students, teaching staff and managers, and we also did some data collection at national level as well, where we could. The next one is communication. So how well are the policies in the institutions and nationally being communicated? Are there any signs that anyone's trying to deter? We use the word prevention, and I know some people don't like that term, but are there any attempts to deter misconduct by students? How is software being used? How is technology being used in general? Is it being used in a kind of mature way, or is it just being used? Does the percentage mean that's your plagiarism, for example, is a very kind of naive way of interpreting it. Sanctions. So are there consistent sanctions? Are there standard sanctions? Who makes the decisions on the sanctions? You know, are there attempts to preserve some kind of consistency? Have they got policies, and are the policies known about by the different players within the institution? And how transparent are the policies and systems? So there's quite a lot in there, not perfect, because actually the maturity model was kind of retrofitted to the data. So we have been working since on trying to improve that. But I just thought I'd share that with you, just in case you hadn't seen that before. I'm quite happy to share that if anybody wants to have a copy of that later. So that was quite interesting, because in almost every country there was some incident of some kind of evidence of contract cheating going on, or of other types of corruption, like bribery, or so it's not just about student behaviour. That's the other important factor. It's not just about student behaviour. It's very much about the whole academic community coming together and fighting the problem. So I'm going to ask Thomas a question now, I think. So I'm going to ask you a question. What do you think has changed in terms of contract cheating over the last few years? Where do you think we're going? And what else do you think we can do? Where do you think we should be moving next with trying to fight against contract cheating?
Oh, Irene, that's about 5 questions in one. This is
the
challenge when you get
don't
us
expect me to
together.
make it easy for you.
Yeah, that we can talk about things for hours, Irene and I, and we often do, just completely independently of these kind of sessions. So if you do have any questions, by the way, feel free to feed them in, because we could just get to the end of our hour and not get a chance to answer them. But to me, one change is, thankfully, we've been having events like this one. We've been doing a lot more awareness raising about everything we do. But some of the main issues really relate to the whole visibility of contract cheating there. I personally have been doing a lot of work, as you can see on the screen, looking at things like the firms and writers behind contract cheating businesses. So it's not anything that's brand new, but people can be paid very little, like this advert, to hire somebody $3 for 500 words to become an academic ghostwriter, the legitimate way of talking about this type of misconduct. They don't want to say working for a contract cheating firm or working for an essay mill. Okay, I accidentally changed the slide, but it is worth sometimes mentioning as well that this, we're saying the last 5 years, this is not new behavior. You look at that advert from, I think, 1972 in the bottom middle there, about term papers unlimited. You can buy ready-made term papers, not custom written, ready-made ones because they wanted to detect it at $2 a page. And just think how the economy has changed between then and now, that then people were paying $2 a page for something that had been previously written and could have been sold several times. Now the writer is being paid far less than that by inflation and is writing something fresh every single time for this. I do want to just share something which highlights to me the way this has changed. These are the number of papers that have had contract cheating in the title since 2006. 2006 was our paper to today. And maybe the numbers are a bit faint. I just quickly grabbed some of these slides from other places. This is something I've been using with students. Got to have a student module now. Irene is helping out with that as well, where they're looking into academic integrity research. It's been proving to be really interesting for that. But the papers with contract cheating in their title, 2017, 2018, 2019, there's as many papers, I think, in one of those years as all the previous years put together. Again, it doesn't mean people haven't mentioned contract cheating somewhere else, but they've used that term. And especially, we've heard about the My Master scandal several times today in Australia. I think that was really the driver, because so many of these great pieces of work now coming through Australia and through the system there, but also all around the world for that. And I'll just share with you this slide as well. Might be of interest to you. A bit of analysis I did with the papers with contract cheating in the title over that time period, 72 of them, and just looked at what other two-word phrases, what bigrams were also included in those titles. And they're all the relative size based on how often they occurred, but quite pleasing to see people are now discussing academic integrity and contract cheating together. But the word higher education appears all the time. And we heard from Zenith and Sarah earlier today about what can we do at school level? How can we educate people? And we're not really starting to look at this in terms of the school level and the college level. So there's a lot of opportunities to do work there as well. Various things about ghostwriting or about the people behind this, the academic writers to go with it. Authentic assessment, one of those terms, is debated, appears all the time. But there's a lot of things now about what do we know about the problem and what can we do about it? And you see various different proposed methods appearing on those slides. But I guess to me, the single biggest change, putting the research element to one side, is about the sheer marketing behind this. The number of firms that are advertising this, about how blatant they are, how they're trying to get right into student email inboxes, trying to get into their Facebook messages, trying to capture them on campus. And once they get their details, then that student is vulnerable forevermore. We've heard earlier today in the early hours in the UK from Leslie and John at Curtin University about blackmail. Again, an area I've looked at. Students are really at risk forever. It's not something that goes away. I know, I mean, this came up through the research, Irene, you mentioned earlier, that Coventry was involved with Deakin. And although Coventry didn't get enough people coming forward able to speak, they identified people who had been blackmailed. And it's the real challenge. How do we deal with these underlying issues? How do we deal with the wider ethical questions about what happens if we remove the lifeline of money from academic writers, based often in Kenya and other countries where this to them is looked at as a good job. It's not very well paid for the reasons you've seen, but what do we do about their livelihood and supporting their families and being able to eat? Difficult ethical dilemmas to think about. Obviously, my main concern is for the value of academic awards and for the students. But the problem is when we don't address this, then we have all these unintended consequences continuing from that. So I guess, you know, Irene, same kind of question to you, really. What have you seen happening and what do you see happening in this field?
Yeah, I certainly think there's a lot more awareness now, and I think the QAA guidance that was brought out a few years ago, that's just been updated this year. You'll hear from Gareth later this morning or later this afternoon. Has helped, because that's actually that's made it more respectable to talk about it, I think, you know, because it was a dirty subject. It was something nobody wanted to tell anyone they'd got. And I think there's still a little bit of that kind of attitude around. I'm a member of a member of, as Thomas is, of the QAI advisory group, but I'm also a member of the Midlands working group, or Midlands Academic Integrity Group, that's run by a lady called Sandy Dan from Loughborough. And we meet every so often. We met virtually last time because it was during the lockdown, and it's about time we had another meeting. But if we have a problem or a question, we can post it to other members of the Midlands region, other people who are interested. Chatham House rules, so we can be as honest as we like. And that's what the meetings are like as well. So we can honestly talk about what's happening in our institutions without fear that somebody will go and talk outside the meeting about it. And we can get an answer. We can pass the problem around and get some opinions on how to deal with that. And we do talk quite a lot. So actually working together as a sector is really very important. And actually these kind of events are even better because we're working together as an international community of researchers in academic integrity. So certainly in my view, and certainly my own kind of view of the world, that international connection has strengthened and strengthened as the years have gone on. And so now I've got people I can call on across the world. And we all know, and you know, we've talked about Tracy a lot today, but she was a huge influence on me. She was enormously influential. I contacted Tracy Bretag when I first discovered the research she'd been doing during the first project, the IFI project. And that was in about 2011, something like that, maybe 2012, but it was when I first came across her research. And because I was just starting out in the field, I wasn't expecting a reply, but I just sent her an email and said, I've just found your research, it's wonderful, this is what we're doing. And she came back to me immediately and was fascinated by the research and wanted me to share the research with her and tell us about what she'd done. As a result, she got invited to our first conference, and she has been a friend and a mentor ever since, and I just love her, and I'm just going to miss her a lot because she was so live. You know, when you look at pictures of her now, you can't imagine that she's not with us. So she was an enormous influence, and I know she's been an enormous influence on a lot of other people, and she really inspired me to keep going. And she was interested that I had different views to her. So I've always linked academic integrity to quality. And I've always seen a very strong connection. I don't think that necessarily was where she was coming from and her colleagues were coming from initially with their research. So, and she was quite interested in that connection, and she was very inclusive. She involved me fairly early on in discussions, and I was very, very thankful for that, because that put me in touch with lots of other people. So it's the kind of international community of researchers, and we must all make sure that we build on the legacy that Tracy has left us, and that we keep on working in this field and keep making progress. I'm not sure of the answers to it, but I know I've just been involved very much in leading the review of our own institutional policies at Coventry. It's been a horrendous job because we're a very big institution and very diverse, and just trying to make sure that we take that all the policies are implemented in a fair way across the institution, and making sure that even if there are slightly different ways that different parts of the university do things for different, for very good reason, the outcomes for students are going to be very similar. Or ideally identical for similar kinds of problems, but also making sure that we introduce much more education within our institutions. So that's the big job that I'm working on now, is to make sure that we have that provision, not just giving them making sure everyone gets an hour in induction period. That's nothing like enough. It's just, that is just the tip of the iceberg. It needs to be embedded in the curriculum. It needs to be taught throughout by people who know how to teach it, who engage students in it, not somebody that delivers it as a very boring subject that students just feel they have to get through. So I think that's a really important part of it, is a kind of education side, but also bringing students with us and talking to students, working with the Students' Union. And I know that keeps coming up again and again. So that is really, really very, very important, is that we involve students when we review, we change policies, for example. The students need to be involved in that, because they will have a different perspective, a different view of that to the managers and the lecturers and so on. But also people keep coming out of the woodwork even now and saying, I want to get involved in the training too. So before, we didn't think of involving librarians in the training. I mean, that might sound stupid, but we hadn't thought of it. And it's an obvious thing to do. You know, there are people, the whole academic community needs to know about academic integrity, and needs to know what their role is and what their part is in trying to improve the integrity within the institution, and to help the institution get where it's trying to be, and to help students as well. So lots of things like that are going on. The other thing I've been doing most recently, and I know we're running out of time, and I thought we weren't going to find enough to talk about, but of course that will never be the case, will it? I've just written a book chapter for a friend who's nothing to do with this community. She's actually a professor in teacher training. And I've just written a book chapter about academic integrity or corruption in pre-university level, not from a research perspective per se, because I haven't conducted research in that area, but using the research I've already done and using a lot of the literature I'm already aware of. It's surprising how much of that literature is pointing to school level. There's a lot of, so for the corruption project, which I've not really talked very much about, that was to do with quality assurance and accreditation agencies and how much they were aware of academic integrity or corruption in higher education. A lot of the examples that came up in there were media and press examples, because often corruption examples are not the product of academic research. They will be investigative journalism or something like that. So if you use the press to find out about those things, it's surprising how many of those examples related to schools. And a lot of them, what I came to the conclusion of, is that in every single case involving school children cheating or cheating in schools, it was always led or aided and abetted by an adult, an adult that was trusted by the students. So that's really why I was quite interested in. I posed a question to the student panel there, and I said, "Do you think it's your responsibility to educate your parents on contract cheating?" And fortunately, I'm pleased to say at least one of them came back and said yes. So we can actually have a kind of reverse education process going on there, which is quite an interesting kind of dynamic. So I think I've rattled on quite a lot there. So do you want to come in now, Thomas, and just have some more thoughts about what we haven't talked about? Or are there any things we haven't covered that we were intending to cover?
Oh, loads of them. Yeah, I think we've only probably covered a tiny fraction. But just to say, yeah, really interested in reading your book chapter. That sounds great. And there's so much work we have to do at school level. And of course, I have to echo everything you said about Tracy as well, being an inspiration for us all. And I guess what I've taken away from Tracy over the years is the importance of building a community and supporting people to get involved with academic integrity research and to take it so, it is a legitimate area of research, but it's most importantly a legitimate area of practice and something we need to do something about. So I think this goes for Irene as well, that if anyone wants to connect with us and ask us questions or to collaborate or just get our opinion, we're always happy to feed in and to do what we can there, because we feel so passionate about that area and this area, and I suspect the small and select group of people who are watching this, that you feel the same way. But yeah, so where are we moving forward with this in our final 5 minutes? I've been trying to be active, publishing things where I can around everything else I'm doing, because this is not my main job. This academic integrity research isn't really even part of my job, being officially designated as someone who teaches computer science, but obviously a passion and incredibly important. We do have to know this area is changing. So we talk a lot about AI as in academic integrity, but we also need to think about AI as in artificial intelligence and these powerful systems now that will write things for us, looking very much as if a human could have written it. And they get better and better every year. And I see them improving. I see the type of thing my students being at a computer science, very qualified in computer science at my institution can do themselves. So I know you compare that with what can be done in industry, and what the contract cheating industry could do with that knowledge if they wanted is quite scary. And what kind of adjustments do we need to make to our processes to ensure we do the best for students and to continue to account for that? Always opportunities to research in this area. They will never end. Hopefully next year we will be back to doing this in a more physical capacity. I know some places still are, but it's not quite the same there. Yeah, I'm just looking at my checklist in the background. There have been a lot of very good changes and positive changes in the past few years. We've definitely improved a lot of academic processes. We've improved a lot of consistency across universities, at least in the UK, about what happens in the case of an academic integrity breach. Irene, I know, has done absolutely brilliant work there at Coventry, one of the real leaders in this sector for that as well. We are getting a lot more awareness out there, but it's a kind of question came up earlier. How do we reach the academics and the staff who haven't quite started to adjust yet to the idea that you can't just necessarily teach things the same way you were doing 10 years ago or 20 years ago, because the wider world has changed. And if there's one positive thing can be said about coronavirus, I guess that's accelerated that type of discussion, because people realize now that we will have to make some changes, and hopefully there will be positive changes, not in light of the unfortunate pandemic, but for the student experience and for the ways we teach and assess students. And we redevelop our processes and our practice for them. So I think there are lots of things moving in the right direction. There's very positive changes in terms of some legal issues in different countries as well that we can all model on. We're here today from a few quality assurance agencies around the world. We heard from QQI a couple of hours ago as well, and all the very positive work, like the launch of the Centre for Academic Integrity in the UAE, incredibly important as well. We've got the special interest groups in the UK looking at this in different parts of the country, and we're getting all this regional good practice feeding into events. So to me, lots of very positive thoughts. Irene, a few more?
Yeah, and of course we heard from Texa earlier on. I've not managed to see that yet because I was asleep at the time, but I will go and have a look at that later on. And and we're going to hear from QIA very, very soon. But there are lots of quality assurance and accreditation agencies around the world, which is what my research was about, who are not doing as much as they could, because if they're not aware of the fact that there is this kind of problem in the institutions that they're responsible for, then we're losing a trick. We're actually missing a trick for feeding in good practice. So I think the quality agencies we are talking to are exemplary. They're doing amazing stuff and they're leading the field. But there is a lot more work that can be done in that area in different parts of the world. The thing that really worries me is the global nature of contract cheating. And I wish we could get some legislation in place in the UK. I know we're a little bit distracted at the moment by two things, namely the pandemic and Brexit. But once we've got those two things out of the way, hopefully we can talk to the government again and try and get legislation brought in. It's not going to stop contract cheating happening, because it will just pop up everywhere else if we ban it in the UK. But if enough places do it, and if we work with students a lot more effectively and try and staunch the demand for these services, hopefully we will start to put some of these companies out of business.
Yeah,
I think we're out of time. So
yeah, we just close with a quick plug for some other things coming up and the rest of the day. there. Sorry, I know I interrupted you, Irene. I thought you'd
All right,
pause
no,
for
no,
breath.
okay.
I did, yeah. But just mention some things that I'm involved with. I know Irene is involved with many things in this area. So tomorrow, then you're welcome to, if you want to know more about the business behind contract cheating and the industry, then I'm one of the speakers at a workshop running in Ireland, but running online. They're happy for anyone who wants to sign up for that one to do so. That's completely free. Looks quite interesting there. If I get through today in our 20 hours and I'm still going. And also next Thursday with a QAA, running a session about how to train people or to teach academic integrity, how to train staff. That's with the QAA. Officially, it's open for QAA Quality Insights members. But I mean, if you're interested and you drop them a line, then they're normally quite accommodating for people who are working in this field, like the people on this call as well. And of course, we have lots more interesting sessions coming up today. The link to the channel is correct, even if the video link may change once more during the day due to the maximum length of YouTube videos. But we've got Sonia coming up next from Uppsala, looking at training teachers to do with integrity values. That looks really exciting. Quality Assurance Agency, we just mentioned, they're going to take us on a tour of what's happening in the UK at 4 p.m. UK time there. And yeah, great presentations from Canada, Mexico, United States, all over the place, more from the UAE as well. Sorry, I haven't name checked everyone, but there's so much good stuff there. But Irene and I are going to be back with you at 10 p.m. UK time as well for a wrap-up session. And I don't know how we're going to keep that to an hour, Irene. There's been so much good stuff that I've heard in all these talks.
The other thing in the very last session is we're going to announce the winners of the competition.
The student competition, yeah. Oh, and the standard of those entries has been really high this year as well. So it was such a hard decision to make there. But we're so pleased to have students involved with this. So at that point, thank you very much all for watching. Do enjoy the rest of the event, and I hope we've given you some food for thought and not scared you too much.
Okay, thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Now.
Thank you to both of our presenters for that excellent session. It was a great conversation, and thank you for keeping up with the questions. It made my job very easy. So now I'll pass it off to Karina, who will be moderating the next section.
so sorry. Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you too.
Well, hello everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, hello everyone. My name is Karina. I'm from Mexico, and I'm going to be moderating this session. In this session, the Dr. Sonia is going to talk about teacher training workshop and how to incorporate integrative values into curriculum. And with that introduction said, Doctor, we are ready to start with you.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'm going to do a teacher training workshop today that I've done many times in Sweden and a few times abroad as well. So it's perhaps you've seen parts of it. I always change some things, but I think it's very important to have this kind of education. So I'm a senior lecturer at the Department of Modern Languages and an associated researcher at Center for Research Ethics and Bioethics at Uppsala University in Sweden. And I'm also vice president of the European Network for Academic Integrity, or ENAI. And I would like to ask you to use this Padlet today. We are going to have some discussion, and I would love to hear your opinion. So please don't leave me alone here, and use the Padlet and give me your insights. I'm going to go back to this link as well, and you have it on the, if you're on the YouTube, I just posted a few minutes ago on the chat, so you can see. I can ask Karina to put it online as well, perhaps. So, what is academic integrity? I always say that this is a very peculiar discipline, because it is usually described by what it is not. We tell our students, please don't cheat on exam, it's no plagiarism, it's no collusion, no falsification, no fabrication, no contract cheating. And how do we teach academic integrity? Unfortunately, too often, we just give students a piece of paper where it says, don't cheat, don't plagiarize, no collusion, no falsification, no fabrication, don't contract cheat. And I mean, imagine if we did this with all other disciplines, if we define them, but what they are not, and just give our students, okay, don't do this. We just assume that they know what they shouldn't do and what to do instead. So when defined as what it is not, academic integrity focuses on prohibition, on correction of students' behavior. We focus on detection, we focus on punishment, but we never ever teach our students what to do instead. And that's what I'm going to talk about today, what we should teach our students. But in discussing what we should teach our students, we have to equip our teachers to teach our students as well. There are, of course, other ways to define academic integrity. The International Center for Academic Integrity defines it as a commitment, even in the face of adversity, to 6 fundamental values: honesty, trust, fairness, respect, responsibility, and courage. In the ENAI glossary for academic integrity is defined as a compliance with ethical and professional principles, standards, and practices by individuals or institutions in education, research, and scholarship. And what happens when we define in this way is that this change of definition shifts the focus to the preventive and pedagogical promotion of academic integrity. So we teach students what to do instead, before they do some form of misconduct. Usually, when we want to teach our students, we just have to realize a simple solution is not enough. It's not enough to have an honor code or a policy or one lecture on academic integrity in the beginning of the program. It simply won't be enough. People forget. It doesn't even seem important if you just try to solve it in that easy way. Instead, we need to have a policy with clear objectives, with values, with proactive approach. But not only a policy, we need to have an action plan where we have a clear division of roles. Who is going to do what at the university? We have to have clear procedures, how we are going to act so that we have compliance with policy. And we have to have a communication plan, how we are going to raise awareness, because until we have dialogue and a communication, it's only going to be a piece of paper, both policy and the action plan. So what I think is very important is to have this holistic approach where you have a clear division who is doing what on the university level, on the department level, and also on the course level. On the university level, probably you have different institutions, and all of these institutions are interested in academic integrity. Perhaps you have academic integrity unit, or you have a research ethics unit. You have a disciplinary board that is handling the cases of misconduct. You have the university library that's perhaps teaching students how to find sources and how to make proper referencing. You perhaps have the unit for academic writing. You have pedagogical development of teachers. But somehow all these units must communicate to each other on the university level and have meetings together in order to enhance academic integrity. Then you have the department level, also level that's very important, where you need to have a clear communication with the university level. You need to foster a discussion. You have to have clear procedures. You have to inform your students. Don't forget to give information to new employees. So this is not something you should do once and for all. You have to repeat this discussion over and over again. And you have to involve both students and faculty and administrators. When it comes to teachers, what I'm going to talk to the rest of this talk and what I'm going to talk to make this workshop all about is to discuss the teacher's role very shortly. I'm going to give you some examples how you can incorporate constructive alignment and use it to integrate and embed academic integrity on the course level, and how you can involve students. So, what do you as a teacher need to know about academic integrity? 2 days ago, we had a wonderful discussion at the webinar. European Network for Academic Integrity, ENAI, is organizing webinars all week. And we had a student panel with 4 really unimaginably interesting students that are really passionate about academic integrity. And when we asked them, how come you are so interested in this area? What they came up as an answer was teacher's role. They all had a teacher that really introduced them to academic integrity. And this is something we have to remember. We have to be role models, and to be role models over and over again to our students so that we foster academic integrity. A second discussion I mentioned today. Earlier today, I was involved in the presentation of ENAI, and we were discussing contract cheating in Sweden. And I was telling that Sweden is a bit naive when it comes to contract cheating, because our students are generally very honest. They don't cheat as much as in some other countries. But the point is that teachers are not really aware that anyone does it. So they are very naive when it comes to academic integrity. They just assume that everyone is very honest. Not all of them are. So that's the second thing I would like to tell to teachers. Don't be naive. I'll just give an example of that naivety. I was talking about contract cheating in a Swedish context, and one teacher asked me, but why would anyone do that? They don't learn anything. And I was like, yeah, but they still do. They don't learn anything, but they want to get a diploma in an easy way. The next thing that is very important for teachers to know is know what academic integrity is and inform their students, because that's a bridge between what we want students to do. We have to have teachers that can inform their students. We can't expect students just to find all these policy documents or honor codes. Teachers should also know how to discover misconduct, where to report it, and to integrate academic integrity in the curriculum on the course level. What I mean by that? I assume that many teachers do recognize this picture of constructive alignment. It's simply when we build our courses, we usually want to have an alignment between learning outcomes, what we want our students to learn at the course, learning activities, the way they are learning, what we want them to learn, and the assessment. When it comes to academic integrity, usually we have the assessment but nothing else. What I mean, if someone plagiarizes in a thesis, that's an assessment. They give hand it in, the text similarity software finds out they have plagiarized and they don't pass this course. But what happens? We usually normally don't have any learning outcomes, nor any learning activities that teaches students how not to plagiarize and what to do instead. So my point is that you really need to focus on having both learning outcomes and learning activities and embed academic integrity in assessment strategies in order to have constructive alignment. So this is what we are going to do today in this workshop. I hope you're ready. You have the link to the Padlet again, padlet.com, and then my last name. I know it's hard. I don't have an easy last name. And then this arrow down and Sonia and /workshop. So pick one of these courses you're going to work with today. I have just picked 4 courses. One of the first course is an introduction course in computer architecture. 30 students. They have just came from the secondary education, and yeah, it's their first semester, first term. They're just trying to figure it out at the university. The second one, the green one, is a course in law. It's a very large course, 120 students, second semester. They're trying to write some assignments, a pretty short one, but some first academic writing is involved here. This violet course is a course in biomedicine, bachelor thesis writing. So they are writing a bigger thesis. 21 students, so fairly large for a thesis writing course, but still it's a nice and interesting course. They have to know things now. And the last course is a PhD course, very small, only 5 students in Russian linguistics. So, have you picked your courses? Okay. The first thing I want you to think about is what learning outcomes about academic integrity would you use in one of these courses? If you look at the Padlet, I made an introduction to course in computer architecture, and then you have learning outcomes. So please write learning outcomes ideas. I'm going to talk now for a few minutes about types of learning outcomes that you might want to use. And then I'll just give you some time to try to write a few sentences. It doesn't have to be large, but choose one of these courses and think about what learning outcomes might be appropriate in this context. So, what I mean why we are doing this is that academic integrity must be clearly expressed as learning outcomes of a course. And I'm not talking about some specific course that you're going to have in the beginning of your education. I'm actually thinking that academic integrity must go in each and every course we have at the university, at all programs, all courses, in math, in biology, in Russian linguistics, in law, whatever. We need to have academic integrity in it. Those learning outcomes might be different. For instance, perhaps in the beginning, you would like to have students to get the knowledge of academic integrity, what it is. So they should, for instance, a student after this course should be able to articulate an understanding of what different forms of misconduct are. FFP, it's falsification, fabrication and plagiarism, or some other deviations from good research practice. Or they should be able to identify different forms of misconduct, know where in the information and policy documents can be found, or know the procedures that might be used at the university for detecting and responding to misconduct. We just assume that students know where policy document is. It's not always the truth. Put it as a learning outcome, so they'll know, they'll learn at your course where that policy document is. Second type of learning outcomes might focus on the knowledge of academic writing. So students should be able to, for instance, identify bibliographical information in a text, or understand how sources have been used in text which signal them transparently, or know what the function of referencing is. So we just can't assume that students know what the function, what does it mean to have this Glendening 2019, or know how to cite and paraphrase correctly. And students should be able to signal after this course to the reader what is his or her own words and what is someone else's words by using referencing markers. Another type of learning outcomes, which you probably would like to have on a higher level, is the knowledge of good research practice when students start to do their own research. So a student after this course should articulate an understanding of norms of good scientific research and research ethics, have the knowledge of and be able to apply the ethical standards in research, have the knowledge on the obtaining of permits from the relevant authorities, for instance, ethical approval, have the knowledge of rules and regulations such as Vancouver rules when it comes to co-authorship. So you see that different types of learning outcomes you might want to use. And my idea is to have here, to apply Bloom's taxonomy, of course, to have different types of learning outcomes that are more and more going to, from remembering where policy document is, from understanding, okay, what academic integrity is, to how to apply it in a text or analyzing, until you go to creating yourself research and academic integrity. So you have different approach on different levels. So all these 4 courses shouldn't have the same type of learning outcomes. So what learning outcomes about academic integrity would you use? And now I invite you to go to the Padlet and write a few words on the learning outcomes. I see that some of you are already writing. You don't have to log in. You can be anonymous. If you want to log in, you can do that. So please, I'll give you a few minutes to do that. I don't know if there are any comments coming to the YouTube channel because I can't see them. So I really would love if you could write in the Padlet directly. Otherwise, you can have a conversation at YouTube, but I can't see it when I'm presenting, unfortunately. So basically, I see that some answers are dropping in. On this first course, an introduction in computer architecture, you might want to think that these students are new at the university. Perhaps they should know where the policy document is, why academic integrity is important, what it is, what we expect from them, they are going to behave at the university. In the second course, I was thinking that there are so many students, so you have to be very careful when you have your outcome and think about, okay, they have their first, I want them to learn something, some sort of introduction to academic writing, because they're going to do it for the first time here. Yeah, how to explore what's referencing, what's citation, what kind of experience is it, what's the bibliographical information in a text, what does it mean, and when they see something in a footnote or a bracket. In a course in biomedicine, of course, someone wrote here about undertaking effective literature searches to identify the knowledge-based relevant to the topic, or critically analyze the literature, synthesizing information from across different sources, being able to express their own position in a clear line of argument. So there are many different ways how you can work with the learning outcomes regarding academic integrity. But I hope that you can see that this might be useful to use in the curriculum all over, in all different courses, because academic integrity is not something we only can focus on one session in the beginning of a course. Okay, you can continue writing here about learning outcomes, but I'm afraid that we'll have to move on and to go back to this slide with constructive alignments. So now we have our learning outcomes. The next thing we have to think about is what type of learning activities are we going to have in order for students to get that knowledge we want them to get as expressed in our learning outcomes. So to help students build the knowledge of academic integrity, we have to use appropriate learning activities. I'm going to give you some examples of these learning activities. And the thing is, please think, what learning activities could you use in your course to create an alignment with your learning outcomes? And if you are not using one of these 4 courses, please use your own courses. There are many teachers that are listening to this right now, so just try to implement this on your own courses. So what learning activities are going to be appropriate when we see these learning outcomes now? There are some important questions you can ask before choosing the activities. First of all, what do students know about academic integrity, and what skills do they need to know to be able to do assessments and tasks you are going to have in your course? Not about academic integrity, but all other assessments and tasks. And which of those skills do they already know, and what do they need help with? So what type of academic writing strategies or the knowledge of academic integrity I need to incorporate in my course? What we should answer our students is, okay, to start with, why shouldn't we just let someone else write our texts? How can you answer your students that? So it is very important, because many students are asking, okay, but there is a text already. Why should I bother to do that? Why can't I let someone else do that? Because this is not my first language. I have problems with that. It might be easier to just pay someone to do it. So first of all, explain to them, why shouldn't we just let someone else write your texts? Discuss academic integrity. That's very important. What is it? Why we want our students to do independent writing? Why we always ask our students, okay, write it in your own words. What's the point with that? And I think the answer might be, that's how we defined learning. Learning for us is not just repeating someone else's text, even if it's my own text. I don't want my students just to repeat it. It's to use your own words to process the information you got from books, from your teacher, from other sources. Process that information and put it in writing, or tell me that, because that when you can do it independently, then I as a teacher know that you have learned that. So that's why it's not good enough just to let someone else write your text. There are many activities on the ENAI website, and they are under CC license, so you can just take them, translate them, use them. There are webinars, workshops. They can be small paragraph or small chapter or something, and that can be a lecture or a course, for instance. Go and look at it, explore it. There are many learning activities regarding academic integrity that you might want to use in your courses. So there's help. You don't have to reinvent the wheel once again. And we are always, as ENAI, we are welcoming. If you have any material or any resources, please send that to us. I think it's very important to actively work with texts. And this is very important to use texts in your own field, because there are differences between different fields. So take a text, a scientific text from your own field, and ask yourself, okay, why did this author reference in this way? It's very important to make the point, what has happened in this text? So ask students to make summaries of a particular text or paragraphs in order to learn the technique of paraphrasing and citation. Teach them how to use sources properly. I usually advise students to use double note-taking, because sometimes students think that they have paraphrased something, but actually it was just a citation, word by word, and they think when it put it later in their own texts that it was a paraphrase. It wasn't, so they get caught for plagiarizing. So make it a double note-taking, which means have citations on one page, paraphrasing on another. Perhaps if you write on a computer, have different colors for your citations. So teach them that. It's going to make their life easier. Give examples. Students find paraphrasing quite challenging, so give them an example. Take a text, switch just a few words, so make it a synonym type of plagiarism and pet writing, and just ask them, is this good enough? Just to change a few words, and probably make them think, okay, how can I do it instead? Perhaps using two different sources and comparing them, I'm going to produce my own text, and it's going to be much better. So give them examples of plagiarism and pet writing. Students usually have quite a lot of ideas about some gray area when it comes to plagiarism and inadequate source use. Self-plagiarism is one area, and not only students. When it comes to self-plagiarism, I've heard many teachers telling me, okay, but I can reuse the same introduction or the same method section. And I say, okay, that you can do that, but be transparent and make your citation. For students, they think it's okay to take the same text and cash it in on different courses, basically. We don't think that's okay. So explain what self-plagiarism is. Translations are usually another myth or gray area students think about. Basically, when we tell them use your own words, when they translate something from English to Swedish, for instance, they think, okay, but I've translated this myself. Do I really need a citation now? Of course they do, but they're not sure. Secondary sources. If Irene cited Thomas, okay, who am I going to cite? Irene or Thomas? That's secondary citation, and students usually have problems with that. So explain these tricky parts of writing and referencing, because they don't agree. And my research has shown that student thinks that this border between plagiarism and non-plagiarism is here, while teachers think it's here. And between that is an area where students write something and really don't expect that they did anything wrong, but they did. They get caught, get to the disciplinary board. So it's, yeah, make their lives easier. Actively work with students' own writing. That's very important. You can't wait until bachelor's thesis for students to have their own first writing, independent writing. Make it from the beginning. Academic writing is a skill you need several years to learn and to master it. So give them that time. Also show them reference management software like Zotero, and then there are many more. I'm not paid by them, but learn them, tell them that these things exist and they might make your life a bit easier when it comes to referencing. Time management. I'm certain that you heard today many times when it comes to contract cheating, why when students are asked, okay, why did you do that? Oh, I didn't have time. So time management is something we really have to discuss with our students, because quite often when they hear, okay, you have 5 weeks to write your thesis, what they hear is 4 weeks vacation, 1 week of hard work writing. So make sub-deadlines and look at the whole situation as well. Are students taking parallel courses? Please don't make the exams, 2 exams in the same week, because it's going to increase cheating. Have a conversation with your colleagues instead. Motivate your students. Try to get to this intrinsic motivation where students want to master a topic and learn for the sake of learning, and instead of this extrinsic motivation where they, okay, hand the test, this is so important, this exam. Make a formative assessment is much better in that case than summative to motivate students. So now you got several examples of learning activities, and I'm still asking you, what learning activities could you use in your course to create an alignment with your learning outcomes? Please use your Padlet. You have your learning outcomes. I see your writing here for the first course, introduction course in computer architecture. I got design and architecture for a Corona app of your choice, but I don't see exactly what academic integrity has with it. Okay, hard to cheat on this one. Okay, good. Yes, it is hard to cheat on that one. Let me see activities another, please. What kind of activities do you think here? With these, so to align with your academic integrity learning outcomes. You want them, for instance, to learn citation and paraphrasing technique. What activities are you going to? And you can be very concrete. Okay, I'm going to take this paper and I'm going to underline where the author is using bibliographic material. What does it mean? How do they do this? What are the conventions in my own field, etc., etc. Or if it's a PhD course, okay, students has to know how to get an ethical approval. This is activity. In the activity, I'm going to help students write a text that's going to be sent to the ethical approval board and stuff like that. So you can have several types of activities that you might use. Okay. For instance, we have here for this 3rd course in biomedicine to analyze the literature. It would be a good idea, and to give students to synthesize the information from different sources and stuff like that. So those are type of activities you might want to have. If we go back, now we have our learning outcomes, we have our learning activities. We are going to talk about assessment strategies. So to assess students' knowledge and academic integrity, use appropriate assessment strategies. What I mean by that, we have our courses again. They won't have the same type of assessment here when it comes to academic integrity. The question is, what assessment strategies can you use to create an alignment with your learning outcomes and your learning activities? For instance, we often just assume this thing about academic writing, that students know that, and we just expect them to write properly, have proper citations and paraphrase correctly. What we have to now do instead is to start with assessing knowledge of academic integrity, examine their knowledge on rules, where they can find the rules and the information. Their knowledge on plagiarism can also be assessed. Test their reference and citation technique. Don't wait until a thesis writing. Make it a part of the first course where they write the first academic texts. And give them feedback on referencing. Give them the opportunity to revise. I'm not talking about thesis writing again. It should be much, much earlier, so they know how to do it when they come to the thesis writing. Another thing that's very important as a teacher is to give clear instructions, especially if you have home take exams. If the collaboration is not allowed, it should be stated. Don't forget to write it on every exam. Remind students over and over again of the importance of referencing correctly in all exams, both home take and on the campus. Just tell them over and over again. It's not enough to tell them on the first lecture. Repeat it. And also when they're writing, recall that everything that is quoted or referenced should be listed in the literature list, but not everything they've ever read. Sometimes they do that, and it's not really cool. Use the text matching software. It's really good. You're making the database larger, so students' young sister won't be able to take the same paper and hand it in once again, but know its limits. Contract cheating, if it's original, won't be detected. We have artificial intelligence, the other ENAI, might help with stilometry and trying to get if it is the same person that really wrote these texts. We are not there really yet. It's coming probably, but we are not there yet. Translations are still something that text matching software will have problems with. And students can still go to the library, take a book like these behind me, and plagiarize. They still do that. They are not everything is online. And text matching software, of course, can't find that. Don't forget that percentage means nothing. You can have 0%, it can still be plagiarized or bought in the essay mill sites, or you can have 60% and it's not plagiarism because there's an appendix with huge sample of laws, for instance, or something that gives high percentage, but it's still not plagiarism. So percentage is really something. You can't have everything under 5% is okay. Go and look what text matching software gave back to you and decide for yourself. When it comes to contract cheating, it's very important to prevent it by focusing on the process. So try to visualize this process for your students and not only the end product. That's also going to prevent this time management fallacy that students have. So give credits, for instance, for the process. If you have a thesis that's 15 credits, give 10 credits for the thesis, but give 5 credits for the process. So make it valuable and take part in it. Ensure that you don't only get the last version. Force students to show you their activity during different stages. Of course, they can buy it in process. It's going to be more expensive, so it's always good. Use peer assessment also if you don't have time, because teachers usually tell me, okay, but I don't have time to take this. I have too many students. Use peer assessment. So it's going to prevent some students at least to go and buy their essays. Meta writing is something I usually recommend. That means to have some sort of a research diary. Once again, it can be bought as well, but it's going to be more expensive. And some people may just decide, okay, it's too expensive for me. Ask students to present texts for discussion. If you have bought something, it's going to be harder. Oral examination has been proven to be something that can prevent contract cheating as well. You don't even have to ask all of your students. You can take just some random students. And focus on the designing of the assessment. Don't ask students for the answers that they can easily pretend to have done. For instance, go interview 5 people. They're going to interview 3 and then just make up what 2 other people have said. Do not repeat old questions and exams. That's really a laziness, and students talk to each other. Don't do that. And try to put some thinking about what kind of assessment am I going to make. Make it original, because original assessments require original answers. Don't ask students to give you 2,000 words on something they can Google in like 5 minutes. You're going to get really boring answers because most of the students are going to use Wikipedia as a starter. So avoid that. Instead, try to involve students in another way, to making assessments individual, original, use different contexts or situations, make students interested to make the solution and not just find the answer, because finding the answer is easy. We want students to think. You can use some specific theory on some totally unknown given material or event. So some things that are not on Google yet, basically. I know I'm requiring quite a lot from you as teachers, but this type of assessments are going to be much cooler to read to you as well as teacher than to have 30 Wikipedia versions of the same text. So we are getting back, and of course the question is, you can write in the Padlet, what assessment strategies can you use to create an alignment with your learning outcomes and your learning activities? I see that some of you are writing already. Yeah, I see someone from architecture really did something they couldn't Google, and that's always good. And I think it's much more fun also. So yeah, that's a good example. There was designing this architecture for a Corona app. So it's really good to use something that's on the news today, because it's not something they can Google. Okay, I hope you're writing in the Padlet. And of course, depending on what kind of outcomes you're going to use, different types of assessment. But don't forget, for instance, to try to assess a referencing technique. For instance, in this course, that would be quite appropriate to do that, because they're just starting to write, and give them examples and introduce them to academic writing, because they're going to need it. While on this PhD course in Russian linguistics, probably they know how to cite correctly, but they need to discuss co-authorship and other problems regarding good research practice, for instance. Okay, so another thing besides of constructive alignment, the third thing, I was talking about the role of the teacher, I was talking about constructive alignment, and this is the last thing: involve your students. Students are extremely smart and interested, and many students are very interested in questions on academic integrity, and they really should be involved. They can have really brilliant ideas when it comes to academic integrity and values, academic values. So discuss things with them. Use those students to foster this open discussion. Have student champions, like those we had the other day on the webinar. I'm going to give you the link so you can listen to it. It was really wonderful. And because I don't want to start to end in a bad way, I'm going to let a student have the last word. It's a student from Sweden that wrote this in the GEMS project. You can read about GEMS project. It was Global SMEs Survey project. You can read about it on the ENAI website. But this is what the student said. It worries me that there are professional people out in work that lack the skills they claim and are believed to have. It damages the quality of education. Then ultimately, it is unfair for students who are working hard to become better. They will become the victims of these kinds of acts. Why would you cheat when the knowledge you attain at a university is imperative for your future? Cheat enough and sooner or later you will be found out and be both socially and professionally crucified. The only people cheaters cheat are themselves. I told you we have very smart students. So I would also like to invite you. We already had 2 webinars as a part of European Academic Integrity Week, which is this week. This is student role in raising the right kind of awareness for integrity and against contract cheating. It's recorded. You can find this webinar and where is the borderline of plagiarism, another great webinar on the on the academicintegrity.eu/webinar website. Tomorrow we are going to have a panel about the COVID-19 teacher qualifications, promoting academic integrity for teaching and learning during the pandemic. And on Friday, we'll have a lecture on building your own ethical behaviors in medical research. And I highly recommend you to go and register for the last 2 webinars. Even those webinars too are going to be recorded, so you can see them afterwards if you can't join us live tomorrow on Friday. So thank you very much. You can very welcome to contact me. You can also write me a letter if you need, if the registration is closed for the webinars, if you're interested for tomorrow, or any other comments or questions. I'm going to leave the Padlet open so you can still use it. If you want to add something, it's a really good way to have this type of discussion. And I hope that you can implement some of these ideas to embed academic integrity in your own courses. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. Now I have some questions right here. One question is, well, that your tips are really helpful, and she asked, what are your top 2 tips?
So what, sorry, where?
What are your top 2 tips for, well, for approach to assignments about everything you have said already? What are your tips?
Two favorites or what?
Yeah.
Integrate academic integrity in your curriculum in different ways. Teach referencing technique and time management. Those 2 perhaps.
Well, I think everything else was really clear. I don't think we have any more questions. So
okay.
Thank you so much for your contribution with this session. And to all the people watching us, please stay tuned for the next session. And again, Sonia, I want to thank you very much for your time and for all that you teach us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are staying safe and healthy. Welcome to our live feed, which is dedicated to the memory of Professor Tracy Bretek. Our next session will be about values in school assessments by Zinat Khan, Veena Mulani, Sarah Eaton, and Brenda Stosh. Hopefully I pronounced it correctly. And I think we can start. So the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much, Tamara. It's so great to be back. For Sarah and me, this is the second round. We really wanted to thank International Center for Academic Integrity to give us this platform. Such amazing conversations have been happening, and we've got a few more hours to go on this journey of marathon of global conversations. I'm quite excited to welcome Sarah Eaton from Calgary University, Brenda Stage from Manitoba, and Veena Mulani from the Alpha High School. My name is Zenith, and I'm with the University of Wollongong in Dubai. My target always is to try and either get students in the conversation or teachers in the conversation. And this time we are going to be looking at and talking about schools, assessments and teacher attitudes, and how that whole thing works where contract cheating is concerned. This is something it's very close to my heart because I have a daughter. Now she is in secondary, but her whole primary life experience as a student has really shaken me to the core, looking at how at different times when she was doing assignments, it was kind of naturally expected that she would have a parent or another parent to help her out with the project, and she would put her name on it, and it would be her assignment. And how a lot of the teachers tended to naturally, gravitate towards the assignments that were done by the parents, which naturally looked better, felt better, had a better quality, and they seemed to take the center stage. So I thought this was so interesting and important for us to get this conversation going. We even heard this from a lot of the conversations that happened today. How young is young? When do we really start this conversation? So maybe this is where we will kind of, peel that onion and figure out where is that, how young is young and where do we really start from? So I would like to first start with the introductions. I just did a quick hello. I will start with, of course, Sarah again. Welcome, Sarah. Just a little bit about yourself would be great.
Good morning, everyone, and nice to be with you again this morning, Zenith. Sarah Eaton here from the University of Calgary in Calgary, Canada, where it's just turned 8:03 in the morning. And I'm so delighted to be working with this amazing group of international colleagues to talk about this important topic.
Thank you so much. It's really fantastic to have you here and to hear, your insights and inputs. Next, I've got Brenda again from Canada.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. I'm coming from Manitoba and my area is very snowy this morning. So we have our first taste of snow and it's very bright and fresh and clean and a little chilly. And I'm coming to this conversation today as a former high school teacher, as a parent of two children, one in elementary school and one just entering high school, and of course, a researcher and faculty development specialist in the area of academic integrity. So good morning and to everyone.
And welcome to the panel. And we've got Veena Mulani.
Hi, thank you everyone for inviting me to this. I really feel quite honored, being surrounded by such accomplished educators. I'm just begun my journey about a few years ago when my son was born. He's 9 now, so quite fresh on this boat. But I've been in primary education for the last 5 to 6 years now. And I've done my schooling in Dubai, UAE. That's where I've grown up. So I kind of have my own background to rely on as well. And since everyone's talked about their weather, our weather is quite all over the place right now. Depends on which part of the country you're in and whether you're indoors or outdoors. We're all over the place.
Yeah, we've been hitting 34, 36 during the day, and then in the night it's as cold as sometimes 12. So we literally are all over the place. And I'm Zinat. I'm with the University of Wollongong in Dubai. I'm an assistant professor there. My passion, of course, is academic integrity and working with students primarily. And my latest focus has been looking at contract cheating and the link with school assessments and behaviors that we actually do see in school corridors. So I want to start off probably the discussion with first, let's talk about the children, right? We talk about how it is important for us to teach children these values of integrity, right? Be honest, don't lie. You should always be truthful. You should always be fair. You should have the courage to speak up when you see something wrong happen around you. You should be dependable and you should show respect and be responsible. But do we really do that as adults, particularly in our roles as teachers, right? So let's talk a little bit about how children really learn, right? So we've got the explicit content that is being taught to children. Don't lie, it's bad, it's this, that. It could be bringing in either moral education, or it could be bringing in scriptures or etc. It doesn't matter what the source is, right? But there is that implicit side. So let me maybe start with Brenda. What are your thoughts on that implicit values that we are teaching children?
Yeah, so that's a very good question, because I think in our day-to-day lives, we start to understand more and more that there are lies that are acceptable and that are necessary in order to maintain friendships and relationships, and little white lies so that we don't offend people. And then on the other hand, there are lies that we shouldn't be telling, and there are things that we need to do that are honest and so that we're trustworthy. And so I think it can be very confusing for children as they're going through school, what the context is for their each interaction that they have is really important, but can they successfully determine when a lie or being dishonest is appropriate and when it's not? And so how does that then spill into their academic work and their learning, and then of course how we assess them? So I think as a parent, first and foremost, it's a really tricky thing to navigate, because we catch ourselves as parents lying to our children for certain reasons to protect them. But then on the other hand, we might say, well, it's really important to tell the truth. You need to tell me the truth. So I think it's very confusing. And unless we really have open conversations with our kids about the trickiness of all of that, they won't learn that there's nuanced approaches to different situations. And it's a really tough skill, I think, to learn. We may not be particularly good at it as adults. So then how do we teach our kids these really tough skills?
Oh, that's sort of fascinating way to put it. Veena, as a primary teacher?
Well, it's nice that you brought up moral education, because we following with moral education, there's a curriculum to follow, but it all kind of falls under the same kind of values. And the values start at such a young age, about even simple things like kindness and respect and so on, and I mean, these are obviously broader categories, but when you really go into the nitty-gritty of things, I think it's very important to start as early as you can. But what Brenda brought up as a point is also very important, because there's this dilemma inside all of us. I'm a mother of two, and honestly, I can't say that I've been 100% honest, especially when there's ice cream in the picture, or going to the park. So of course we do tend to do those little white lies with our kids, but I think it's also very important to be firstly honest with ourselves as to what is acceptable, and draw that line for ourselves before we start to draw it for our kids, because kids will follow what you do, not what you say. You could be lecturing them for hours, but it's really your actions that they're looking at. And this is something very important that parents need to realize. So the next time, you pick up the phone and you call in sick, or, you tell your kid, here, I've written something for you, or I made this project, go tell your teacher that you did it, and I'm sure she liked it more than so-and-so's project, It's important for you as a parent to realize and draw that line, and then your kid's gonna follow it. It's going to happen.
Right. And what happened? Are you able to switch that role when you go into a class full of, say, 30 students?
They say that within a teacher, there's a parent. Okay. And me, I think my students would vouch for this, that when I'm in front of a class of 30 kids, it's this connection that you need to first establish with them, and they need to trust you. And then when you start going into very abstract topics like moral education, you can't go into scripture, you can't go into family values or cultures, you have those boundaries to maintain. But again, like I said, the values remain the same no matter where you're from, no matter what religion you follow, what age you are, so on and so forth. So when you establish this trust with your students, and they start to see you as a student, as a person, as a human, and you start talking to them about your own real life, even mistakes for that matter. So then they start thinking about these values. And so for me, it's not really that, okay, I'm a parent at home and I'm a teacher in school, so I just need to follow a curriculum and pass on all these theories. It's really about making them think, making that real life connection with them, that what would you do in this situation? And what do you think about this? And I think that's why, even the previous session really helped, because you were able to see what the students' point of view was, and even at different year groups, they have so many different viewpoints. And this is where their values are really built,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Sarah, what do you think? When we think about implicit values versus explicit values, what do you think is really working? What is the message that we're really sending to students?
I love this discussion around values, right? Partly because, the International Center for Academic Integrity has articulated these 6 fundamental values for integrity. And then Venus brought up the question of respect. And when I talk with students, I often talk with them about how values are not absolute, but that the critical thinking that goes into that shapes how we enact the values and how we implement them in our daily life, right? And to go back to what Brenda was saying is, teaching children from a young age that sometimes there are these little white lies that we tell, and then sometimes we also tell them it's okay to be honest. And so from a young age, they're navigating tensions, right? Ethical tensions. And I'll share with this group a story that when I was a young person, very, very young, I think I was maybe 2 or 3 years old or something, my mom would tell me this story of how I embarrassed her. One day we were standing at a bus stop, and there was a nun at the bus stop, and I'd never seen a nun before. And apparently, my late mother would tell me, she said she was horrified because I tugged on the nun's habit and said, "Excuse me, miss, why are you wearing that funny hat?" My mother was saying I was being disrespectful, but I couldn't understand why I was being disrespectful. And she said, no, you can't say things like that. You mustn't talk to people in that way. But I didn't understand what was wrong with what I had done. So this idea of teaching children with what is wrong and what is respect and when is it okay to say the truth, as young children do, they come up with all of these things and parents think, oh my goodness, why are you saying that? So we learn, I think, to curb what we call the inside voice. And as we're learning to curb the inside voice, we do so, sometimes it ends up being a little bit dishonest. But we also learn to navigate this field of, okay, when am I allowed to speak my truth? And when do I have to not speak my truth? And what does not speaking my truth mean? And when does that go over an ethical line, which sometimes isn't a line, it's like a whole gray zone. So there's a lot of negotiating, I think, as children are young, as to what is okay and what is not okay.
Right. So the whole reason I wanted to start with talking about the implicit values is because we actually carry this forward when our children then are in school, right? And now let's talk about the teachers, for instance. The same thing as Veena mentioned, that there's a fine line between being a parent and being a teacher. And ultimately, younger children do see teachers in that same role, right? Going back to the same question, like when you do see teachers, for instance, if they've given an assignment and a student has had their parents do it for them, right? We do see that happening every now and then. In fact, in Dubai, I remember once one of my students, while we were doing research, she went about looking at stationery shops, and then she found that, in fact, the stationery shop at a corner had now started making models, like projects for schools. And when she asked him why, he said, because we used to send materials, and then parents kept coming and saying, we don't have time, you've got the materials, why don't you just make the models for us, right? So we do see that happening. And then we see teachers, inherently kind of gravitating towards those projects, which obviously look better, are of a higher quality naturally than what a student would be able to do. So what kind of messages are we sending to students when we as teachers do this, right? So maybe I will go backwards this time and I'll start with Sarah.
I mean, I think the job of teachers, I mean, it's not only to teach and instruct and convey content, but it's also to model behavior. And also to create safe spaces, I think, where it's okay for children to ask questions or be unsure of themselves. And if we can create, safe spaces where they can explore some of these behaviors and we can work with them through that, then that's, I think, an opportunity that teachers have. But I do think it's incumbent upon us as educators, especially with young children, to model the behavior at every chance we get.
Absolutely. Brenda?
So I'll go to an example that I encounter every week on a Monday when my youngest daughter comes home with her math homework for the week. And what's really interesting about how her particular teacher is approaching homework, for example, is to clearly state in the package of homework, and it's just one page per week, but it clearly states, please have your child complete this work on their own, and that the parents are not to help. So for me, that's really difficult because I was trained as a math teacher and a science teacher, so I want to jump in there and help. But my daughter, has clearly understood the boundary that this is her work, her assignment, and she needs to do it. So occasionally she does come home with, that she got a concept wrong, but it's been explained to her. So, I can probably give examples of where, when I was a high school teacher, that I enabled some of that, like just quickly do it, just get it done. And now I see that, at least for my kids' teachers, they are making the effort to ensure that the student is working on their own work. Now, that's just my personal experience right now with my kids' teachers. But I can see how it could be very easy to fall into that. Just quickly get it done. Just have your parent help you. But not all parents would know how to help. So there could be the difference between helping and doing it for your child. And do parents necessarily have the skills to help or to scaffold learning? That might be the job of the teachers, and they might argue, well, that's the job of the teachers. So I think it's a very interesting situation, but when the homework comes home with clear directive that the parent is not to help, that can be very helpful. But some parents will want to help, right? They want to make it easier for their child, and they hate to see their child struggle through something and be frustrated. So it's a challenging situation.
For sure. Veena, how about you?
Well, it just makes me think about the whole education system, currently at place, not only in the UAE, but just around the world, where, and it dates back from where our parents were in school, where it was like perfection is equal to success, and because this one ideology is so ingrained that parents sort of start thinking of their kids less than perfect. And if they don't get that A or that A star, they think that, oh my God, my child's future is, it's in doom, it's like, he's not going to make it, and this kind of puts so much pressure on the kids to keep aiming for that perfection, no matter what they need to do. And then you start thinking that, is it really a race, and who's running it? Are the kids running the race, or are the parents running the race? And while you're doing this, you're kind of teaching your kid that it's okay to lie, it's okay to cheat, it's okay to bend any rules as long as you reach that success. And this is where, I don't know, maybe I'm, in my dream world thinking about changing the world, but small steps. We're started the conversation, and it's really important for us to take this forward and really reach the students, reach the parents, and kind of talk about what are the solutions,
So
to
as
this.
a teacher, if you did see an assignment come in front of you, which clearly was not done by the student, right? How would you respond? Like, how do you think teachers should respond?
Well, how they should respond and how I respond are two different questions. But I'm going to stick to myself first, okay? Because I believe in this, and I practice it at home as well with my own kids, okay? They're just 6 and 9, but I've already started. They have their projects, and I make them do it, even if it's just 80%. But the thing is that when a kid shows up to my class, written an essay, which I know, the vocabulary is not his, the sentence structure is not his, or the kind of drawing, it's not done by that child, I can make out, and teachers can make out, so me as a teacher, I'm quite blunt with my students, I just tell them, look, either you think you're very smart or you think I'm very foolish, but please go and try again. And it's okay if you make a mistake, and this is something that, especially now with the online learning, because the parents are more involved, they're looking at every single task that your child is doing. Whereas before, they had no idea what their kids were doing in school. Sure, they had a general overview, but they didn't know what questions were being answered and, what activities were being done, so then the involvement level was different, but now the parents are right there watching us. So it's very important for teachers. They should, okay, coming back to the teachers should keep telling the kids, it's okay to get it wrong. It's okay to make that mistake and try again.
What do you think about that?
But believe it or not, even now, especially in this online learning, I've seen assignments that are actually handwritten by a parent. And I just take that time to go back to that child and say, don't worry, I know what your speed is. I'm not expecting you to write super fast. I know I'm a teacher, so it's okay. Take that extra time, write 80%, that's okay. But you see, it's not enough that I tell him that. It's also important the parent to reiterate that. So there's only so much that you can do as a teacher to build that confidence in that child. At the end of the day, like I said, the parents are running the race. So
what do you think, Sarah, about that? When a child does end up producing an assignment which has been done by a parent, right? And in response, like Veena said, you say, go back and do it again. What do you think about that approach?
I love everything that's being said, and I couldn't agree with Vina more. We have different discourses that happen, right? So the teachers like Vina and others will say it's okay to fail, and sending that message, it's okay to fail, that's normal, and we learn when we fail is a key message. But when students then go home and failure is stigmatized, because I think, I'm talking about broad societal things here, but I think to some extent there's almost like an addiction to success. And it's success at any cost, right? And a few years ago, we were hearing a lot about the helicopter parents, as Vina was mentioning, right? Used to be parents were sort of generally unaware, it's like, I grew up, okay, go play, come back at supper time. And then over the past little while, few years, we've had this phenomenon of the helicopter parents who hover all the time. And then that's given away. This is a cultural reference, but now we have the idea of the snowplow parent. And the snowplow will come in and just move away any obstacles, like the plow moves away the snow, in order for their students to be successful. So the parents will come and push forward, and they will tolerate zero obstacles to their students' success. And I think this is really a discourse that we must disrupt, and instead reframe it as how do we engage parents as partners in academic integrity, and bring them into this conversation and let them know that it's actually okay. Failure on an assignment or failure in learning doesn't mean failure as a human being, but somehow those messages have been confused. And I think it's actually okay to, well, more than okay, necessary to have students become part of this conversation as partners and decrease some of the antagonism that comes between parents and school systems, or parents and teachers. Because sometimes if the teacher is what the parent perceives to be the obstacle, like I need to get my kid out of that class, they need to go into a different class, I need a teacher who's not an obstacle. But teachers generally are in the profession because they care about their students.
Absolutely, fantastic. That'll lead to my next point. And Brenda, I'm going to ask you this one. So you know how we've talked about teachers and we've talked about parents, right? But let's talk about the school and the role the school management plays a bit, right? So I may want to, as a teacher, do assignments a certain way, right? For instance, we had done a small study on 2 different schools and the way they were handling assignments. One was sending home the assignments, where then there was a general tendency for parents to get involved and do the project. And we had the other school where they got their children to do maximum of the project in class in front of the teacher. Then the teacher had that understanding of how much the student could really do, and then grade them accordingly, right? So the only reason they're able to set the assignments in the way that they are is because of the way the school sets the expectations from the teachers. So what role do you think schools will play, or governance plays, in this whole conversation?
It's really interesting, and there's lots of layers there. And I was just thinking about all the things that you can possibly touch by answering that question. So I guess one of the things I can say from my personal experience is, as a teacher, I would set the expectations for my class, and I would go accordingly. Of course, there's outside pressures, how you would design your lessons and assessments and that sort of thing, and that all factors into the decisions that individual teachers would make. Of course, there was, when I was teaching, which has in high school, which is now over 20 years ago, I had a certain idea of how I would do things, and there would be some concerns that parents would raise about, their expectations for a particular classroom. And at the time, I wasn't experienced enough to actually see how I could implement some of those expectations, because I was just trying to get through, the day or the year or whatever, as a teacher. But I do remember having pressure to make sure that if I was going to set a certain grade for a student based on products that they would give to me, that I needed to be very sure of what I was doing, because of possible parent challenges to how I was assessing my students. So then at the school level, bringing back now to today, I have been looking at government level policy for academic integrity, and And I'm quite disappointed to say that there isn't a whole lot of information around academic integrity that stands alone, that can sort of communicate to the educational community that these are important things to look at. I know that there's assessment policies, but sometimes these assessment policies leave out the terminology we use around academic integrity. And so academic integrity might be forgotten because it's not included within those assessment policies. And so at a higher level, assessment policies, at least academic integrity policies in Canada are not very visible. And so there might be the expectation that if the policies are visible, that would trickle down to a school level. So in most of our provinces and territories, we have the government, and each operates somewhat independently for K-12 and post-secondary. But then we also have school divisions for regional areas, and then we have schools. And at least in Manitoba, where I'm located, school divisions act as an intermediary and sort of, have these policies, but schools are somewhat independent in how they choose to, implement various things. And so if we don't have, if we do or don't have very strong policies at the top, how does that sort of trickle down to the school level and how we, how these policies are enacted? And I must say, I've looked at a lot of at least high school student handbooks looking for statements about academic integrity, looking for contract cheating in particular. There's still quite a focus on plagiarism and, exams, those end of term exams. But the discussion or the policies is not really well developed yet. So I have in the past tried to really engage with principals and teachers about this discussion. And I'd say, about 50% of the people I've approached really feel strongly about academic integrity and wanting to teach students about this, about doing their own work, and also what the expectations will be as they move to post-secondary or into the work world. And then there is another 50% who feel that, well, this is, K-12 is too premature to start the discussion about academic integrity. So it's really mixed. And I think it's because it's not really front and center in some schools and in some conversations with educators and parents and students. So there's quite a bit of work to do.
And I think Sarah had mentioned this in our last conversation, how you talked about how this top-down needs to happen when we are talking about something like this. Schools by themselves may not be able to, may not be in a position to actually make this decision and bring academic integrity into the focus. Could you say a little bit more about that one?
Yeah, and here, and I'm sure it's the same in other countries, right? Schools, teachers are accountable to the principals, and the principals are accountable to the superintendents, and the superintendents are accountable to the higher level administrators, right? And it goes up to sort of a ministry level. But if there's no top-down directive, then it becomes really difficult for an individual teacher to keep up the good fight, if you will, right? Because then they could be seen as not acting in accordance with policies, or maybe they're seen as being too strict or not aligning with other strategic priorities that have been identified at the system level. And so there is an expectation, I think, for teachers at a local level to align with whatever strategic priorities have been set, right? And we have them, our jurisdiction has them, as Brenda mentioned, in Canada. The governance of education is decentralized, so every province has its own sort of approach. I mean, it's sort of, generally the same, but with some differences. But if a school has identified a different strategic priority, then if a teacher goes away from that, then they're seen as deviating and not aligning themselves. So I think that, what we need is for academic integrity to become a strategic priority at every level of education. And it's just that that's a long conversation, but one that's worth having and keep reinforcing over time. And events like this are key to move that forward.
I think in UAE, we might be a little bit different because the schools, particularly in Dubai, come under a government entity called KHDA, Knowledge and Human Development Association. And Veena can tell us a little bit more about the moral development, like for instance, the moral education subject and everything that comes under the ministry's guidebooks.
Well, I can't comment too much on the government policy on, for K-12 on academic integrity, but I can definitely talk about moral education. Within that particular curriculum, we don't cover concepts of academic integrity or contract cheating to the at the primary level, at least. Again, I'm not 100% confirmed about the secondary level, but it really does go back to that this conversation, just like Sarah said, that this conversation needs to begin at a primary level, because you can't expect a child to grow up with certain values and then later on you tell them that, hey, what you've been doing all this time is not right, and these are the consequences if you ever do it again. I mean, it doesn't work that way, not in their head, and I know that when I was in school, we had none of these rules, and our teachers, I mean, even now, honestly, from the teachers that I know, across UAE, I would say many of them would not be completely clear on the concepts behind these terminologies, that what is contract cheating, yes, like Brenda said, there is plagiarism. There's, of course, those end of term exam cheating. We have those assessment policies in place. And, especially now with online learning, really, we're doing a lot to ensure that kids are being honest and not cheating, and we're becoming more sort of strict about what we accept at the kind of work that will be accepted. But that too is happening at a very independent level. So supposing in a particular year group, if you have like 5 or 6 sections, I can't honestly say that all 5 or 6 teachers would be approaching this in the same way. Yeah. So like I was saying, when I was in school, we didn't have any of these rules. And I can't honestly say that when I was 12 or 13, I didn't ask my parents for help. I can say they never bought me a project. Okay. They were very clear about that, just something exactly what the students previously were saying, that their parents would help them, but they wouldn't buy them a project, but it was more of a very laissez-faire attitude that, okay, let's just go with the flow and let's just again accept what is perfect.
Right. So now let's talk a little bit about what can we look at. So we've said definitely we need top-down approach. We need academic integrity to be taken seriously at all levels, particularly from the top, and then have it as part of the conversation so that it can trickle down to schools, right? But from schools itself, like let's say looking pedagogically, the assessment design, for instance, right? Looking at how you said, Veena, that not every teacher is going to know the terminologies or the concepts behind them, right? So then the whole discussion comes in. So let's talk about teacher training, right? Most teachers are going through some sort of training before they come into schools as teachers, right? Before they start their career as teachers, when they walk into classrooms. So what's missing in teacher training that we are not looking at, where somehow this is still, this is still missing in that conversation? Sarah?
Yeah, it's a great question, right? And I do think, when we talk about this chicken and egg, does it start in K-12 or does it start in higher ed? I'm a firm believer that it actually does start in higher ed, because this is the place where we train teachers. So we train the teachers that then go into K-12 who can enact it there. So I don't actually think it's a chicken and egg conversation. It does absolutely need to be part of teacher training. And as long as it's not in our policies and it's not in our quality assurance, then it won't be in teacher training. So that it needs to come from the top down. And there are very practical things that teachers can start even with children from a young age, right? Like, so if you're taking an image from online and putting it in your slide deck, just copy the URL, just these things that just helping young children understand that it comes from somewhere. We talked about this in the session with the with the students earlier, right? To that kind of education can start very young, and it doesn't have to be around, having minutiae around citing and referencing details at a very young age. But the idea of acknowledging that knowledge comes from somewhere is something that we can start really, really early. So yes, absolutely. I think it really does need to be part of teacher training, but in order for it to get into the teacher training program, it must be in the policies that drive that, for sure.
Right. So now for the teachers who have obviously missed that opportunity, they've had their training, now they're in their classrooms. Brenda, what do you think we could look to do or advise or propose?
So I've actually been involved in attempting to create professional development opportunities for teachers, and held workshops for English teachers specifically a number of years ago. And many English teachers were quite excited about this because they wanted to know how they could use the language of academic integrity in their curriculums and start to incorporate it within the curriculum. So for the English curriculums in Manitoba, I have done this search, just a search using the search feature for PDFs, and the words don't come up in the curriculums, right? So academic integrity or even plagiarism doesn't necessarily come up in the documents themselves. And I think incorporating academic integrity in the language within all the curriculums. And I think that an earlier speaker today said, make it a learning outcome. So make it a learning outcome for all curriculums. And when it's there, you can pay more attention to it. But then you know to pay attention to it. I remember my teacher training, there was no talk about academic integrity. I don't even think the word plagiarism came up in my education classes, although I could be wrong. It's been a long time ago. But we also may have learned ways of approaching teaching that actually enable students to engage in some of these behaviors, right? We're doing it, we might be doing it in our classes as we're going through teacher training. And so then when we go into our classrooms, we're actually modeling behaviors that might be, might be on that slippery slope from appropriate to inappropriate, right? So like Sarah said before, it's a gray area. So I think offering professional development to teachers who have not had an opportunity is an important step, but also trying to find ways to make it important, make it seem like this is a necessary professional development opportunity, because there are so many other competing things, right? Where as teachers, where we're actually in a sort of in a role of parent, where we have our content areas, but we might also be paying attention to student mental health, and we should, and their physical health. We're concerned about their social and emotional well-being. And so some of these ideas get lost if they're not incorporated within what we're already working on, within the content, and within some of the other ideas. So it really needs to be part of a complete package. And maybe not necessarily a standalone item that professionals deal with. So, creating a mental health module, for example, I'm just sort of like brainstorming here, but mental health, professional development, adding academic integrity into it, going to math professional development, making sure academic integrity is part of that, because attracting teachers to just an academic integrity professional development workshop or day might not be enough to entice them. So we have to make it more applicable.
Now, that is interesting again, because so we're going top down, step by step, right? So Sarah talked about how it's important to have the policy so that it's in the higher education modules. But for teachers who've missed that, now you've said it's important that we look at providing professional development opportunities. So now I'll come to Veena, and let's say, from what you've said, a lot of the schools don't even know that this is something they need to be looking at, right? So naturally, they might not even be looking out for professional development opportunities like that for their teachers. So how would you suggest then we look to support teachers coming out of that kind of background?
Okay, well, look, 50 years ago, nobody was talking about emotional intelligence. Okay, 20 years ago, nobody was talking about mindfulness. Okay, and I mean, these are also new terms, but as we are going, you know, as the years pass, we all understand the importance of these concepts. And I think academic integrity and contract cheating is also on a journey of its own. So exactly how to do it is something that we need to come up with solutions as educators, you know, but we can start with schools and educating, you know, starting with the principals, of course, and then sort of really driving this force within the school network, and sort of, you know, we really need to have, at least all schools should have one or two people, or like a team of teachers driving this right into the curriculum, just like, you know, talking about cross curriculum and talking about, like I said, mindfulness and these kind of values. You know, they need to have that driving force. Somebody needs to do this. You know, the dirty work or the starting work, whatever you want to call it, you know. But I mean, why I say dirty work is because these people are not going to be welcomed. You know, I mean, you're saying that, you know, you're going to send people into schools talking about changing their assessment policies and changing the teachers' values. You know, like I said, these teachers have also grown up thinking about how to grade students, and now you're telling them that accept something that is with a messy handwriting and give that, tell the child it's okay, you know. And this is something, you know, that I really appreciate. I mean, my son has terrible handwriting, but so many of his teachers, believe it or not, to this day tell me, Veena, calm down, it's okay, you know. And so you need to change the teachers' thinking about this. So trust me, these people, the academic integrity champions, or what do you want to call them, they're not going to be welcomed. It's not an easy task, but it needs to be done.
It's such a fascinating way you put it, because I remember when I first I teamed up with my marketing team at my university, and I said, hey, you know what? We need to do some kind of a counselor workshop with schools, because no one's really talking to schools about academic integrity. And his name is Vinu, and he looked at me and said, okay, that sounds interesting. That sounds new. Let's approach the counselors. And the first time we did it, it was actually very successful. We had like 30 counselors representing 30 different schools. And this was 2012. When we did it in 2015, the first thing counselors came back and said, didn't we do this already once? Why are we doing another session? You know, because it's been 3 years. Why aren't you coming up with something new, right? And then 2016, we had a conference, and again, we brought them in forward, and they looked at Vinu, and because he was our school liaison for the university, and they looked at him and said, doesn't this professor do anything else other than talk about academic integrity? We want to attend professional development conferences, workshops, but why academic integrity? You know, but one of the things that I learned early on that really worked with schools here was, if we call it professional development and we are going to give them certificates, that adds value to their career development, right? Then they will want to come. And now what has happened, these counselors who've been coming, now they never ask, because now they understand, like exactly what you said. It didn't used to be a part of the conversation. Now slowly it is getting there. So for sure, I think Michael's already joined, so we're almost done. So I think there's been a lot of questions that have come through in the chat. Tamara, are you going to be moderating that, or should I call out the questions?
Yeah, sure, I can ask. There is really many comments and questions.
Yeah.
So probably the first one, or like firstly, how do we get parents involved and also the politicians to listen regarding the academic integrity policies?
So parents, maybe Brenda?
Well, I mean, one route that I have been considering is in Canada anyway, or at least in my area, we have parent councils at each school. And so one way to sort of begin the conversation might be through parent councils, but having the right person join and making this a priority and pushing for it is important as well, because parents with these, in my experience, parents on these parent councils have a certain expectation of what they will do on these parent councils. And it doesn't always involve pushing, you know, changes in policy or, you know, pushing for academic integrity, those sorts of things. They're really there to try to enhance the student experience. And perhaps academic integrity or talking about academic cheating doesn't really sound like it would enhance a student experience. And so I think, but that might be one place, if done very well and carefully, that could be one place where parents could start to have some influence on whether or not this topic is even brought up.
Amazing. And for the politicians, maybe I'll put this at Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, because, you know, politicians are also parents often as well, and that they're members of the community, right? And there's so many of us in the academic integrity realm that talk about the need for the multi-stakeholder approach. And so often, you know, parents come in as antagonists to teachers, and why are you punishing my student for doing something wrong? So I agree with Brenda's point about engaging parents in student councils and turning them into allies, and because they're members of the community in more than roles as just parents. So parents are also teachers, they're also politicians, they're also employers, and to, you know, think about the whole person and the many roles that parents play to influence their children.
Awesome. Tamara, back to you.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And I see another question from Jenny. What are the opportunities for us to move this agenda more consistency across from kindergarten to 12th grade?
Okay, so consistency. Generally, I think we need, like Sarah said, Brenda said, Veena said, we do need this structure to come in from the, you know, from the top down. It needs to get into our policies that this is something important, that this is something that we need to be looking at. We need to look at the pedagogies. We need to look at how the assessments are being set. And then once it comes through as part of the policies, I think schools are then inclined to follow, and then find ways to train the teachers, get that professional development in, and then, you know, probably support the entire process from the entire K-12. Veena, anything else to add to that?
No, I agree. I mean, for something like this to make consistent, you know, lasting kind of a change, we need that top-down approach, because you really need to, you know, you need to start at the roots of, you know, the people who are actually setting policies and then sending it out to schools.
Absolutely. Tamara?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And also, I noticed one question from earlier, from the beginning, specifically to Veena. Can you talk a little bit about how you navigate establishing those honest connections with students from a wide variety of cultural backgrounds?
Veena, I think that was to you.
Okay. Okay. Well, see, the thing is, it's very important for when you are sitting, when you're in front of a classroom full of 30, you know, kids, and you know, like the question says, it's a wide variety of culture. It's so important to first be aware of the cultural difference, because if you're not aware of the cultural difference, you're not going to be able to break that barrier as from human to human. Secondly, you need to see your students as humans. You know, we're sort of like, we start teaching and we get so involved in the content, and okay, I need to do this and I need to do this and I need to do that, and the lesson planning and the lesson observations and everything, that we forget, you know, and it's happened to me as well in the earlier years. You forget that you're actually standing in front of kids, you know, and they're going to make mistakes, and they're humans, and they need that personal connection. They need that eye-to-eye contact, you know, they need that little pat on the shoulder, they need that extra smile, you know, telling them it's okay, you know, or just telling them, okay, you've done it once, remember it next time. You know, these are words, you know, you need to make this conversation. And you need to tell them that your stories, because they can't be looking at you as, oh, teacher, can't be approached. can't be, is perfect. You're not perfect either. You've made mistakes. You were a kid once. So this is what I meant. This really comes down to the teacher, and you need to be comfortable with yourself. You need to be aware of their cultural differences. You need to be aware of their parents and backgrounds, single parents, working parents, extended families or nuclear families, where they come from. If you have that information on your class, it'll be easier. It'll be easier for you to make that connection. And then that connection really needs to start here. It needs to start where you start viewing your students as your own, and then you start using those keywords like dear, sweetheart. You tell them, if you start using this kind of vocabulary in a very nice way, let me put it that way, they will start seeing you as a human, and they'll start responding to you.
Okay, I think our time is up. Thank you so much, Sarah, Veena, and Brenda, for joining me in this conversation. I think this is something that's very close to all of our hearts, even as parents first, then as teachers, and of course, as advocates of academic integrity. And thank you once again to the International Center for Academic Integrity for giving us the platform to actually bring this conversation forward. Thank you so much, Tamara.
Thank you so much, all of you. I think it's really valuable discussions, and there are many, many good points. So thank you all for this.
Thank you.
And also for everyone who was with us during this session, I invite you to stay with us or join us for the next session, which will start in about 4 to 3 minutes. Okay, welcome everyone. For all of you who joined us just recently, I just want to remind you that all of the sessions are being recorded and will be available at the ICAI website later. And I think we can go on to the next session, which will be about responses to contract cheating. So kindly, I would like to ask Garrett Crossman and his team of co-presenters to introduce themselves and start the session.
Thank you very much, Tamara. My name is Gareth Crossman. I am the Head of Policy and Communications at the Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education, or in the UK, generally known as QAA. And I'm going to be leading this session, but it's really a conversation with myself and colleagues from the UK higher education sector and with student representation as well. And what we're really going to be doing is we're going to be talking about some of the issues affecting UK higher education in relation to contract cheating, some of the work that we're doing as a consequence of that, and just trying to give an idea about the sort of multifaceted issue that this is and how a multifaceted issue requires a multifaceted response. So for those who don't know, Quality Assurance Agency is the UK's independent body for higher education with responsibility for quality and standards in higher education, and that's the whole UK. So that's England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. And then I will ask my co-presenters to introduce themselves one by one. I'll probably, if I say Michael first, that way people aren't talking over each other.
Thanks very much, Gareth, and thank you, Tamara. My name is Professor Michael Draper. I'm based at Swansea University in Wales, part of the UK, and I've got a couple of institutional roles. First of all, I'm the Chair or Dean of Regulations and Student Cases at the university, and I'm also a director of the director of the Swansea Academy of Inclusivity and Learner Success, an academy which supports students across the university in terms of their academic success. I'm a member of the QAA's academic advisory group on integrity and misconduct, and I'm also a consultant expert with the ENAI platform of the Council of Europe, who are also involved with this particular area of work as well. So that's enough of me, and I'll pass now on to one of my colleagues. Shall I suggest Jane is smiling, so I'm going to pass to Jane.
Hi everybody, I'm Jane Rowley. I'm the Executive Director of Student Services at GISC. And as part of our role, we run the National Verification Service for the UK HEAD. In addition to running the National Verification Service, we also do some work for the DFE and for the OFS around degree mills and bogus universities and fake certificate vendors. So that sort of lines up with all of the other work we do around organisations or services that support cheating in institutions. I'm also a member of the advisory group on academic integrity, and it's to work to ensure that the work we do includes all areas of academic integrity, from applications right through to the verification of qualifications at the end. So if I suggest I hand over to Robin. You're on mute, Robin.
Someone had to do it.
Yes, I had to do it. Hi, I'm Dr. Robin Crockett. I'm a mathematician and data analyst by background, but more importantly here, I'm the newly appointed University Academic Integrity Officer at the University of Northampton, with a particular interest in contract cheating. I'm also on the QAA's Academic Integrity Advisory Group. Okay, and at that point, having fluffed microphones, I'll hand over to Steph, I think it is.
Thank you very much, Robin. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Stephanie Lomas. I'm Vice President Education at the University of Central Lancashire Students' Union. A bit about me. I am a non-traditional student. I came through no A-levels, so essay, mills, contract cheating, plagiarism, the whole kit and caboodle was very new to me coming into university. but as a second year returning officer for education, it has been a passion of mine. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. I think I'm going to start just by talking a little bit about one particular area of QA's work, and then what we'll do is each of us in turn will also speak for a few minutes about a particular angle or a particular area of interest or a particular piece of work or operation that they do, and which really the idea is to give kind of an overview of the different ways in which the sector as a whole tries to respond to the threat caused of SAMLs. You've heard several of us say members of an academic integrity advisory group. This is a group hosted by QAA, which the purpose of which, as Jane indicated, is to be able to take a holistic sector-wide approach to all the different threats that arise through contract cheating. And I think there are many ways in which that is encapsulated, but one of the ones that certainly struck me a week or two ago was Robin forwarding a link to a SAML comparison site. And this comparison site had 881 SAMLs listed in ranking order. So it makes you wonder what the quality of 881 was like. But what really strikes you about that is not that they exist. We know they exist. It is that it has become mundane, normalized. This is something which is not surreptitious. It's not being done behind the scenes. It's not, even though that happens, this is up front center. This is SAMLs as compare the markets, which they, for those who don't know, UK price comparison site. This is SAMLs as Trustpilot, and this is what we're combating. So one of the things that QAA has been working on in recent months was guidance for the sector, and I start saying it's for the UK sector, but it's for international providers as well. So if you're not aware of QA's guidance, it's available on our website under the academic integrity section of the website, and some of the bits of it might be considered, might relate to the UK, but really I'd say the vast majority of it is applicable regardless of where you operate in, where your institution is based in the world. And we didn't, even though this coincided with COVID-19, we didn't decide to this was actually a second edition of guidance. The first edition was published in 2017. We didn't decide to update the guidance because of COVID. Obviously, COVID happening while that process was underway has meant that we've paid quite a lot of attention to the impact of COVID. But the reason we decided to update it after really only publishing it just over 2 years ago was things move on so quickly. These are sophisticated entities, and I talk about SAMLs. It's obviously contract cheating comes in various shapes and sizes, but certainly a lot of the focus that we've given in the guidance is about SAMLs. They're sophisticated entities, they market very effectively, and obviously it's difficult to give a precise number as to how many students use them. Price comparison sites make it, not price comparison sites, SAML comparison sites help to give an idea about how many there are, but the number is increasing. So what we try to do in this guidance, and this is really the theme that we're probably going to be touching on today, is not take a single approach, there's your solution, because that's nonsense. What you do is try and give institutions the tools to help them take action against SAML. So it looks at, I won't go into the details of the guidance, but it looks at ways in which they can be detected, ways in which we can, in the first issue we talk about prevention. We don't talk about prevention anymore because that gives the indication that there are things that institutions can do in terms of assessment design, for example, that could stop SAMLs. You can reduce the risk of them, you can't stop them, and then ways in which institutions can take action against them. And the policies and procedures institutions have in place to take action when when there's a suspicion of use of SAMLs. And I think just one of the things I'd be interested in sort of asking my colleagues here is that, particularly from working in institutions, from an institutional level or for students, this sort of guidance, what does it mean to you to be able to be able to implement it, and do you find any challenges in doing
that? Thanks, Gareth. Well, first of all, I find it deeply reassuring that this guidance is there for the sector, that the guidance has been developed with students, not just by those that teach or assess or those that make policy or manage. It's been developed with students in mind. So from that point of view, it's something that students, can relate to, and I think Steph is going to talk about as well. This really impacts on the day-to-day lived experience of students in institutions when it comes to assessments. And from that point of view, to have a body like the QAA developing and producing guidance, involving the sector, involving institutions, involving students, means that we have a credible document which can then be used and adapted, because I'm sure institutions and students and their students' unions will probably adapt some of the guidance which is particular to their particular needs and use that within their institution. So I think from that point of view, it's welcome. And I'll pass over now probably to Steph, I think, who might want to say something.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. I think from a students' union point of view and from a student's point of view, it's nice to know someone has our back, because often enough we are seen as sort of the person that has done this rather than the person that this is happening to. Many of our students, there are reasons why they are accessing these services, a bit which I'll touch on later. And it's nice to see that we are not being the criminal in this consideration, and that there is support being framed around how we can help students and staff tackle this issue. And I know from a institution point of view that we have taken on the feedback of QAA and the guidance of QAA, and we've molded it so it fits our students and it fits our institution's ethos. And it has definitely made it more robust and more of an educational framework as well for our students, which is massively important. Again, I can touch on that later. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, if I may, I'd just like to agree with Stephanie on that. I mean, until this academic year, I was an ordinary academic who taught, and I've also been an academic integrity officer for getting on for 9 years. But I have academic colleagues who think that contract cheating is bad and needs to be deterred and stopped if possible, and feel strongly about it, but not half as strongly as the students do. The students, for the most part, feel really betrayed that this activity goes on, with the inevitability that some people get away with it. So we really do owe it to the huge majority of our students who are honest to sort of tackle this. And the QAA guidance is a very important part of the picture in this, certainly for UK universities.
Any thoughts, Jane?
Yeah, I think what the guidance does is put a framework in place to allow good behaviour, positive attitudes to flourish. I think one of the things I wanted to talk about, I wrote some notes about this earlier, was around the issue of fertile ground and hostile environments. And I think a lot of people talk today about the normalisation of these activities, the kinds of language that a lot of the SA Mills use to make it seem like this is perfectly acceptable behaviour. You talked about the comparison website that talks about, makes it seem perfectly normal, the normalisation of cheating. People perfectly happy to leave Trustpilot reviews, openly going, yeah, this is a great service, absolutely helps me to do. And it's creating a kind of fertile ground for these services to flourish, because it's making it seem legitimate and okay and acceptable. And normal behaviour. And I think what the guidance does is supports making the environment in which they operate a hostile environment by highlighting the fact that this is unacceptable behaviour, that there are policies in place, or that institutions can bring in policies to protect students, that students can be made much more aware of potential consequences of, and that this behaviour isn't okay, that these services are not normal, it's not an acceptable part of their experience. So I think that what the guidance does is gives us a framework in which we can show that this is not an acceptable set of behaviour, this is not acceptable practices, and then actually it puts a massive threat to students by these things going along in the background and just feeling part of that environment when actually they're really not. They have no place in our education settings whatsoever.
Thank you, Jane, and thanks, Michael, for reminding me that it was put together with consultation from across the sector, including with student bodies as well, which is a very important point. And I mean, Jane mentioned there about hostile environments, and I think that's kind of one of the key areas of how you can be successful in taking action. Because realistically, I mean, there is one reason, and one reason alone why SA Mills or Diploma Mills or anyone else exists: to make money. That's it. That's their raison d'etre. So if you make it a hostile environment for them, then they will give up, move on, do something else. So that really is the focus of you know, I think to say we're going to put an end to SA Mills is you know, might be achievable, but I think that's slightly ambitious. What you have to do is just make it difficult for them to operate. And one of the ways in which we as well have been doing that is campaigning in the media, and particularly campaigning about social media platforms taking marketing income from SA Mill companies. And we've done some work with the BBC and to kind of raise awareness of the different platforms. We've written to a load of platforms: Yahoo, Bing, Google, YouTube, Facebook, PayPal, saying stop using these, letting people give you money. And there's a couple of things. One, before I kind of move on to talking about legislation with Michael, one thing you really notice about this is that, particularly with YouTube, they are targeting school children. This is not a higher education issue. This is a societal issue, and school children have been targeted who are turning up in higher education, having used these services, which is a really important point. But another important point is that students can say, well, they look at these comparison sites, say, well, you know, but they're legal, aren't they? What's the issue? And a lot of these companies, particularly the British-based ones, will really promote the fact that they are British companies registered at Companies House, legitimate, above board companies. What's the problem? Because in this country, or in the UK, I should say, they are not criminalised, unlike other entities. So with that, I'm just going to sort of pass over to Michael to sort of talk a bit about why that is, what we want to do about it, and why that should be done, why something should be done.
Thanks, Gareth. I think I should say at the outset, disclose the fact I am a lawyer, as is Gareth, of course. So I do have an interest in this area. In fact, my chair is based in the Hillary Rodham Clinton School of Law at Swansea University, so that's where my roots are. I'm interested in legislation for one reason. It's not a silver bullet. It's not a panacea, as Gareth has pointed out. But there is a large measure and degree of normalisation of behaviour, which I think most of us here on the panel have already alluded to, and that is not right. There is behaviour which, you know, for most people would consider to be fraud on the part of whom. And it's not the case that in the UK we don't have legislation against fraud, Gareth. We do, as you know. The Fraud Act 2006 is there, as it is in many other countries. There's legislation in relation to fraud, which basically involves dishonesty, as to however that is defined. But also it means that whoever commits fraud from a criminal point of view also has to make a gain in terms of financial gain or property gain in some form. And I think as a society, we have to ask the question, is this important enough that we do actually legislate in this area? Is this issue important enough that we do actually legislate? I think that's the first question. And my answer would be, yes, it clearly is, because we have students graduating from higher education and other institutions with qualifications that allow them to go into jobs who will then deal directly with the public. So if I go to a doctor or a surgeon who are going to do something with my body, I want to know that they've actually qualified properly. They've done the hard graft to actually get that qualification, that they understand, they know what they're doing. How can I be sure of that? You know, an engineer that builds a bridge or a hospital or another building or an architect. There are so many graduates that go out into wider society with qualifications endorsed by higher education institutions. And I think as a society, we need to be concerned to ensure that those that do graduate with qualifications have actually earned that qualification. So I think there's a wider society point, not just a higher education point, that we need to get across. It does really matter to members of the public. And once you get over that hurdle of saying, well, yes, legislation in principle might be appropriate here, I think you've then got to ask the question, well, who do you actually want to target in relation to that legislation? Do you want to target the supply side, i.e. those that actually provide these services? Do you want to target students, those that actually use those services, the demand side? And of course, the Fraud Act at the moment is a pretty blunt tool. It doesn't really differentiate. And I think most of us on this panel would agree that as an educator, we want to support our students in their learning. We don't want to criminalize their activity in any sort of way. And what we really want to do is address the issues of those that supply these services. So my point would be, I think, that legislation should be targeted at those that supply the services to students and not the students. We make sure that they are protected. And then the other aspect is, once you've decided, yes, there should be legislation and it needs to target the supply side, and perhaps you then look at, is it purely advertising or is it provision in whole or in part of material for essays? Who then is going to enforce? What enforcement action do you take? Should there be custodial sentences? Should there be simply fines, or a mixture of both? And what I think is interesting, Gareth, I know that as a group, we've been looking at this for some time. And of course, we've been working with Lord Storey in the House of Lords to actually introduce a private members bill recently, based on the work that our group and also Professor Phil Newton has undertaken in relation to this. We look at this because students, I think, as Steph and Robin and Jane have already intimated, students are really passionately concerned that people are taking advantage of these services. They seem to be getting ahead when the vast majority of students are doing a lot of hard work to get their qualifications on their own. And they're sitting there thinking, why isn't anybody doing anything about this? And of course, there are countries that have done something about this. New Zealand since 1979, but most recently, I have to take my hats off here to the Republic of Ireland, who introduced criminal legislation last year, came into force in November. And of course, Australia, who've just introduced legislation as well, criminal legislation coming into force in September of this year. They've introduced legislation for all the reasons we've been alluding to so far, and some of the reasons I've pointed out, and they've targeted the supply side. And to a certain extent, they've protected the students. And I think one of the things we need to bear in mind is that I come back to what you were saying, Gareth, about you've had these conversations with the various platforms that advertise, etc. What the Republic of Ireland and what Australia can now do is go to these platforms and say, this is a criminal offence. Shut this down. Your own protocols and policies don't allow for this. That's very difficult for you or anybody else with an interest to actually do that within the UK at the moment. And I know it's one of the ways, having spoken to the QQI in Ireland, one of the ways that they are primarily using their legislation is not necessarily to take legal action, but to use it as a surrogate to go to the those that advertise or provide a platform for the advertising services and say, this is a criminal offence, you can't do this. So I think there are wider implications to legislation just simply beyond the offence and what enforcement action may be directly taken against the companies. I know we're short of time, so we're going to stop there because I suspect some colleagues might want to chip in as well.
Does anyone have any thoughts, comments in relation to criminalisation?
Yeah, I would support Michael's view that, you know, it's more about having that as a weapon that can be wielded rather than actually taking legal action. And it's something that works really effectively using fraud or forgery legislation for, say, fake degree certificate vendors and things like that. So we do a lot of work. We are able to report people trying to sell fake certificates online, because we can report them to service providers, so people like eBay and Amazon, who within their own policies, you know, cover the fact that you can't conduct criminal activity on eBay or on Amazon or other places where you might want to buy documents and things. So that allows us, having that forgery or trademark or copyright or fraud legislation behind it, enables us, without having to take action ourselves, to report people for these kinds of activities. So I think having that weapon in place allows us to target the platforms and get these things taken down, or at least removed from it. It reduces their marketplace and their exposure, and that if you reduce the marketplace and the exposure, then that will reduce the demand. And if they're not making money, you know, in theory this activity goes away, because, as Gareth said, they're only in it for profit. If there's no profit to be made because they've got no platform or marketplace for their services, then they'll move on to something else.
Yeah, and I think also it won't deter any outright dishonest students if essay mills, etc., are illegal in the UK. But a lot of the advertising they do is incredibly deceptive and lures students in, and it will make it easier, really, to point out to students who aren't sure that no, it's illegal to do this in the UK.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think obviously there are a number of reasons why students go after these services. They advertise themselves as false friends on digital platforms. You know, we see them in the social media communities. From my own experience, particularly in the international communities of students who, for English isn't their first language, you see them especially advertising in those areas. Their marketing emails, they come through as though they're grammar checkers, etc. But once you send them your essay, they then can use that to market onto other people. So not only are you potentially purchasing an essay from them, you're actually providing them with another transcript to sell on to other people, which is dangerous. And in terms of the search engine optimization, these ads that are being sold to companies from the likes of Yahoo and Google, who talk about their ethics and their really strong values, these are the values of, you know, the next generation, and they believe, you know, they don't want to be sold out. They want to earn their degrees in fair ways. And there are things that obviously universities and higher education institutes can do themselves to ensure that that is less of a risk for students to take. But we also need that external guarantee that our students aren't going to be sold out that way as well.
Thanks, Stephanie. And before we move on to Jane to talk about some of the work that she's been doing, there's a if you won't be aware if you're watching on YouTube, but one of the we have Anthony McLaren, who is the Vice Chancellor of Queen Mary's Twickenham and a former CEO of TEXA, the Australian higher education regulator, and indeed a former Chief Executive of QA as well, who's just put a comment in the text box, in the chat box, to say that at TEXA we argued successfully for legislation, not because we thought it would end contract cheating, although it would be a powerful deterrent and remedy in some circumstances, but because it sent a powerful signal that these services were not acceptable, part of the battle against normalisation. So we'll leave essay mills temporarily there, and if I hand over to Jane to talk about some of the work that she has been doing to deal with other areas of academic misconduct and dealing with contract cheating.
Thanks, Gareth. Yeah, we talk a lot about something we like to call the chain of trust. which is that the whole process for academic integrity begins at the application stage, and the kinds of services that support fraudulent applications into education. And people think of SA Mills as providers of transcripts and Word, but they also provide personal statements, letters of reference. You know, they can support and provide evidence of prior learning experiences that can allow people to gain places on courses based on fraudulent applications. And things like bogus universities and fake certificate vendors also supply documents and supporting evidence of prior learning experiences. So right from the start of the process, when students are thinking of applying, you know, there's opportunities for misconduct at that early point. And one of the things we try to tie in as well is the opportunities for funding fraud as part of this equation, that once people have gained a place on a course, a learning provider, they're then eligible to apply for public funding. Now, if they've gained that place based on fake evidence of prior learning experience, then actually they are then committing funding fraud. They're defrauding the public purse by accessing monies they're not entitled to, and potentially denying other legitimate students either places on that course or opportunities for funding. And then, you know, there's been a lot of talk today about the opportunities for misconduct to do with the academic work itself. But at the end of the process, we also talk a lot about qualification fraud, the people who either buy fake certificates from fake certificate vendors, or who tamper with or alter or make claims about their own qualifications from institutions that allows them to apply for jobs and apply for places on postgraduate courses based on qualifications they don't hold, or as they like to say, they've exaggerated or inflated, when actually it's all part of fraud. So that whole process from application through academic experience into qualification fraud at the end, it's a whole chain. And we talk about the chain of trust because the students need to trust the validity of the institutions they're applying to, which means we do need to look at ensuring that valid, legitimate degree awarding bodies and places of learning, that it's completely clear to applicants that that is a legitimate learning provider in the country in which they're choosing to study. And I think there are certainly opportunities in an online environment for more bogus universities and degree mills. And sometimes it isn't always about someone thinking, oh, I can get a fake degree there. In some cases, a lot of students are victims and get sucked into paying application fees or studying courses from non-legitimate providers. So, you know, there's trust there. So the students need to be able to trust the institutions that are applying to. The institutions need to trust in the prior learning experiences of those applicants. The funders need to be able to trust that the people they're providing public monies to have a legitimate right to be on that course. And then at the end of the process, employers need to be able to trust that the person has actually attended that institution, completed original, authentic work that can be verified, and is not based in the job application, because of then it's a wider societal issue, as Michael alluded to, that we end up with people in the workplace without the right or the skills, and the consequences that has both reputationally for education providers and, you know, to the detriment of our genuine student population who have been through the process. You know, we need to protect students at all ends. So it's how these services at every stage in the process undermine the trust, the fundamental trust we need to have in the system, which is why I think verification, certification, being able to quickly check people's qualifications and prior learning experiences. So that's where a lot of the guidance for institutions allows them to put processes in place to make appropriate and correct checks throughout the process to ensure that helps to support the integrity of our learners right through the process.
Thanks, Jane. And I think this is something which we have in discussions we frequently speak about, and we've mentioned a couple of times that it is so important not to think about this as being an issue affecting people over there or people over there, or indeed for institutions to think it's probably a problem over there but not here, because we don't have that sort of thing. It's a problem for every part of society, and it's a problem at every single higher education institution, and it's probably getting to the stage where it's a problem for most employers at some point. And this is the message we collectively through our own work and through our collective work, we're constantly trying to drive home, because this is, and it is going back to SA Mills for a moment, but this is the message that will make government change its mind about criminalisation of SA Mills, that this is everyone's problem. And a positive thing is there has been a bit of a change of tone from the government in Westminster. They were not overly keen on it and saying that, well, we want to try lots of other methods. But there's been a bit of shift of tone in that they're talking now more about we will see about whether it might be a possible to introduce what's called a private members bill in Parliament later this year. So, you know, we're getting too far ahead of ourselves, but fingers crossed. But just before we move on to hearing from Robin in a bit, I mean, we have spoken about how it's the SA Mills we want to target. It's the but students, whether or not they use diploma mills or fake certification, whether they use SA Mills, they're not entirely innocent. If you do this intentionally, you are acting in a way that will merit some form of sanction. But there is a dividing line between the criminal law and what will be an institutional sanction if, for example, you're caught using an SA Mill. Now, part of Robin's work is basically trying to make sure that the University of Northampton joins up all its practices from how to detect, how to prevent, how to reduce the chances, but also how to take action against students who are caught in committing forms of academic misconduct. So rather than explain to Robin exactly what his job is, which he probably knows far better than I do, I will hand over to him.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, until this academic year, I'd been to coin a phrase, a student-facing teaching academic. I'd been a research reader in maths and data analysis. But then the university had a reorganisation, took a look at what people do, and I've got a brand new role. We're still trying to work out all the details and the sort of exact responsibilities of it, but I'm the University Academic Integrity Officer with a particular interest in contract cheating. And as Gareth says, trying to make sure that everything the university does, along with its students' union, is all joined up. And we can deal with everything from taking appropriate disciplinary action against students where necessary, all the way through to duty of care and supporting students who basically are entirely honest, but get lured in to this by extremely deceptive advertising. And just going back to when I started as an ordinary academic integrity officer about 9 years ago, yes, my second case was in fact contract cheating. But if at that time you Googled things, you know, terms like SA Mill or assignment help or assignment provider, you got a few hits. Now, if you do it, yeah, you still get a few hits, but you get a huge scree of adverts. Legitimate businesses that are paying Google to place them, you know, at the top of your search as an advert. And keeping track of that and who's doing what, and the fact that you know, SA Mills have various shop fronts, so different websites that all deal with the same underlying business and the same team of writers, and that they come and go. So a student who bought something last year, you know, that shop front might not exist anymore, but the business behind it almost certainly does. So, you know, it's probably going to be quite a big role. As I say, we're still trying to sort it out, but it is giving me even more of an insight into what's going on and the deceptive nature of all this than I'd been getting previously. And it leads me to think at points about approaches to assessment and what we can do from a sort of design of assessment and design of assignments to make the activities of these providers more difficult. And that's increasingly tricky. You know, a few years ago, the lead-in times for commissioning assignments were days to weeks. Maybe you'd find an essay mill here and there who do something quicker than that, but for a very, very large amount of money. Now, it's fairly routine for essay mills to provide assignments on a sub 24-hour time scale. Sub 12 isn't that difficult to find, nor is sort of sub 4 or 5 or 6 hours, and even down to 1 hour or less. And with the switch to online assessment that Northampton and many other universities in the UK did to do with COVID, it wasn't uncommon to find students commissioning exam answers, you know, from exams that have been switched to sitting in large drafty halls to sitting online. And it didn't seem to matter what the online assessment window was. There were providers who would take the exam question and spin an answer back inside that time frame. So we're probably getting close to the limit of what we can do in terms of design of assessment to deter these people before we start compromising the nature of the assessment as well. And we'll probably go back to a sort of more overview take on this, that we try and tie the assessments in as much as we can to the sort of teaching and tutoring and supervision and seminars that have been happening on courses and modules, and try and make the assessments much more personal. But there are still limits to what we can go and what we can do there. So we can do lots of things, and we can do lots of things taking feedback from students and students' unions on board, but we cannot do everything that way. And we'll still have a problem that I really wish we didn't have to confront, you know, however much we do to try and design out, to use the phrase, academic misconduct or contract cheating. So, Gareth.
Thank you, and one eye on the time and make sure that we have plenty of time for Stephanie to talk about the student experience and the student perspective. And so I'll just very briefly, I mean, sometimes when we talk about this, it does feel that we're given the impression that either virtually or in person, students nowadays are kind of turning up at their institution and having essay mill companies lining up, hawking their wares at them. And do you feel that we're over-egging it a bit, that we talk about it too much and it actually is undermining the student experience, or do you think it's needed?
Well, no, it's...
Sorry, sorry, Robin. I was aiming that at Stephanie because
if I can just chip in and maybe
sorry,
cue Stephanie with something else to talk about. There's a very dark side to all this as well, in that some essay mills are not the nice student-friendly bodies that they appear to be. Some of them engage in blackmail and extortion. They try and get more money out of students who've commissioned after the students have commissioned and thought it was a done deal. And the threat that such unscrupulous bodies use is exposure. Whether it's exposure to the university or higher education institution the student's still at, or whether it's potentially to employers down the line after graduation. And I'm getting much more of a sense that there's more of that going on, you know, as time passes. So, sorry for stealing your thunder a bit, Stephanie, and I'll hand over to you at this point.
It's fine, don't worry. I'm more than happy to take the student experience question now. I think one of the first things we need to talk about when we talk about essay mills or just academic integrity as a whole is why are students tempted? Like, what is the cause of it? Are they being over-assessed without flexible assessments? Are all their deadlines bunched together and not taking into account life outside of HE, such as trying to find a job in this environment, dealing with children and caring responsibilities? You know, our students are no longer 18 to 21. I was 20 something when I started. So we need to, first of all, break that cookie cutter approach of what we envision our students to be. Our students come with a lack of confidence. I think that's more an issue now than ever, with the A-level issue that we had in August, somewhat diminishing confidence. Return to education, like myself, I wasn't the brightest bulb at high school, and that definitely meant that I didn't come into university with a very great expectation of myself. And not having the typical educational journey that many of us have had. Non-traditional students do come in with sort of a chip on the shoulder about their own, you know, their own journey thus far. Also coming from different international institutions, meaning different understanding of academic integrity. And I think we've seen it in terms of the legislation and the different attitudes towards legislation, you know, with the Republic of Ireland, Australia and New Zealand putting in legislation, but that not being the case in other places. So there is a differing attitude to academic integrity, depending on where you're based. So there are issues there, but I think there is something that we can do as higher education institutes. First of all, we need to address the reasons why students are using these services. We need to ensure we're not over-assessing and providing students with accessible